And then after studying Talmud for several hours, they have lunch and they have a few other activities. Secular studies begin at 3 p.m. with a rigorous curriculum of the sciences, political science, English composition, history, of course, and a whole wide variety of majors like business, computer science, you name it. And then after dinner, they come back for a couple more hours of dedicated Torah study. These are really phenomenal young men. They only get to do their extracurricular sports and so on, sometimes 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. They have basketball that happens that late at night. Then they're back for it again the next morning. And they are just loving it. There's so much activity for them, so many retreats, and so much food, actually. A lot of food, so they really enjoy it. We also have a separate evening division, which is intended primarily for students from other institutions in our neighborhood, and then they come to us for the secular classes at night that begin at 6 p.m. And they're extremely bright, and we're very proud of them as well. And in fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school and law school and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow, it's an amazing school. I'm really proud and I feel very privileged to be there. And the thing is, we really need to support them with scholarships. So if you enjoy this lecture and you want to contribute to the ongoing study of Jewish history here on this campus, Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box where you'll see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship funds and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to providing more of these lectures for you as well. Okay, and it's the microphone, wireless, great. Okay, we should be all right. Your screen sharing, we'll flip it over. Okay, we talked about agriculture, and we began talking about Saturday Camarade. Remember what that term meant? Saturday Camarade? Mr. Edelstein. So you can bring my, go ahead. Correct. It's not necessarily the right to serve the king. It's kind of like a location in society. If I remember correctly, I think I have actually started this. No, I don't. Those are in another class. But basically, we're in the feudal era right now. What is feudalism? Yes, Mr. Rothschild? Yeah. Yes. Can you talk about that structure? Excellent, very good. I would just refine it a little bit. If you imagine feudalism, or it's sometimes called corporate society, involves dividing the population up into these blocks, primarily socioeconomic in nature. You have like a huge number of people who are peasants, who are stuck on the land, and they produce agricultural products. And they are managed by a group of nobles who are at least trying to figure this out from a Marxist historical perspective. The original arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion about whether or not this is truly the origins, but this is the story, that you have all these farmers who are like fed up with the fact that they keep being attacked by external nomads coming down and raiding their farms. So they hire people who are really good fighters and say, listen, you guys, don't worry about farming. We'll take care of the farming. We will pay you to protect us. And those became, again, according to the Marxist analysis, the origins of the aristocracy. They were essentially paid security guards. But as things developed over hundreds of years, the idea is that the nobility, who are coming from those knights, begin to demand more money, more privileges from the peasants. The peasants are impoverished, and they find themselves in a state of vassalage to their lord, which means they owe them fealty, they owe them obedience, and this reifies into this kind of heavy structure, this very top down in terms of authority, and is only occasionally upset by peasant rebellions, which happen every couple hundred years. The church, this is what I'd like to refine, Mr. Blaska. Where exactly does the church fit in that? Does the church report to the king? Does the church report to the nobility? Where does the church fit in there? Good. Excellent. Very good. So that's essentially the case, as Mr. Abishai puts it. The church evolves along with this whole structure of feudalism. And again, in theory, the king is supposed to be involved with kingly things of this world. And as the founder of Christianity put it, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? Give the king what he wants. He's a temporal authority. And the church is supposed to be in charge of everyone's souls, everyone's religious life. And don't forget, unlike Judaism and also unlike Islam, Christianity is very creed-based. It's very much focused on what you believe. We, in Orthodox Judaism in particular, spend a lot of time thinking about how you behave. Everything from how you wake up in the morning, the first things you say, what order you put your clothes on, how do you wash your hands, how you put your shoes on, right shoe, the left shoe, tie the left shoe, tie the right shoe. We're like really into the details of actual behavior. The church does very little of that. It's very much into what you believe. So, is very important. Hang on one second, I'll get to Mr. Trent. So, as feudalism evolves, which is also evolving, and they begin to conflict with each other, and sometimes the king gets the upper hand. When the king has more authority, Jews tend to do well. Why do Jews do well when the king tends to have more authority? Mr. Vasilevsky? Good. You see the smile on my face, though? I'm looking for a particular answer. Mr. Tuman. Money, thank you. And as a demonstration of what? The Abramson rule of history, right? If you don't know the answer, it probably is money. You were correct also. That's money. So exactly, the king says, oh, fantastic. Look at these Jews. I can have them go out there. I can have them engage in finance and engage in money lending. And I can tax them. And it's great. I get cash money. I can use it all over the world. The church, on the other hand, they have a different set of priorities. They want to create a body Catholic, meaning a universal church that covers everybody. They have their fights with the Muslims, which are largely on the periphery, right, outside in Muslim areas. They also have internal fights with heretics, meaning Christians who do not necessarily follow the one Catholic church. And then there's the presence of these Jews. And so, generally speaking, it's not always true, but generally speaking, when the kings have more power in the church-state conflict, then Jews do well, and they tend to get close to power, they tend to have more privileges, more residency, and like that. When the church begins to assert itself, which it does increasingly after the First Crusade, then the status of Jews tends to decline. And we'll see that playing out over medieval Ashkenaz. Okay, questions, arguments? Okay. Right, so let's look at the actual economic activities of Jews. What was the mainstay? So one of the most prominent activities of Jews. Oh yeah, Mr. Krantz, thank you. I'm sorry for that. I don't think Christians would agree with that statement. As long as you believe you can do whatever you want, I don't think you have. They still have the Ten Commandments. They still have, I will say that you're asking a huge question, and if we were teaching a class in Christian theology, which is like one of our popular electives, by the way, here, joking, but then we could talk more about it. But they do, and when I say they, I'm generalizing really in an unfair way, but in general, Christianity does place a tremendous amount of emphasis on the power of repentance, of teshuva, which we do as well, but that repentance is far less systematic than we have in Judaism. We don't know the whole. For example, the first stage of repentance, according to Rabbi Yonah, the first stage, what do you have to do first? Karata, excellent, regret. How many levels of karata are there? know, in church, there's 20 different kinds of programs. Seriously, we know how to do it. You know, we have like block. It's like they say that Eskimos have 26 different words for snow, right? Because they really know snow. No regret. We have 20 different levels of it. So, yeah, Jewish club. Well, in a different class, maybe you can answer if you drop by my office, you can have long. Commerce, so, is huge for Jews. This is a fascinating map that shows you the trade routes of a mysterious group called the Rabbites. There's no Jewish records about them, at least that are directly mentioning them, although it's possible they are alluded to in a few 12th century documents. But we have two Arabic geographers who refer to this unusual Jewish traders in the 840s, and the blue lines represent their trade. I mean, amazing. Look at this. Like in the 800s, the blue lines are where Jews are known trading. The Arabic geographer Ibn Farat, he mentions that they speak about 12 languages, and they're totally fluent in everything they need to know. The pink lines here, or the violet lines, represent the extended types of trade that goes beyond that. So they may not put all the way up to Iceland, for example, but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the Frankish Empire and send them all the way down to China. And he describes many different things with trading back and forth, and it's really an amazing thing. Mr. Krantz. Yes, the Silk Road is like out here. They're definitely on the Silk Road. I'm not sure if they started it. You are absolutely correct. So Bukhara, which would be right about here, more or less, that's where they're, or a little bit higher, sorry, that's where we've actually found some documents that may be associated with the Radhanites. There's a slicha of Rosh Hashanah in Hebrew that was discovered here in the 9th century. Fascinating stuff. The word Radhanite, in Arabic, Radhaniya, we're not sure what it means. There are two different theories. One theory is that it's based on a Persian word that to know the way. I think that's a little stretch. There's also a region of Iran that is that's called the Rada. It possibly come from there. Moshe Gill, important historian, says that. Cecil Roth, one of my favorite historians, suggests they are based here at the southern part of the Rhone River in Provence. We saw Provence earlier. Did I get anything? Well, I'll find out soon. And it says in Latin, the name of the river was Rhodanus. So the Radhanites might come from Rhone. Unfortunately, we don't have any other documents for this. But this is just a very early example of how Jews were involved in commerce. How do we get out of here? I'm going to change this. Here we go. Right. So risks and benefits of commerce. Risks. Why is commerce risky? Especially at this time. People can get robbed, right? Definitely. Jews in particular, standing out, carrying cash, valuables, things like that, very dangerous. It's a little bit easier in the Muslim world because when it becomes united under a single legal system and a single language, it's a lot easier for it. What about benefits of commerce? Money, yeah, thank you. That was an illustration of it. It's a little bit obvious, but it's very true. There's huge amount to be raised. I don't understand your question. You have to live anywhere? Oh. Excellent. Very good. Not subject to one rule. Eventually, we got to think, though, so probably are subject somewhere, but it's easy to pick up and move to a more hospitable place. That's also true. I do think of that. Very good. So the question, though, is the profit versus the effort. Right? This is a hard way to make a living. Very hard way. It reminds me of when I was growing up. I was raised in a very small town in northern Ontario, and my family was the only Jewish family in town, and there was one Meshula, a collector for Base Yaakov of Miami, and he literally hitchhiked, 600 miles all the way up from from Toronto to my hometown and would stay in every little Jewish family you could possibly stay in. I had to be kicked out of my room so he would have my room when he came up there. But it was amazing. This guy was like my age, I'm 16 years old, like in the northern part of Canada for a few dollars for a base capital. It's amazing. So it's a hard life, right? It's maybe very profitable, but the effort is high. Huge danger to travel and transport. Not only robberies, but tolls, right? Which are like sanctioned robberies, where you come across the border, you got to pay a lot of money when you cross the border. Tariffs, in other words. So Jews didn't always go into commerce. However, they had some advantages that made it easier for them. Why do you think Jews would be naturally disposed to engage in commerce? Mr. Atherton. Okay, very good. So, in other words, the fact that Jews were worldly, literally, because of the diaspora, they had a sense of what markets might go in different places. Very good. I think I mentioned in the previous class, for example, it was a Jew who figured out that we would like chocolate and sent it from Little Island, the West Antilles, to Bordeaux, where it became a massive thing. Yes, Mr. Vance. Spoken like a single guy, right? But what happens when you leave your wife behind, your wife and kids behind, you go off on the road with no on? No, it's typically just the men travel. So when we talk about the Aguna crisis that ended last Monday, right? Historically, the most common type of Aguna was when the husband went off to go do this, came back, and nobody know what happened to him, right? So he was probably killed on the road, but he might have just decided to leave behind everything, or who knows what. So that is a practice that we know from ancient times of leaving a get behind conditional get. You see it in the Gemara and Pete and Subos, a long discussion of it. And of course, it's a practice today in the IDF as well. That if you go into battle and kidnapped and MIA, your life dead, so that's they would travel as men. It's got some dangers, but they got some advantages. Language, right? That even though Jews overwhelmingly spoke the vernacular of wherever they lived, they would also at least some facility in Hebrew as a common language. This is especially useful in commerce because you could leave, Paris, make your way to Tangiers, and then make your way to Baghdad. And even though you can't speak the local languages, you can definitely hook up with the Jewish community, show up at shul, and say, yo, I'm here, I'm trying to sell some furs that I got from Iceland, and you would find takers, and you would find a way to. So this is something that most Christians and most Muslims did not have, the diaspora community and a common language. Move on. Legal systems and norms, right? You're going into a strange community and you want to sell things and you want to sell on credit. The person says, wow, I love these tremendous axe heads that you're bringing me from Germany. I want you bring me 10,000 more axe heads. You say, no problem. All I need is a deposit of X amount of money and I'll be back here next year with your axe heads. So if you are a Christian and a Muslim and your brother and stuff like that, it's hard to build the trust that is essential for these kinds of financial transactions. But when you have two Jews who are united by the same, when you sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or not they seem like an Arabic person, and then you can rely on the same rules. They're literate, they're numerate, draw documents up, and you have a much greater that it facilitates this kind of widespread trade. Also very important, one of the most costly like to play is, of course, Jewish people. And this is actually a serious in medieval world that in order to develop trust, because trust is at the foundation of any kind of interaction, and that that sort of like artificially broadens your social in your world of trust. So playing to Paris shows in Tangiers, and he says, "Yeah, I'm from Paris." Someone says, "Oh, I'm from Paris. His name is Moishe Cohen." I said, "Moishe Cohen, I know him, but wait a minute, there's more than one Moishe Cohen. Does he have a hunchback?" "Yeah, that's the Moishe Cohen, right?" And they would connect each other, they would trust each other, they would leave deposits, they would sell on credit, and it was a way more successful venture. And this is an advantage that Christians and Muslims did not have. Largely through the trade network, develops slowly and expands. The fact that the Radnites can do it in the 9th century is they must have had a phenomenal reputation. Unfortunately, we only have basically 3 paragraphs talking about them. And it's one of the great mysteries of medieval Jewish history. Who were these strange people? We don't have any internal documents about them. But we all know that commerce is historically something that Jews have engaged in for a very long time. And we're at a huge divide from most of humanity, which overwhelmingly is agricultural nature. Like, just off the top of my head, even today, maybe, you guys live in a very special bubble because you're already an elite in a college-educated environment. If you were to take all Jews in America, I would hazard that at least 4 out of 10 of them are involved in finance to them. That's probably 8 out of 10 Jews are involved in either commerce, which is trade, or finance, which is basically trading money. And then the other 2 Jews, maybe one of them is a doctor, and the other one is, I don't know, flips burgers at, McDonald's, Smash House, whatever. Like that's basically that's our economic profile for much of our history. Maybe an exaggeration. Why did I start saying this? I forget. Maybe we've been doing this a long time. Yeah, so it just developed. So don't forget also when we saw the Erfurt remains and the Norwich remains that we have been in Jews for a very long time. Ashkenazi Jews in particular are hugely guilty of endogamy over and over and over. Our genetics are so similar. So much more so than other people. Okay, now what were they trading in? So here's a bit of a nasty part. One of them was slaves. This is actually a picture of presumed to be a Jewish slave owner, with so 2 Jewish slave owners, and they got some African slaves. And a bishop is involved in selling the slaves to the king and queen. This is, I think, an 11th century representation from a church in Germany. I think a king sitting with their legs astride like that is kind of like sort of a similar demonstration of power. You sit like that, you sit like you don't care what anyone else thinks. Sit this like that, like you're the king, you can do what you want. If you sit like prim and proper, that's sort of like the queen would sit like that. How's she sitting? No, she's not. I don't think that's a queen. I think that's a knight or something. He's holding a sword there, I think. And there's like a representation. There's actually a fascinating. Oh, Mr. Lipschitz would know where this is, but there's a fascinating story with. I think it is maybe the Taz. The Shah, I can't remember, but apparently when Shabbatai Tzvi was really active, they sent an emissary to find out if he really was Mashiach, and the emissary came back and he described what he saw when he got Shabbatai Tzvi, and he described how he sat, and at one point he was sitting on the ground cross-legged, and then right away, whether it was the Shah or the Taz, I don't remember, someone said, "Oh, he's can't be Mashiach. There's no way Mashiach sits cross-legged." It's not their affairs. I guess if you're Mashiach, guys like me can say cross-legged. But slave. So from the 5th to the 7th century, really trading in slaves. Slaves, I don't care for that. I'll get back to slaves, but we'll talk about it again. We should disabuse ourselves of the notion that Jews were not involved in the slave trade. Slaves were a major element of all trade at the time. Stocks were stocks mean like blocks with their hands in, or like no, stock market really developed like 17th century. There's still a few hundred years shy of that. But they know physically they would take enslaved people and bring them elsewhere and sell them. Uh, so we should not have this kind of a halcyon idea that, oh, Jews were so nice, Jews never traded in enslaved people. So we did. There is, however, a tremendous amount of energy come to not necessarily historical agendas to try and exaggerate the role to which Jews were involved in slavery. I think it would be fair to say that Jews were disproportionately involved in slavery compared to the entire population, but they're also disproportionately involved in anything that's traded, like perfumes or silks or whatever, because they're trade isn't happening. When you get to especially the transatlantic slave trade, then it becomes a very different story. But prior to the transatlantic slave trade, you should understand that slaves are basically a luxury good. People could only buy slaves if they had a tremendous amount of money, and they were used primarily as home servants. They were not used like on massive plantations in conditions. It was basically like buying a really expensive car. Like if you could afford a Bentley, you would take care of your Bentley. You would not let it get rusty. You would wash it every day. So slaves were a status symbol that wealthy people had. Jews traded them like they traded in all other status symbols and much more. Just to jump ahead to the same argument, Jews were also involved in the transatlantic slave trade, which is a totally different kind of very savage type of trade, where they were prepared, people who were bringing them across the ocean were prepared to lose a large number of them just in the passage, the middle seas, where they would really die of starvation, malnutrition, overcrowding, disease. And then once they got to the plantations, they were often overworked to death, family separation, all kinds of terrible. But basically, Jewish participation in the transatlantic slave trade, minuscule, was not disproportionate. There are a lot of people who are involved and made a lot more money than Jews, but don't excuse Jews from this rather noxious trade because it is such a reality stuff. Okay, Mr. Grant. Right, not African Americans, but African Africans. Yeah, the slave trade in West Africa was absolutely disgusting, but it was because money. People made money from it. Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways to get slaves. It's not only Africans. Africans tend to constitute the bulk of them. The term slave may be derived from the same root as the word Slavs, as in like Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Russian. So I'm not sure Lithuanians are Slavs. And they're often captured in war. They're pagans and brought over. Where you do see, by the way, a huge issue is with Jews owning Christian slaves or Jews owning slaves that decide to become Christian. The church has no problem with slavery at this time. By the way, this is an important point I forgot to mention. Like, nobody thinks slavery is a problem in the Middle Ages. Everybody thinks it's perfectly normal. They also think that way basically up until the 1700s. Only at that point where people begin to say, maybe it's not so good that we should be enslaving other people. Right? This was like, it's asking them to have a 21st century mindset and morality when those standards would not apply. But what the church did really care about a lot is the idea of a Jew owning a Christian. That bothered the Christians tremendously, especially churchmen, who were especially nervous that if they were to take slaves, not only Christian slaves, but even pagan slaves, much more common, who decided they wanted to become Christians, then you would have an untenable situation where a Jew would be in a position of lordship over an individual, and the church definitely did not want that. Kings, on the other hand, were very happy with Jews owning slaves because Jews could sell slaves for cash money and then they could be taxed for it. So quite often the idea of Jewish ownership of slaves is also a church-state conflict. Right, okay, so what will eventually happen is as restrictions are being placed on Jews throughout the later Middle Ages, Jewish trade is going to be reduced and become much more smaller scale. They tend to go, they're no longer great like the Radhanites used to be, but they're still heavily involved in it. And we'll explore that next time we meet. Oh, look at this close to this picture. This is kind of a cool image. I relate to this topic because this is my father, Rothschild, and he took over my grandfather's. Grandfather is Alex. My father is the son. He did not want me to take over the store, so that's why I ended up a professor. But that's my dad. It's like 1957. The store was around for 100 years until my father passed away. My mother took it over for a few years, and then finally they closed it. But it was Northern Ontario. Schmattes, textiles. She's very big into textile. Work clothes, work suits, stuff like that. Okay, gentlemen, let's close it tonight. I apologize once again for the delay. On Monday, we're going to have a very important class to get into Monday and the church, which is hugely important for outside the economy. Okay, thank you for learning with me. All right, so where we left off, we talked about trade and commerce as one of the most important elements of the Jewish economy in the medieval era. Another extremely important element, and in fact, probably the most important element for much of medieval history, was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term as usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging injurious rates of interest. And in the Middle Ages, you should note that rates of interest were typically 40 to 70% per annum. How much is like a really bad credit card today? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, you could double that easily. So money lending was extremely profitable for the money lender. Anyone else benefit from money lending besides the money lender? The king, exactly, because the source of tax income. That's why, for example, if you think about vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol consumption or cigarette smoking, that governments love vices in so far as they can tax them. They're bad if they get out of hand, like if they have a gambling casino on every block, it tends to bring a neighborhood down. But having a few gambling casinos where people could go and then their winnings are heavily taxed, the governments love them. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending. It was, in some degrees, a vice, and you'll see exactly why that is so in the medieval context, but it was a massive source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated, but protected very often. Now, let's try to understand why would there be an opposition to money lending? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church interpreted the Hebrew Bible in precisely the same way that Jews did. Here's the key passage, which is from Devarim. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge interest to his fellow Jew, but he may charge interest to a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan, whoever. Right? That's pretty straightforward. I tried calling up Visa and MasterCard to find out if the CEO was Jewish, but they wouldn't answer my call. Now, Christians read this verse and said exactly the same thing. And they said, okay, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively. Because especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? You buy your seed. That requires a huge upfront investment to buy the seed. You got to put a lot of energy into working the land. You put the seed into the soil, and then you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and the harvest, you have no income. So how do you make it, right? There's a big, natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. If it's first, no, but every year, right? Okay, if you're smart, like Joseph Asada, you set aside from that first investment, and then you've got, money to carry you through. But, people are not always smart about how they save money for the winter. And also, all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible harvests or rampaging nomadic civilizations and steal all your grain, or good things like, you have a new baby, or you have a big party, or whatever it is. All kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it is with a short-term loan. Think like people have these payday loans, really high levels of interest, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden, your car breaks down and you got to invest money in fixing it, you need money for your next paycheck. So you go to the money lender, and he'll say, no problem, I'm happy to lend you money. It'll cost you 70% interest, and just make sure you pay me back. It tends to be very small amounts, but very lucrative. Precisely, this is where the stereotype comes from. It does not come from thin air. The big nose thing probably comes from thin air, but the idea of the Shylock, right, who's a character in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, who actually, if you ever read Merchant of Venice, which I recommend, it's a very powerful play, I personally don't think that particular play is actually anti-Semitic. Shylock is very, very badly treated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he loans money to the guy's name, Christian, and he says, but if you fail to pay me, what I want to charge you is not interest, but pounds of your flesh. And I'll choose a pound of your flesh as my payment. And then, of course, the guy can't pay, and then there's a whole lawsuit and stuff like that. In the end, Shylock loses, and it's a happy ever after. It's actually a comedy. But Shylock comes across, I think, when you read it, as a very huge character because he's deeply wronged by whatever his name is. Antonio, what is it? Antonio, there we go. So that's where you get the phrase, though, the pound of flesh, meaning that it's a usurious, extreme rate of interest. So, but think about it economically, right? The Jews are living a very precarious kind of existence. Farming is not a good option for them because they can be kicked off their land, or they can be evicted, or they can be chased out by pogroms and things like that. They make a small amount of living in small crafts and things like that, but quite often advancement requires membership in a guild, which is closed to Jews, just like you're talking about the Cherem and Yishuv, where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews could come into a town. They also were regulated against by the various guilds. You said only so many, leather workers and things like that. So this is like a field that's open to them, and they have a monopoly on it because there's nobody else who can charge interest legally in Christian countries. A lot of Christians do instead. There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money and charging interest. And usually when they repent after they made a lot of money, they build a church to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned money lenders. Mr. Vasilevsky. No. Basically, we see in this lecture, by the 15th century, the Italians said, this is stupid. And we are going to charge interest because there's so much money to be made here. Lots of people want to borrow money. And once the Italians got involved, it was a Jewish monopoly ended. Mr. Anderson. There are also very good you can't have every single Jew correct. You have these few. Right. But it's hard to actually quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of Gestalt understanding, if you had a shtetl that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say, that meant that there were 400 Jews who were actually gainfully employed, another 200 who were sort of employed by those who were employed, and another 200 who were basically on the dole from the rest of the community. Of those, let's say 400 who were really employed, probably about 150 of them actually money left. So it's the biggest single chunk of the economy. Not the majority of the economy, but the biggest single chunk. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where Jews would have the most commerce with non-Jews. Okay, so let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by a church father named Ambrose, and in particular, it is rendered into Catholic law by something called the Decretum Gratiani, or the decree of Gratia. That's actually portrayed in this particular document here. That says it's explicit for sure Christians are not allowed to charge interest to other Christians, and that means it's wide open for the Jews. The Jewish monopoly was de jure. Remember this term de jure? Sometimes people say de jure. That is de jure, it means of the law, like in writing, legal. It's Jewish monopoly in writing. That Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest in Christian Europe. And Christian competition was de facto. That's the opposite of de jure. De jure means in law, it means practice, like what people actually do. Like, for example, de jure, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto, people drive 35, 40. From what actually is written and what's actually done. So there was Christian competition de facto, but the majority of the Jews were no longer allowed to do it, and Jews were big into it. It's very interesting. Correct. So there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also a lot of things they did not want to do either. Agriculture is yet to be a vast majority of Jews in Europe, and as we've discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option for Jews as a small minority, as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds and artisan organizations were closed, did not get in, and you would not be allowed to train as a swordsmith or things like that. Jews couldn't get in, even like dyers and like pigments and things like that. Jews couldn't get into for the most part. But this is something that was open to them, and not only open, encouraged and protected by the kids. So it was kind of a natural thing. One area where Jews were typically allowed, however, to gain pretty much universal respect was medicine. One of the reasons was a long tradition of Jews in medical fields and health fields. This was an area where people were so desperate for good health care that Jews were literate, were pretty much universally respected. You had popes who had Jewish doctors, kings had Jewish doctors. So those fields were largely not closed to Jews. There were not every university, the vast majority of universities actually were closed to Jews, but there were a handful, I think about 4 or 5 universities that were allowed Jews to study therefore medicine. But if you realize that in the 12th century, there are only like 3 or 4 universities total. Bologna, Oxford, maybe, very few of them. So people are learning medicine on their own. Saying, okay, I'm a doctor. Cats. So Dark Ages, that actual term, refers to from the fall of Rome until the Renaissance. It's a big period of time, basically from, let's say, the year 500 to about the year 1300. This is the high Middle Ages though. This is like the very end of the Dark Ages, so the dawn is already coming out. Yes. You are absolutely correct. It was far more lucrative than a peasant. Way better than a peasant too, right? In fact, let's talk about, I think I have it over here. Let's do the risks and benefits of usury. Right here's some some Jewish money lenders. See the coins here, right? So benefits, profit, right? Money lending is profitable. That's the bottom line. You make a big paycheck with that. Yeah, Mr. Kurtz. Oh, we passed by. Okay, sorry. Okay. Urban. This is an urban profession. You don't have to live far away from other Jews. You can stay inside a Jewish community. So that's a clean trade because, you can still go to Minyan in the morning. You can, walking distance of the kosher Chinese, walking distance of kosher pizza, whatever you want. It's so close because they come to you, and you can have banker's hours. You can say, my money lending shop is open from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. I take an hour off at lunch, and people will come to you and they'll wait for you. So it's great that way. And it involves minimal effort. All you have to be is numerate and literate. And you have to have a certain amount of investment. You have to have enough to start with. But basically, if you've got the money, you'll write down what people owe you and calculate what they owe you afterwards, then you can open up your shop. Mm-hmm. So true, but remember who your partner is, right? The king, right? So in other words, if a guy fails to pay you back, and the king comes to your office and says, "Okay, here's my tax receipts this month," you say, "Oh, I'd love to give you your taxes, king, but look at my record book. And Jean Paul is not paying me back, and I'm still holding on to a pledge for this whole time." So the king gets upset, goes out and beats up Jean Paul, right? You have muscle behind it, at least when it's going well. As we shall see, there are lots of risks too. But when it's going well, it's like the FDIC, right? Federal something. Thank you so much, Mr. Ruler. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. I don't know. It means that when you put money into your bank here in America, it's guaranteed up to like $150,000 or something. You've got muscle behind it, right? Okay. And so it's minimal effort. You have to be literate. You have to be numerate. The vast majority of people are not neither literate nor numerate, and they're also not allowed to do it. The church forbids it. But the Jews can do it. In fact, they're the only people who are legally allowed to. Risks. So resentment is a big factor because everybody loves to get a loan. Nobody likes to pay back a loan, especially when you're halfway through on your car payments and you're seeing only another 2 years to pay this off. It's not the fun thing. So you can get, if you're a money lender, you will be resented by everyone you loan money to. The peasants who are typically borrowing small amounts of money, just like payday loans to get through to the next harvest, that kind of thing, or even worse, we'll see this more when we get to Eastern Europe. Right now we're still in Western Europe, but in Eastern Europe, one of the ways that peasants would rack up a big tab is they would drink alcohol in a Jewish inn, something called a kretschma in Yiddish. And this is also something that the nobleman would allow Jews to have exclusivity on the production of alcohol. Just think about this. Nobody in, let's say, southern Poland, western Ukraine is allowed to distill alcohol except the Jews are living there. They set up these inns. The peasants work hard all day in the field. They come out, they have a few beers, they say, put it on my tab, and the tab grows, and the tab gets interest if you're borrowing that money. And then at the harvest season comes, and the peasant says, okay, I'm ready to pay up my tab. What? Look at this amount I owe. How do you calculate this, right? So it's why does the nobleman allow this terrible thing to happen? Because he taxes it. It's his profit, so he loves it. He lets the Jews be the only ones to do it. If he allows everybody to distill alcohol, then there's no way he can control it. But the Jews who are vulnerable, who are dependent on his good graces, they will fulfill that role. They'll buy the alcohol, they'll sell the alcohol on credit, charge interest, and then you'll have peasants who will be very upset about this. So it costs something called Propinatia. And occasionally, basically from the 17th century on, you'll have massive peasant uprisings against Jews. We'll talk about it later, but for example, the Khmelnytsky uprising, one of the most notorious of these great peasant uprisings, was heavily rooted in factors like Jews charging interest on car tax. Mr. Gertz, and then Mr. Timmy. Good point. I mean, don't forget, you still have the big brother factor, that the king will support it. People ditching town is actually rather difficult to do in a serf environment because people are not quite slaves, but they are attached to the land. They can't just like pick up and say, I'm going to go live in the next village. They have the freedom of movement all day long, but they're still owned by a master. And so it's kind of like a half servitude. And so they're still around. It's hard to run away. There will come a point where the risks outweigh the benefits, and that's usually when Jews pick up and leave. Too risky. That's so much. Financially, they definitely had good control. Yes.
In a sense, they under conditions. That was terrible. It's never
It's an overly rosy picture. It's an overly, we talked about Gretz a few weeks ago, right? That's a Gretzian approach where the Jews are like always victims, never victimizers. It's not the historical reality. We definitely had our share of victimizing. But you can answer that question at the end of this course. So we'll see how we feel about it. But the difference about the 17th and 18th century, the Haskalah, which we looked at in a few weeks, that was like entrance into broader society, into the culture of art, the media, literature. This is actually pretty good compared to a peasant existence. I would take a Jewish existence any day, and not just for the schnapps and hailing and Shabbos. The income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Kranzman, I gotta go on. Yes. Correct. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Anderson. You're giving me a segue to the word mobility. It's not just the same, but it could be local noblemen, right? And what would happen is, and this especially happened as money lending expanded, and as some Jews amassed really incredible capital, they would finance wars. Like if a nobleman said, I want to fight with the other nobleman across the valley, but I need to hire mercenaries, they would go to you, and they would say, I'll pay you your 15-20% interest on a big loan, get it for me, and they would come up with the cash. And that was great. The Jews became extremely wealthy. They were called court Jews because they were like close to power. They were like, they bankrolled a lot of countries, literally. But it was extremely risky, as you point out, because what happens when the time comes to pay, and the nobleman says this debt burden is too high? So the peasants would react by revolting. The king or nobleman would just say, not I'm canceling the debts, but I'm kicking the Jews out. Oh, and by the way, I'm also canceling the debts. So quite a number of Jewish expulsions was due to the fact that the nobility found it financially expedient to get rid of their creditors. So the right word, creditors, I always get them mixed up. Creditors, yeah, they get rid of their creditors rather than pay back the bill. What ends up happening, though, Mr. Adler, is they kick out the Jews, and then after about 6 months or 2 years, they say, wow, it's so hard to get up by without having a credit system in place, and they invite them back. So that's why Jews were expelled from France 5 times in 1 century. Yes, well, the clergy never got into power per se, because they never wanted to actually take control of those things, but they had far more influence after the 13th century. And the church disapproving of some action could bring down a king. So, yeah, we'll get to that when we talk more about the Crusades. But you're right, same thing. Clergy can be upset, and it's really dangerous to do. So we can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not. Mr. Rance. I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. Krantz. I will give you an example from South Central Los Angeles. It was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago. And basically, a lot of African Americans were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. Couldn't get jobs, they were like, poor education, stuff like that. And they revolted and they burned big sections of their own neighborhoods rather than going to Beverly Hills and like burning down white neighborhoods. But who suffered the most were the Korean shop owners who opened up these things called bodegas, right? Because very few big shopping markets, like whatever Food Stop and Trade or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghetto type neighborhoods. So the only place you can get food is either you get on a bus and travel 45 minutes to get to a proper grocery store, or you go to a local Korean store where they will sell you groceries, but in smaller amounts and for higher prices. And so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community, but exploiting them at the same time. They were the ones who felt the first anger of the so-called uprising of South Central LA. The Jews were like the Koreans. There's some really good studies of what they call middleman economies, where the Jews were the middleman, and they obviously bore the brunt of a lot of anger at the entire system. So because of the position they were in economically, that's how it worked out. Yeah, it could be. Could be. I think there are a lot of metaphors. Let us go on a little further. Right. So the bottom line is Jews had relatively more wealth and power than peasants. Again, we can't exaggerate this, and we are painting with a very broad brush over hundreds of years. But relatively speaking, the existence of a peasant was minimal compared to the existence of an urban Jew. But it was tenuous because you could have these popular uprisings, in explosions of violence from the drums, or from the land of the states, you could be expelled, kicked out because the death load to the nobility was too high. Okay, let's go to when did I mentioned earlier the Italians entered the 15th century. The Italians who said, hang on a second, this is just way too much. It's been going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to pay money lending. Can't we possibly find a loophole to allow Christians to engage in money lending? And they came up with it. They called it the Monte di Pieta, which means the Mountains of Piety. I don't exactly know why they named their banks the Mountains of Piety. Maybe because they had like mountains of money that they could lend out or stuff like that. But by the 15th century, this, by the way, is a debt agreement, a loaners agreement from Monte di Pieta. They essentially charge interest 4%, but they didn't call it interest. They had a legal fiction to say this is to cover the overhead of the bank, meaning this bank, this Monte di Pieta, still has to have a physical structure. We have to pay to keep the lights on, we have to pay to keep the heat on, stuff like that. So you can borrow money from us interest free, but you pay 4 to 15% of what you borrow for the maintenance of the bank as a whole. Well, this is more of a bank, right? But the thing is, I go to say halakha. In the Catholic Church, halachically, a Christian can't charge interest at all. So they're not allowed to charge 4 to 15% interest, but they can charge 4 to 15% overhead. Furthermore, quite often, the church, which was involved heavily in creating the Monte Pieta, they forced the Jewish communities to underwrite the Monte Pieta and to pay punitive taxes, like when the church was more powerful, pay punitive taxes to keep these competitors open. So the Jews were still lending money and paying their competitors a subsidy to keep them open. And the whole idea was to take that cash flow away from the Jews and direct it towards the church. Ironically, it failed. Anyone guess why the Monte Pieta? I mean, they eventually succeeded. It turned into commercial banks because society became more secular. People didn't care about biblical provision anymore at all. But why the Jewish money lending actually increased, not only survived, but increased at this time. Yes, Mr. Rothschild, what do you think? The king was also taxing these guys. Not quite as much, though. They hid their money better, maybe. This is counterintuitive. You're not going to get this, but Mr. Tillman, last guess. No, in the 15th century, Italians are really smart. They know this stuff. Mr. Garnett, last guess. Reputation. What do you mean by that? Yeah, no, the church has a big reputation. This is the main reason why the Monte Pieta did not extirpate Jewish money lending is because they had all kinds of religious rules attached to it. So when you went to the Monte Pieta, if you owed money, you had to give a confession, you had to say why you owed the money, and you had to make all kinds of religious statements that I promise that I'll never gamble again, use a prostitute again, whatever it is that got them into debt in the first place. And they couldn't guarantee secrecy, couldn't guarantee confidentiality. Whereas if you went to the Jew didn't care why you were in debt. The Jew just wanted to make sure you could pay back the debt. And all that kind of moral stuff was set aside. So ironically, even when the Monte Pieta is set up, and even when the Jews were burdened with more taxation to pay for them, people kept patronizing Jewish money lenders, including nobility going to them, because they wanted their situation to be, private. It's just like when you borrow money now, you're going to get a hit on your credit report. Every time you ask to borrow money, it gets reported to the credit agencies. But if you go to a loan shark, he's not going to report you to the credit agencies. He just wants you to pay your money. And if you know you're going to be able to pay back within a certain amount of time, and you don't want the credit agency to know that you fell into debt again, then you go to the loan shark. And that's one of the reasons why the Jews were able to survive this. Yes, Mr. Tillman. Yeah, it probably, I don't know, it's a good question. How did it impact? I don't think it substantially improved their reputation, other than the fact that they maintained confidentiality, which is a good thing, right? Like, if you're engaging in illicit or illegal activities, you want your partners to be at least confidential. But it doesn't mean you're going to respect them more or name the system like member of the year. Okay, so the demand for credit, we're talking now about growing economies, big time growing economies. Now we're into the Renaissance, it's really happening in a big way. Societies need so much more credit. Jewish money lending continues through this period. However, by the time we get to the 15th century, Western Europe is far less hospitable to Jews, and we're going to move shortly into the Eastern European Ashkenazic period of history, which changes dramatically. Exclusion. inflationary pressures in Western Ashkenaz. So what's going to happen? Now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last week. We looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. What's going to happen is from the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe. There, in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of factors, including things like the invention of the smallpox vaccine, the unique style of Ashkenazi living arrangement called KES, which reduced infant mortality significantly, and there's going to be just an explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. And eventually, when you get to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Eastern Europe to America, to a lesser degree, South America, Canada, Australia, Israel, places like that. But we're now going into the period where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic homeland to Eastern Europe in the 13th to 17th century. Yes, remind me your name, please. Last name. Barente, Mr. Barente. You sit over here. Yeah, that's what was hard to confuse. Okay, Mr. Barente. So, the good question. The question which I will repeat, people who are watching videos sometimes ask me, word Ashkenaz refer to a people or a country or a region. So, you have a look at the very first lecture we went over the terminology. It is associated with it's a grandson of Noah in the biblical period. I think Noah is son's name. Anyways, one of the grandsons, maybe great grandsons. And over the Middle Ages, various regions were associated with the land of that particular individual and his descendants. For reasons that we don't totally understand, this is eventually associated with the region of the Rhineland in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jews. But we have no real good reason to associate specifically that region with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some terms. So now it really only refers to people, and Ashkenazim are only Jews now, obviously, because only Jews use that terminology. Okay, have a look at the first lecture. It's online. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now I'm looking at the reason why Jews moved from Western Europe to Eastern Europe, twofold. First, there was a push for Jews to leave that will culminate in expulsions. Really strong push that Jews felt unwelcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, not for our discussion today, but probably next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe inviting Jews in. Literally, leaders of municipalities, of kingdoms, saying, please, Jews, come here. We will give you privileges. We will give you tax breaks. We will give you specific, legislation that you will want, like the right to build a wall around your community or the right to have a monopoly on X, Y, or Z. And so that will be like a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, bringing Jews in at the same time. We're going to talk about the pushing Jews out first. Mr. Krantz. Well, you're right, Mr. Krantz. The first Jews who are allowed to be full citizens, that happens in the 18th century. So we're talking about 1790 for the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern France. We're still here like about 400 years earlier when nobody has citizenship. There's no such thing as a citizen king and maybe his wife. And that's basically it. Everyone else is a subject. So everyone is a subject of this feudalism. And all you can hope for is privileges that the king gives you. We're still in that period right up until you get to the 18th century. All right, let's look at one major factor in the push out. The first is something called the crusade. This is like a scene in history. This is one of those watershed moments. The term watershed means it's a term. I'll tell you, actually, I grew up in the Arctic watershed. Anyone want to define that term? No. Watershed is the earth, like when rain falls, either flows toward a body of water here or a body of water there, right? Depends on the elevation of a particular spot. And, like where we are right now, we're in, I guess, probably the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls here in New York will eventually flow towards the east into the Atlantic Ocean, right? Like in the beginning of Kohelet. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west in these countries, we would get to a different watershed where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River, and then down into the Gulf of something. Right? What do you call it? Gulf of America. There you go. So the Gulf of America, or further west, it would be a watershed where we flow into the Pacific Ocean. I happen to grow up near the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rained, all the rain that fell when I grew up would flow into the Arctic Ocean because it's right north. So our watershed means like up until this point, everything is going this way. After this point, it's going the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where beforehand people understand the world in such a way, afterwards very different. Another watershed in time would be something like 9/11. That's a huge watershed for the United States history. That was just before many of you were born, but in the post 9/11 era, changed everything in so many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy, Pope Urban II, 1095, he complains that the holy city of Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel at that time, are not allowing Christian pilgrims appropriate access to the holy sites. Church of the Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reaches out to Christian Orthodox, right? Don't forget, at this time, 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christians. There are Catholics who are ruled from Rome, the Pope in Rome, and there are Orthodox who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the Eastern world, sometimes called Greek, sometimes called Russian or Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity than Catholics, but they both are Christian faiths. If you want, somebody denominations, but they are two different, let's say, flavors of Christianity. And they have not gone along well for the last couple of hundred years. But he says to them, wow, it's just so awful that, we're hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And the entire Christian world just, resonates with that message. He says, yeah, it is terrible. Pope Urban II calls for something called a crusade, based on the word cross, the crucifix, saying we should all go there, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for a whole bunch of reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the knightly class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this was a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. Next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. But this is the era of the Crusader kings, when Christians from Western Europe established sort of footholds in the land of Israel. I'm sure you've visited places like Caesarea and Akko and all kinds of and where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses and things. You'll also see Muslim fortifications against the Crusade. For example, the walls around Jerusalem was built by the Muslims trying to hold off any future attack by Crusaders, and it went back and forth for a couple of hundred years. Here you see now, and by the way, because they kept on getting, they made their way down, they took over the territory, then they got kicked out, then they made their way down again. There are multiple crusades over several hundred years with a variety of outcomes, some successful, some not. Exactly. Isn't that surprising how that happened? So how did Jews get involved in this? Especially up here, you can see these stars of David represent very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at a certain point, in 1096, in the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a mass movement. So you have wealthy knights who are able to board a horse and a caddy, the weapons and the armor and stuff like that to find across Europe. And then you have, boy, Lord, have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too. We want to get involved in it, and they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals led by people like the Hermit, who are kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like popular preacher, kind of demagogue. And he essentially says to these crusaders, you know, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight infidels? I don't think we use the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves in? The whole point is that we're going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims. Why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews, right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic civilization outposts in the northern region. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week in the Avarakaman prayer, which we read on Shabbos after the Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onward for the next 200 years on a smaller scale. It's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them. Mr. Loki. Well, the more professional, disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of like, they've got a plan. They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking the Muslims. They want to bring back, pieces of the Holy Cross and things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal. But the lesser outfitted and the kind of like they don't have the same kind of resources and they can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there, but they do want to get involved in like the violence of all it. So they say, we'll just do it right here in the Ashkenazic homeland. Mr. Parentis. So I think that if you asked a crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim the Holy Land. And maybe a side benefit would be the fact that you can show those unbelievers what they're worth. And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacres is because Jews were given the option convert or die. Right? This is the option to get baptized, which will represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or get killed. It's a very strong religious group, demagogic and violent and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious at its core. Okay, so he says to these crusaders, why are you slipping all the way down there? Let's do this right here. Here's another image from that time. And we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews, some of really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, like a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of these massacres. 1096, the summer, May through June, is specifically period of time when they were at their most intense, the beginning of the Crusades. There would be, as I mentioned, later Crusades also had violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture where we looked at Ashkenazi genetics, we saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was as part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbi Tom being involved in one of these crusades as well, and wounded, absolutely horrific. The three main towns, however, that are at the epicenter are called Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. They're known as the Shum communities by acronyms. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still maybe a few thousand Jews in each one of these places. But nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked in the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating and says a lot, I think, to the formation, one might suggest, of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, questions? Yes, definitely. That was where Rabbi Gershom studied, for example. So these are significant towns. They're not far away. They're small by our standards, but still big by the science century. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There are two basic strategies. Let's say there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat. What do you think those three strategies are? Name off. Thank you. Thank you. Fight back. What happens if you fight back? You'll probably be overwhelmed by the numbers, right? You're talking about masses of pogromists who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s. The pogrom waves that swept through Russia, that you might actually scare them off by showing a little bit of backbone. But early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, basically said fighting back is not our best option. We are going to get completely murdered, massacred if we fight back. We need to rely on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until the early 20th century. We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to biblical times. Basically, living as a minority in the diaspora, we set it aside as a strategy. Since the Maccabees, I should do it later. Since the revolts against Rome, since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military responses. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it again this semester. That's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we've really organized ourselves to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had in ancient period. But that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are you run away, and yes, you have lots of flight. It's not always possible, though, You're talking about your family, talking about your children. Are you going to run away with all of them? That you catch up with you? It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to drive the criminals. Try to pay your way out of it. This is what one of my students once memorably said. This is the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. Remember that? Fee or flee. Either pay or run away. The two basic options that Jews use. So typically, like you see, for example, the city of Köln, in April of that year, they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, "Hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal subjects of the king. Remember the counter that stuff we talked about, but we appreciate the desire to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you advance your military endeavor." And they were able to successfully avoid a massacre, at least in April. They also would appeal to the emperor, right, because that's part of how Jews survived, was by being part of the tax structure that the emperor wanted to protect. But later on, it would get worse. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer in May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in the synagogue, and many Jews who were outside the synagogue were killed by the Crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but we see it very clearly in the chronicles that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and Crusaders would say, be baptized or we will set the synagogue on fire. And the Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives, and the Crusaders would set fire to the building. Absolutely horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but in the Christian Chronicles, saying, can you believe it? Amazing that they would rather themselves and their own children have fun of they would rather kill their own children rather than submit to baptism. Gentlemen, I would hazard as a further, this is one of those that define Ashkenazic history. That from the Crusades onward, much of Ashkenazic culture was sort of like bend inwards and begin to say that, well, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally and existentially threatening to us. We must protect ourselves at all costs from everything involved in the outside world. And Ashkenazic culture tends to get kind of like that inward focus that results in some cultural expressions, which is shortly. Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades did not sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also, where Jews are mainly living, it's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge would come after 1391, as we discussed last semester, that their challenge would come after 1591, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no, and now they have to live in both the Christian world and the Jewish world simultaneously. Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they can direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving a Jewish identity. You see the contrast between Ashkenazim, sword in the sand, saying, if you force this on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of, pardon the pun, jiu-jitsu, and find a way to keep my Jewish identity, despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two different, very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was inspired, and we have the first example of this, at least according to the Jewish Chronicles, of the Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than submit to baptism, and this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. Finally, in Worms, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and he says, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. So they wanted to have nothing to do with it. Crazy allegations of blood libel and bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite, they were supposed to be preserved so that later they could testify as to the validity of it. The bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle, and they massacred 800 people there. You have more and more examples of mass suicide among Jews happening. In mines, the bishop was willing to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of when you have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe it'll come up in my notes here. But one town, they actually arrested one of the rabble rousers, and they cut off his hands, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence ran over even the bishop, even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. So when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually beat and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and it's such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying you're not coming into our land. This is crazy. You come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of the Christianity. It's totally not okay. So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail is kind of interesting is what happens to those Jews who accepted baptism rather than submit to kills or certainly than decide to commit suicide. There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you in the Florida class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that once a person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent, they are now magically Christians. It's a sacrament. You can't take a bet. So the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. They have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, no, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to their Jewish communities, and he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're the emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christian theology? But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews of the time, largely overruled by the Rishonim that you are familiar with. Rashi, perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the Crusades, the first Crusade was probably the last, thing that he had to deal with in his life. There were significant things. Maybe once they were baptized, especially if they volunteered to be baptized rather than be killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we shouldn't accept that. Maybe we're only allowed right? You can't be allowed to. You have to force yourself to give up your life for this. Nevertheless, the consensus developed over the course of about 100 years. Not so huge and things to do. Consensus developed that we'll allow them to come back. We'll allow them to consider Jews. We'll consider this a forced situation that we're not responsible for that decision. Okay. Arguments, discussions, anything on that? Clear as the sun at noonday. Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean. I don't know. I really don't know. I think that the consensus that we've shown them are that, baptism has no impact on Jewish status based on the principle Israel, a Jew, even though he sins, is still a Jew. You can't use that to but I'm not a Hosea, I'm not even a rabbi. I'm a guy. That's what it should be. Okay, so what about Jerusalem? Jerusalem, of course, the Crusaders in 1099, they finally get over there. There's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like in the first Crusade, it was the crusading story, and things like you have guys like Richard's a Lionheart, make their reputations in these battles with Muslim. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against And there's going to be a massacre and certain Jews are sold in slavery. One second. And it is ironic, we should remember that right now, Muslims and Jews are at loggerheads primarily over politics in the Middle East. Been like that for the last century and a half, more or less. But prior to this, there were many points in time where the Muslims were actually on the same side against Christians. Also, one more thing to point out, we should bear in mind that much of the Middle East in the 21st century, the Middle East has not let go of this history, right? Like when America invaded Iraq, which Desert Storm, I think it was, right? The Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're thinking of Americans as these guys. Our Muslims having their own business. Jerusalem, it's not even clear how much they were really in trade with Christian pilgrims, but all of a sudden they get like all of Europe down here and they're big metal armor and their horses and stuff like that, and like they make a war with us. So they regard the pest as being like an existential enemy. Something that's happened for the last millennium, largely because of the yeah, so you got to take the Spartan Jewish history class. That's you do have this period. They all. That's a little bit of exaggeration about conviventria, the period of coexistence. Lasts about 200 years. About give or take 950 to 1150. Yes, it's exclusively Spain. Yeah, but that's it. It's an interesting period of time. Spartan Jewish history. I think right now everybody's getting along. Yeah, I would love that. Sure. I think America is an exception in history in many ways. So there's a lot to be said for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe we would like, but well, case in point, right? Okay, let's just have one weird thing here. So one of the immediate cultural expressions of Jews in the post-Crusade era that had a long-lasting effect was a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is biblical in origin. You see it all over Tanakh. It basically means someone who goes like beyond the letter of the law. But it has been used so many times in history. The followers of Yehuda Maccabi were called Hasidim. David Melech calls himself Hasidim. We have, of course, the 18th century Hasidic movement, Chabad, Satmar, all those guys. But this is a different movement. It just happens to use the same name. They flourished for about 100 years right after the Crusade. Most of their writings are focused in one book for Hasidim. Fascinating book on a historical level. Sorry? Yes, so Yehuda Hasid is one of the major authors of this, all the father. This is a fascinating book on a historical level because it includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happened in Ashkenaz at this time. A fascinating religious work. It's basically sort of a mixture of Musar and Halacha about how you should behave, and all kinds of like stuff that didn't make it to Halacha, but nevertheless kind of like advice given by the followers of the Ashkenaz. What is especially unique about it, though, what distinguishes it from a lot of other trends, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenazi tradition. It's very, very sharp at this time, though, is that the Hasidic Ashkenaz were really big into self-blame, self-denial, martyrdom, all kinds of like, we have to do more tshuva, where it's so different from much of modern day Hasidus. We talk about Chabad, for example, which is all the Hasidim are really much more about joy and about camaraderie and singing. No way, these Hasidic Ashkenaz were really into like self-mortification, like literally rolling in snow. Fasting was a big lots and lots of fasting, and even like after death, customs like putting in your will that you want your coffin dragged along the street to your burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Those kinds of things show up in the Hasidic Ashkenazi movement. It is a kind of like a cold, dark spirit in many ways culturally, but the Sefer Hasidim is actually quite fascinating to look at it. It's short-lived, but certain ideas definitely do find their echoes later on in Hasidic work. I think I have here, no, I don't have the images. It is at this point, by the way, where the Hasidic Ashkenaz have this influence on not portraying women's faces in particular. That in the artwork that we have from the time, a lot of I have them, I think later on in this lecture, maybe I put it in the video. A lot of the artwork will show women with animal heads rather than with human heads. If I'm going to, I'll try and find it. Sometimes all people, not just women, but especially women. And that also happens today too. The idea is like, we're not sure exactly what the idea is, but most people say it has to be the idea of like, yes, it's not right to look at it like that. Yes, question. The Ashkenaz? Well, it was kind of like an intellectual religious movement. So prominent rabbis were deeply involved in it and influenced, and so people followed it. People thought like that's how you express your Judaism. Nowadays, we express our Judaism by like having lots of yoke. Back then, they would say, "Oh man, I gotta go like a little bit. I stop eating for 2 days." It was just a style. Wear dark clothes, wear white clothes. Well, that's, I think, precisely what a lot of historians would say. The Crusades maybe were seen as like a divine punishment because we were having too much levity. Yeah, correct. So it stands to reason that they were influenced by the environment. We'll see the same kind of thing to a certain degree happening with the Black Death. No way to know for sure. No way to know for sure. But I would think it just survived. I mean, we still have their writings, so it's indicated they were circulating. We'd have to find a way to measure that. I don't think anyone knows. Mr. Kranz. Yeah. A lot of particular do not like that. I don't know. Could be. Not sure. Okay, let's go back there. Now, the next master, right? The whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That reasons why Jews want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. The Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures, try and protect them. It helped quite often that you didn't have the same kind of big massacres that we did in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. So one of the most awful of the developments of this era was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of because unfortunately it is a myth that continues to this day. This is a map from the Encyclopedia Judaica that shows you the places in Europe that had a blood libel with the centuries when they occurred. See the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea. It started first up here in Norwich, right here in the, it's actually the earliest one is in 1144. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, that the Jews need to kill a Christian child. There's actually two distinct charges. The first one is called ritual murder, and later it develops into what's called a blood libel, a libel. Ritual murder is this idea that, well, why would Jesus kill a Christian child? Well, the reason is because, as the crazy theory goes, and for those of you who are going to be watching this and recording, it's not true. Jews don't do this stuff. But the church has, by the way, said this over and over again. The popes are constantly publishing bulls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazy Jews who say this happens. But nevertheless, it's one of those things that is, hard to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to ritually murder a child in order to vicariously reenact the passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing again, specifically around Passover, right? That's the season of the Passion. The term Passion refers to that whole story of the crucifixion. And so, whenever it happens, unfortunately, it does happen. Young children, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused, and then murdered. Such things happen, of course, even in our own day. So, people are really upset. They did this terrible thing, and someone says, I bet it was the Jews. I heard the Jews do this. It is April after all. It must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out, and then what happens afterwards, sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings, and it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge of ritual murder, which really begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on to this idea. It's a little bit like an urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these, countries in Central America because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub and you'll find a scar and someone has stolen your kidneys. Right? You ever hear those crazy stories? You go to a bar for something to drink, you wake up the next day missing a kidney. And people say, yeah, what happened? Oh man, but I don't know how often and how so what happens. It just sort of like takes up way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens to ritual murder. The blood libel just added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. The blood libel is the argument that not only do the Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victim. They have to actually go, why do they need to drink blood? Well, there's lots of crazy reasons. Anyway, I'll show you here, like you see a crowded map of how many places had blood libels after that first one, 1144. This is Simon of Trent in 1479, one of the most widely publicized blood libels. You can see all of the Jews scattered around here. This is like it's part of a large lodge. Like one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 19th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and public announcements were often made on these large sheets of what would look like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make. In Europe, you'll see the round pillars in public spaces, and they post these big things. In Israel, you see in Pashkevilin, same kind of idea, like don't go to college kind of messages that you see in some places. I should say that. That's how this would be posted. It was not colored. This is a colorized version. It just adds a little level of vibrancy to it. The Jews here, and they all have names because below it would be a long text in medieval German that people could not read, so they could see the cartoon image. They have these little ULs here, these little badges that indicate they are Jews. From the year 1215 on, Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the Gospels, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the Christianity was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. They're catching the blood in a little pan, And then later they would do various things with blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. And for those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water, you know that a little bit of blood would probably make it taste better. That's a bit. I didn't say that. I'll have to cut that out for the video. But there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation. And so they lose iron every week, every month, and they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron. Other stories will say that they're infertile, and the only way that they can reproduce is if they consume blood, or it's an aphrodisiac. And when there's all kinds of absolutely bizarre stories. If you're curious about this really weird aspect of medieval history, I recommend you look at Joshua Trachtenberg's remarkable work written right during the Holocaust, trying to wake people up as to how long this has been going on, called The Devil and the Jews. Very powerful work. He lists, 20 different things that people believe Jews did with this blood, and amazing examples of Christians actually trying to buy the blood so that they could use it for their purposes as well. And of course, there's no blood to be had. But this blood libel just became such a powerful peg in the mind of medieval Europe that it haunted Jews for hundreds of years. Here's another depiction of Beatus Simon Martyr, which basically means Saint Simon the Martyr. As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. They said it's crazy. Jews would go to the Pope and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us, and we're getting attacked, and it's not fair, it's not true. And the church would actually, be forthcoming and say the Jews are right, true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one of them. He was actually beatified by the church, which means he was one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often, you take the remains of the child, who was killed by who knows whom, definitely not the Jews, and then be buried in a wall of the church. You can go to churches today in Europe and you can see where they have, the remains of these children who were horribly killed, but the Jews were blamed for it. Well, I don't think you'll find too many people who are willing to go along with that, but historians recognize it for what it is as best you can. But here's another one from the 18th century in Poland. They often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews. It is based on the whole idea of pedophilia and things like that. The Nazis would just make tremendous use of this entire story in their propaganda. It is one of the horrific attacks on Jews that there's another really good reason to start leaving Western Europe. They would follow them to Eastern Europe, but the idea was we got to get away from these crazy people. So the question Mr. Parente asks is, there's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sander Gilman. So I think it's called The Jew's Body. So it might be called The Jew's Nose. I'm not sure. Sander Gilman's the author. And he argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo, a very famous Greek statue of a woman. And it was considered in the late 19th century, and it was displayed in the Louvre as like the ideal human form. And so a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists started saying, well, if this is the ideal, with the aquiline nose and the right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite of that. And that's when the kind of capitalist image, the large group, that's the late 19th century. Okay, so let's go to one last related charge. This is fascinating. Now, the ritual murder morphs into the blood libel, makes Jews feel very uncomfortable during this time period. And you can say much more about this. Really, we can teach a whole semester on the blood libel, the crazy examples where, for example, you didn't even have to have a body. Like the Noah incident of 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported a missing child. Nobody found the body. Nevertheless, they attacked all the Jews, massacred them, over a bloodbath. It was a crazy, crazy thing. Post-desecration, however, is kind of like the next step up in this entire crazy belief system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, post-desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually the Catholic Church found it advantageous to even promote, to some degrees, the post-desecration story because it served their own agenda of points. So the term host refers to a little wafer that became part of Catholic religious practice. It was part of a ritual called communion, that when you were a Catholic in good standing and you had said your confession and done whatever penance was required, then you would enter into communion, which would involve the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of this little cracker. It looks like a Ritz cracker kind of thing, like you have a kiddish. This would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation. So they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually literally becomes the body of Christ. That it's literally the body of Christ you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird. I think it sounds weird to me, but it's somebody else's religion, so that's what they believe. So, and that's like a very holy thing to actually be consuming the body. So, through this doctrine of transubstantiation, where it's not a symbol, it's not like it's representative of, it's actually the thing itself, mamish. So, if it is the thing itself, then it stands to reason that Jews would want to torture it. Right? If they are killing Christian children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact the passion, certainly they're going to do it with the wafer itself, which represents Jesus literally. So the church, whereas they thought the blood Bible was really dangerous and put down, post-desecration actually supported the argument for transubstantiation as a doctrine, which was not an easy sell. So here's a post-desecration story that's described from the German city of Passau, so the 14th century, and it's basically again written with cartoons, because most people were illiterate, even though it does have the German text above it, kind of like a graphic novel. And the stories are almost all the same. Here is a Christian accomplice. Typically, there will be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade Christian in a lot of the blood Bible stories. A renegade Christian, helps the Jews find the child, that kind of thing. Here's a renegade Christian, goes into the church, and you can see he's looking over his shoulder as he steals from it. For the wafers. Sorry. And then he goes and takes it to the Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have very well on their shirts or tunics, and he accepts money for the host. The host is then brought back to the synagogue by the Jews. They got it in a little box here, and in their synagogue, they torture the host. So they're stabbing with knives. Miraculously, it bleeds. It starts to bleed. That's again demonstrating the miraculous properties of the host. You can see that the Christian art in this synagogue, or has to look carefully because he's trying to reproduce the ribs here in Hebrew, but doesn't know how to write Hebrew, so he's learning gibberish up there. And then what happens is, like the police come to the door and say, "Hey, what's going on in here? We hear like some screaming, right? Like the host is screaming at the words of the Jews. They quick get rid of the evidence. They collect it up. They throw it into the furnace, and miraculously, the form of a small child appears in the flames, and doves fly out of the flames, caught by a waiting angel, right? Like all these miracles are attached to it to sort of reinforce the idea of transubstantiation. All of this stuff is Narishkeit, Robomycin is not true at all. The next part, unfortunately, is what actually happens. There was a mob bursting in the synagogue. They arrest all the Jews. They behead them. This is also a typical Jewish act from the 15th century. They torture them over the flames. They set them on fire. The Christian is later taken away for other punishments, and the synagogue is rededicated as the body parts up here from blood Bibles, things like that. So host desecration, also hugely popular from the 13th century onward. It's ritual murder, the blood Bible, the host desecration. It just gets crazier and crazier. This is the map that shows the spread of the host desecration. This also spreads into Spain quite heavily as well. Okay, well, that's so exhausting. Questions, yes, Mr. Rothschild. I didn't understand what your question was. Were they spread separately from what? Oh. It would be interesting to try and correlate this stuff with witch hunts, which happens quite a bit later. I think there has been a lot of stuff written on spread of superstition in mass media. When it's a thing for two guys sitting in an inn telling a story, there's only a certain degree of impact you can have when it's one to one or one to a few. But once you start like getting broadsheets, and once you won't have newspapers at this time, but once you have like more technology for dissemination, then it just goes crazy. And, we live in the same time in the era of the internet, right? Where someone can have a super crazy idea, like QAnon, right? And within weeks, all of a sudden, QAnon is like a real thing. People start saying, "Oh my gosh, is it true? Who is Q, anyways?" You guys know what I'm talking about, by the way? What else is there? Yes, it's really that. QAnon is a bizarre, sort of, super crazy idea that involved most weird ideas. Like, for example, it was back in the 2016. It was especially a huge during COVID, but it goes back to 2016. One of the weirdest aspects of it was the idea that Democrats were actually lizards from outer space. I'm not making this up. Lizards from outer space were bent on kidnapping children and committing pedophilic acts. It got so bad that for some reason there were people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington, saying that this was like a QAnon belief, that this pizzeria had a basement where they were doing this, and some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot it up, looking for basement. No basement. Like, it's just, it's floodlight. It's like, oh, sorry, and I'm looking back. Yeah, it did happen. It's super crazy things that happen. And it has a lot to do with how information is shared. And we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because you're digital natives, but we don't know how to share it. Mr. Rubin. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. There are some really crazy things. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left. We'll do the expulsion part. Okay, very good. Oh, Black Death. You might not get the expulsion. If things couldn't get worse, you have the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century. Right? The 1340s through about 1360, you have this terrible plague that reaches Europe, and nobody has natural immunities to it. The contemporary opinion is that it's based on a particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of flea that was on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably with
Rabbi.
maybe in Sicily, and just like carves a swath of deaths were all out Europe, with mortality rates reaching like 40-50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death with big ulcers called buboes that would grow up in, lymph glands and things like that. And people are like, obviously, picking out. Think of COVID-19, but with a lot more blood, with a lot more mortality. Yeah, mortality. Yeah, it was happening really fast, and also people don't have any good idea about how germs spread, right? Yeah, they don't have a good idea about any kind of this contagion theory. There are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts because remember how it's used to relate to this anyway? Well, that would be the way to sleep. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as that we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands before bread. Again, usually without soap. I don't know how many times you guys wash your done with soap, right? So we wash without bread, without soap. And we would bathe more often, right? That's so weak. Right? So that's not exactly bathing so much. There's another argument that says that it's kind of crazy. The Jews didn't like dogs. Like there is some stuff in the Gemara about owning a bad dog. The Jews own cats instead. Cats chase rats. Rats run away. No rats. No fleas. No bubonic plague. All of that is just supposition. In fact, more likely, Jews probably died at a higher rate as a result of penalties. They're living in contact with each other. When you have a contagious disease like this, it's much better off living isolated in a farm than you are living in an urban setting. We simply don't know if there's a Jewish death rate different from Christians during the Black Death. The reason we do know a lot about the Black Death in Jews, though, is because a lot of Jews were doctors. Jewish doctors writing down, hey, I tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that. And we have a lot of fascinating accounts, but it's specifically from Jewish doctors describing the progression of the disease. How this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that, at the time, like this is a 16th century revision, the triumph of death, right? These horrific kind of scenes they're looking at when you watch the video closely, with skeletons riding all over the place and big, like hurting people into coffins like this, and it's just a period of tremendous fear, and nobody knew what exactly was going on. One of the versions of explaining the Black Death that circulated, it's very popular, is that Jews were poisoning the wells of Europe. And what they were doing is they made a pact with lepers, and they were taking bits of their flesh that fell off and poisoning the wells. So here's an example. This is actually from England that shows a Jew. At the time this was designed, they didn't know what Jews dressed like because Jews had already been expelled from England at the time. But he's wearing like kind of their impression of what a Jew must wear, the special hat and things like that. And he's holding this leather pouch that has, the flesh of lepers in it, and he's dumping it into the well. And coming spinning out of the well is a kind of a demon that urinates back into the well and it poisons it. In the background, just for good measure, is a ritual murder victim as well. This is in English. I'll show you a little close up of the text. Look at it. You can read here. It says in the shoulder notes, a great infection of all Europe by reason the water in the wells was poisoned. The ally that tells me it's the ally that tells the first leopard are holes and there's a point with the blood of man being composed with certain venomous herbs wrapped in a little linen cloth. Find a stone and change with the sink to the bottom, lightly tapped and fed infection. All the fountains as well. Bizarre kind of ideas circulating. All of these things together. This is like why Jews felt not welcome in the Roman. sexual murder, blood libel, the Black Death was the burning crossboard in the 14th century. Lots of reasons to leave Western Europe. And again, as we should God willing on Monday, we'll meet again. Eastern Europe was saying, hey, please, come here. We don't have a very advanced economy. You guys are great at developing economies. Please come. We'll let you settle. We'll give you all kinds of permissions and so on. And this is the time when Jews are being forced out of Europe all over the place. This is from 1182 when Jews were forced expelled from France. Largely things that we talked about with the economic situation, and this is where we're going to move it off. Most important of those expulsions, of course, would be later in 1492 from Spain, but we're still a little bit shy of that. Yeah, I'm actually through the entire lecture. Any last minute questions before we wrap up? Thank you very much for joining me. Here we go. Last week, like last century, we were talking about the negative pressures that were taking Jews eastward out of Western Europe, right? What kind of pressures? Western Europe, barbaric invaders, right? Exactly, the massacres of Stonington, 96 onward, good. What else? Governments kicking out, right? We've got expulsions in France from 1182, like 5 or 6 of them through the next century and a half. And England told 90, right? You know, why are they kicking out? Generally speaking, when the peasants owed you money, you have an rebellion. When the nobles owed you money, you have an expulsion. Right? It's just because that's how they deal with it. And of course, they end up inviting that. Right? What about someone like a really bizarre idea of certain time that made you feel welcome? Or no blood or social separation? What is ritual murder? Or close. That's a mountain. Those specifications, most of the practice, the practice. Okay, well said. So ritual murder is technically the earliest way to done by it. Ritual murder charges in skin, 1144, in order is the idea that Jews must resolve the act of crucifixion. So they ritually murder any child. That's the argument. Later, they added to that the blood aspect. Okay, so we've definitely got an environment of Jews outbreak more than Western Europe. At the same time, this whole is actually an invitation to Jews to please. One door is shutting, another door is opening at the same time, and this is going to be the basis of the great Eastern European Ashkenazi century. Because even though, as we saw on our very first time, genetics is pretty much common. The large majority of Ashkenazim is sent from Eastern Europe, Poland, Romania, Ukraine, Belarus, to certain degree Russia. They oh, baby, which one is that? Moved from West End. Okay. Let's just change for a second. A few weeks ago, very interesting story. He died in 2008, something like that. He was especially known for his conception of the blasphemous visions of Jewish history. Meaning that he's criticizing the entire definition of Jewish history that it's all persecution and yet we overcome persecution, do great things and stuff like that. So we talked about him for this, and I'm going to come back to what he said. But I want to choose you two other great historians who made a huge impact on the way we think about history. This man, not Stewart, either Scott Thompson. Well, Rothschild was one of the first people to really try and figure out what what do we mean by this we call history. Some of these years, right? But late 19th century. That means that all those people who wrote history centuries and centuries before him were not necessarily writing history in the modern historians. Right? What could possibly be different about history written in 3000 and history written in 2000? What's different? Okay, good. More use of sources, but even more basic. What sources do you use? What do you mean by that? Direct facts. What is a direct fact?
Just things that actually happened, maybe instead of fiction stories.
And so now, you said that you believe that? No, before you said that, you said exactly. You were Messiah, to bring from one point. You said things that actually happened. Remember you said that? Right? The history of the Shikli is thus eigentlich gewählt war. Translation, what actually happened. History is what actually happened. And that's what's his big deal. Because, you know what? Too much of this all of the history that's coming from now, it's not. Versus I think it's people say, so what actually happened. What are people writing? They're writing, like Mr. Silver suggested, stories, edifications. You know, they're writing like narratives. And the purpose of these earlier histories are not to chronicle
This is
what actually happened.
It's really unprecedented. This motherfucker throwing up gang signs like a pimp. Wah, wah, wah. What a bunch of fucking Jews.
They're more like art form than science, sure. And from Robbie's that we have to like really think about what we're doing because history is not supposed to be fiction. There's supposed to be a big, line in the show of the library on the left is fiction, on the right is history. But in reality, a lot of history was pretty fictionalized. Like, there's no problem with mythology straight into like wars and stuff like that. So this is all history. People later be really criticized in the 20th century saying, well, but that was really important, sort of turning point in how we understand history. His history is supposed to be for something, like to inculcate certain values. Chances are when you went to study history in high school, particularly if you studied Jewish history in high school, they were trying to teach you a certain value set rather than teach you a bunch of facts. That was appropriate, because we want to build up people's ideas, but it's not necessarily the history that people would be happy with. Another really important thing there is about housing. He is the founder of modern criticism. As distinct from some precursors like Spinoza, but Wellhausen was the first person to really try and use history to undermine the way history used to come up. And so we had an incredibly complex impact on how everybody appreciates history colors. So we're not going to go into this theories, but one of them is so important for us that we can't avoid putting them on the board here. And that is a very, very valuable insight that history tends to reveal more about the period in which it is written than the period in which it is writing about. What could that possibly mean? History reveals more about the period in which it was written than the period in which it is writing about. Yes. The people who are writing this period during those times. They are kind of important to this to what's going on. They'll get more out their personal views for it and better. Nice take. if you're talking about primary sources. But for example, I wrote my dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my looks, I'm not that old. Right? I was not around 1978. I was studying primary sources. I was like in 1990. So how could what I'm doing in the 1990s be more reflective in my work in 1917 than what actually the whole book is about? So very good. Diaries, what's my documents, I look at archaeology, you know, but I'm writing my studies, taking all my grades on dimensions, those are I know historically, very nice. Aligns it by if we're looking backwards, our perspective is today. So what I'm trying to set process today, it's like, for example, sometimes people look at biographies of great individuals, and they'll see that occasionally they may say something that jars us by our common sensibilities. Like, it jars us when they say something about slavery, or not necessarily being, saying, oh, I'm getting slavery is bad. You just think that that was. Or they observe, for example, that gnashing got compelled, looking for like-minded. Oh, man, misogyny. Well, excuse me, they weren't a misogynist in the whole section. That was like everybody saw that. But if we do that person's attitude, I think we make it 20%, then we'll make it pass out character judgments. But that's what Rothschild's main point is. So you tend to view history from the perspective of person and into that history, all of our contemporary biases. And it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual work to try and recreate them. Historians, philosophers, it's possible to recreate them, but that's not present. But it's not a lot of his own because that's what's going on with it. Which has a tremendous amount of biases built in by our contemporary situation. We tend to look at what actually happened, but we now slice of it by looking at water pictures of what actually happened, as I think demonstrated in the next by law and standards. Right? Now, this is going on in Ukraine right now, and I made this a couple of years ago. Now it's even weirder because we're in a strange moment with the U.S. and Ukraine and with Russia. But this, I like this picture particularly because a lot of the stuff we're going to talk about today uses the conflict using Ukraine and which was like epic in the 17th century in some ways. But here we are, in the first century, a little Jewish guy flanked by these very Ukrainian guys, and so it's just such a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually most people look at Ukrainian Jewish history very differently today because of the contemporary political climate differently. 30 years ago, 100 years ago, it's the same history. Nothing changed because once the past is over, it's not good. But actually, that's not true. One problem said the past is it's not dead, it's not even over. It's still reliving the past, but unwaxed in both sides. Let us now, with that kind of introduction, go down to which I say is more mysterious than actually clarify it, but hopefully we'll come back to these ideas that they are revealed. Let's talk about the migration pressure result. Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from central Germany. It's a little bit, I want to put this other part a bit higher as well, but this is them making their way specific years to later become Latvia, Estonia, not so much Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This is here it's labeled just as Russia because this map is sort of reflecting the 19th century Russian Empire, but as I'm sure all of you are aware, the Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire, so 1991, reduced itself to be full of much smaller important countries like Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, and so on. So we've got this significant eastward movement of Jews, pressure from the nasty things we talked about last week, but at the same time, invited Eastern Europeans. So you have to figure out why are they invited into it? Okay, let's look at it. Here is the political map of the largest country in Europe, for much of the later Middle Ages and the modern period. It's a country known as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason why it's called the Commonwealth is because it was produced as a result of a dynastic union between the monarchies of Poland and Lithuania. As you see, it's massive, stretched all the way from the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, almost down to the Black Sea. Here, this would be the southern part of the Ukraine, Crimea, still contested region of contemporary Ukraine held by Russia and actually, this is more or less the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian war today, too. Russia has most of this, although the Ukrainian has a particularly assertive and here is part of Russia, although this part is still in Ukraine. Close to everywhere. And so, Central Europe, way over here, Greenland, like that. Big country. And more significantly, it's actually filled with several distinct ethnicities. There are Ukrainians and Belarusians who are Eastern Orthodox, right? The Christian church has an Eastern section called Orthodox. It's like 7 patriarchs. The Western church, holding is the Catholics. There's a little chunk of Ukrainians here who are also Catholics. And they're also closely related Slavic languages for the most part. Ukrainian and Belarusian are both written with a Cyrillic alphabet like Russian, with a handful of letters different, both in shape and in pronunciation. Poland is also a Slavic language, but written with the Roman alphabet, the one of the English. Lithuanian and Latvian, Estonian are a totally different language family altogether. So many different people there. You also have a certain amount of Greeks and Armenians, but the next biggest minority, of course, is the Jews. The Jews first entered this area, as far as we can tell, from the Crimea Peninsula, where they were first there was Greek trading organizations back around the year 0. And then you also have some Byzantine Kazakh organizations, specifically to the region of actually, let's clarify that for a second. When you listen, Kyiv is not a place. I think there's 2 syllables in that word. It's pronounced Kiev. And that's why in English, for the longest time, that's what we said, yeah. Just like, you know, that's the name. But if you claim it, you have a slightly different vowel combination, the sounds are sounded things, and it is pronounced K-E. 2 syllables. I don't know why people say Cuban, but it's K-E. So anyways, sitting right about here was actually the center of the medieval period of a massive princedom, really a kingdom, that was later regarded by Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles, and Belarusians as their home. But in many ways, they're totally separate. And in fact, after the Mongol invasion of 1240, they were literally separate, because that was linked for Christians and all of that. There's lots of treaties actually from the year 1000 on. lots of archaeological evidence. There's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian Gate and so on. And I believe we discussed, we did the famous Otis Flaminio Beds, the Chronicle of Blind 5 years, where it's below the year and I decided to collisions. So that dates from about the year 999. So we definitely know that Jews are very active in this region from a very, very long time ago. Then you've got this massive influx that comes in from Germany. And this is really where we get the huge bulk of Jewish population. So much so that they're really involved, among other things, in the very first minutes in Polish meetings, making money, literally making money. Here's a whole pile of very early Polish coins, and you notice anything unusual about them? They have Hebrew all over them. They are like totally Hebrew. Why are the Poles sending money through letters? Nobody else can read them anyway. Because they're like, all those jokes are yeah, exactly. Poles are not rich, and the only people who are really producing these things are the Jews. Jews are the ones who know how to handle them, know their value, and so on. And they're only, the Latin alphabet, they're in Hebrew letters. Why are Jews doing this though? Why do they think that Polish people do this? So, why do we call it attractive? Because Poles already in the country do this. The Jews already, by the time they say the 1300s, they've got a long track record of being extremely strong in finance. There is no such a thing, right? They've got a basic monopoly on money lending because of the Church of doctrine and people allowed to finance. They're literally rich. They have extensive experience by now with producing coinage. And so the Poles were saying, it's so hard to get us from this old barter economy where people are buying things like rabbit skins and bushels of grain. We need to move to that more advanced money economy like there's in Germany and France. Let's get some Jews over here to do this for us. And the Jews are very happy to come in and start working on these things. See lots of those folks up there. This one's my favorite. It says, Mashko Karo, King Meshko. It's great. Karo is great. Each of the amazing things. Going back to this here, a lot of them stuff, in particular in Ukraine, and why that's so significant. But what does the term right bank mean? Because there is a major river that bisects Ukraine. It runs from Rabbi to disaster. It runs from the north into the Black Sea. And as it flows southward, and you're facing the water's flow, the right hand is called the right bank. And the left side is called the left bank. The Jews are hugely concentrated in the left bank, and primarily because of an economic institution that was especially welcoming for them, that's called the Aventa. So hang on to that word, Aventa, something like 20,000 Jews lived there in 1648. And of course, they because of the outbreak of the Great Mesquite Rebellion that was by the But we look at this map here, it just gives you a sense of the tremendous scope of Jewish settlement. Each one of these place names represents a space that has Jews living there by the time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of Jews, unlike in Shire Homes and Mines, where you have a tiny little group concentrated in 3 places. Here, Jews spread out. There's small numbers that tend to be village and town based. Some cities as well. This looks like a good question for the simple answer. Why do they prefer this setup rather than a really concentrated urban environment? Money, thank you. Right. Money, like where you're in. Why money? Economic opportunity. Yeah, exactly. as we shall see the kind of economic opportunity that this environment afforded, especially for much smaller pockets of cities, rather than the massive concentrations we would get with industrialization, when factories start developing, new industries like department stores, things like that. That's really when you start to really big Warsaw, places like that. But in these tiny little settlements, which were called shtetl in Yiddish, the shtetl is the singular. Shtetl is a Yiddish form of the Ukrainian word "mistechko," which means village. So shtetl is like a little village, more than the end of the Yiddish word. Then you get smaller. And so shtetl is the plural of shtetl. So they're setting up all these shtetl's over. Here is the river, so this is all right bank over here. Okay, we're going to talk about the specific environment. The invitation of the Jews, come in and please do this stuff for us. The committee turned out to be fairly short-lived, like Lorenda, I can describe how the Rothschild. This happens to be a 19th century depiction of the Jews coming to the king, and the king said, "Oh, how come the Jews are here? You not like this? Or you try to fight with them?" Jews are like, "Oh, please fight us." And this guy was kind of mosaic, but unusual for sure that's not the 19th century adaptation. Nevertheless, it's so good for the Jews for hundreds of years in Poland that the tradition arose that Poland, or Poland in Yiddish, was really an acronym for the Hebrew words "Pol," here, within. We will rest. Like Lena. Poland, here we will rest. And after all our wanderings to Western Europe, North Africa, and saints, the blood idols, finally here, Poland, here in Poland, we will rest. That's it here. We talk about some of the massive things, especially when over there. So, one of the most important things that brought them there was this thing called Magdeburg. This is really important. Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany that was one of the first to codify the rules of being a citizen of that town. These were citizens that are imply like equal rights, that concept that we disagree with somebody. But if you were an authorized resident of Magdeburg, you had certain rights that were carved up in your group. And the Jews in particular, how this Magdeburg, which gave them, when they came into a specific town, gave them specific rights and responsibilities. So, talking about the early economic class, but the kinds of things that Jews would insist on, for example, was that they could be given monopolies in certain industries, such as we shall see, for example, alcohol distillation and sale. They could be allowed to be the only people allowed to sell alcohol. They could be allowed to be the only people who engage in taxation, things like tolls, whatever industry. I know sometimes like you go to get your driving done here, anywhere in North America, and 9 out of 10 times you're going to be doing with Koreans. Why that is, I don't know. But like a lot of Koreans, I guess, gravitate, but if you get there, every time you Queens, for sure it's going to be the Korean side. It's like every barber, like a 50-mile radius of agriculture men, is a Bukhari factor. Is there some kind of like sort of say, what am I going to do with myself? I'm going to go to salon, I should be a barber. My cousin is a barber. Well, let's give you some tips. So there's one of those industries that was really big for Jews was alcohol production. We shall see that more seriously. Magdeburg also reinforced a lot of the tatanos that the Kehillah had imposed, including the Cherem HaYishuv. You remember what the Cherem HaYishuv was? Exactly. Cherem HaYishuv is literally a ban on selling. You can only move into town if you have permission to go out. You can't come in here and open up a Asian restaurant. Even if you're bureaucracy. This is Doge, right? Nobody is downsizing these massive bureaucracies. And so the government essentially hands over a lot of this self-government to the cities, and the cities will set these things up. Why would they want to give these kind of rights to Jews? What? Everybody could say that profit I would say not so much number one, not so much number three, but number two. There's the third one was, sort of like happily. I don't think I'm the biggest thing, but make money, everybody will say. The biggest will have growth. Once again, right? The whole idea is that the Jews are prosperous, the king can tax them. But not the only, there's not the only ones that tax them. The economy can tax them too. And there's an open recognition that Jews are very good at making money through a lot of skills that are not widely shared in the population, like literacy and literacy. And so let the Jews live here, give them the privileges they want to set up shop, and then we will tax them. Right? Kind of like Lahab deal, why Mitch was doing might want to open up that gambling casino. Right? They might not like here gambling. Gambling is by the highway. Okay, my jam kid is yeah, so people, why would you want to have a gambling facility? Think there's it's going to attract people, or maybe lots of solitary, a lot of despair. Why would you want to have that in your neighborhood? Well, for money, thank you, right? Because you can tax it. It's a vice. People are going to pay taxes on vices. That's why tax there. But you don't want to put it in your center of the residential area. You know, too much pushback. So the Jews were a little bit like that. Nobody really wanted the Jews to live there. So many they're not Christians. They don't believe like that. But you know, it makes a lot of money. So as long as we can they keep to themselves, we're happy with it. And my point back is like a whole body of laws that was good for Jews. It gave them rights and protection and privileges, and it rated the degree in which they did say that. Yes. Oh, yeah, thank you. It was started named after one town in Germany, but it was copied over and over again throughout Eastern Europe. As the Jews were saying, oh, you want us to move to this town? Fine, and we'd like to have some mountain artifacts. And they'll say, well, we're not close to this, I'll tell you. And then they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the classic thing. So by the time you get to the 18th century, just look at the density of Jewish settlements here in what would be at the end of total slavery. It's massive, right? Really probably especially in right bank, right? Now, really, I get that's whole. I'm talking about the council of translation. Here is one of the amazing things about this period of time, which one of the early dissertation of the great Jewish historian Shimon Gilmore, who is a phenomenal historian of Eastern Europe. He lived until 1941 when he was shot dead by the Nazis. The last words his students came crowding around his body as he let out. He says in Yiddish, Schrein and Vorschlag, right and record. And he gave a series in the last sentence, last will. He recorded, he's writing it down, but people know what happened. Anyway, he wrote his dissertation on the Great Council of Lands. This is what happened. You have like all of these tiny steps all over. You have Kahal. We talked about the Kahal structure with the basin and the Panas and the pillars and stuff like that. So each Kahal is making its own unit, which are basically Talmudic in nature, but they're going to have some variation in local customs, things like that. But after a while, you know what? There's so much stuff that we share amongst that. And we could actually standardize ourselves if we organize ourselves into a kind of super PPI. One big PPI, one big council that would pass legislation for all the students in a bullshit land context. And that's how it did. It set up first generation 4 lines, and 5 lines. I'm just calling it the Council of Lands for Simplicity. This was essentially a super government, which was ironically way more sophisticated, provided far more services than the actual government of Pennsylvania for about 200 years. This is like an incredible time point of Jewish self-government, where every single people was operating in the same ecosystem, same kind of avenues in the field, and allowed for tremendous expansion of the Jewish community. Exactly. So the Council of Four Lands. So really an amazing institution. I'm just curious, what kind of things do you think that they were involved in? What did they pass legislation on? Mr. Taxes are good. I want control taxes. That's a good call. What else? How to deal with people who are out of line with, for example, someone like good point. You're absolutely right. How to deal with people who refuse to recognize authority. Like, let's say you're living in Tinsk and the basic sends you a serial and you got to show up to court. You say, I'm not going to listen to the court. I'm going to go on to Minsk, right? So if there's no central government, you live in Minsk. That's kind of like America. It's like that today, right? You don't like debate in Detroit, so then you move to Seattle because you can, right? And unfortunately, our base doesn't have a calendar. Chase you to Seattle. But if you find out what a vote did, you can say, oh, really? You can escape the rules by going to Minsk? No way. There's a tariff placed on you in Minsk. You are also going to be under tariff in Minsk, which was like huge. Again, remember, there is no secular Jewish identity at this point. The only way to escape the power of religion is that you become Jewish. There's no sort of like a possibility. That's the virus. It was essentially on afterwards for Western Europe, eventually go Eastern Europe as well, but it's not at all true. One other area that you might go and look see the law, for example, is in Egypt. The guy wants to not see his wife yet, and he said, I want to punish my wife, I'm going to move from Minsk, and his wife is stuck in place. Well, you will send goodbye and to pick him up and bring him back to Minsk. Of course, you do that. That's the power, this incredible thing that stretched again through what would be today the six countries. Yes, Mr. Reed. I know in Bolivia they had prisons for Jewish people who this was better than Jewish than being treated as non-prisons. It was absolutely acceptable, although flogging was more. This involves great expense, right? You've got to keep people up, feeding them, all kinds of things. So flog them once and it's done, and it's a physical pain. So flogging is almost you go through these years, find like some, flogging pillars where they were actually really flogged. Flogging was flogged. Okay, one other thing you might find surprising, but I guarantee you see it every single day, is an innovation of the body service. I try and give you a hint. I don't know if I give you a hint. What do you see when you first open up a book at these people? It's close to copyright, yeah. Well, we'll do it all today. All right, so custom. Now, what is it certified? I guess it's more like, it's like, emotional word, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, so Mr. Abrams said credibility makes sense. Like, who writes stuff that's not a phrase? Big rabbis, right? Big rabbis. Big rabbi writes, I think I have a chance to read this book, but everybody tells me that the author is a really nice guy and decides it, right? Until he later revokes it because they found people who don't roast him, right? But that's how we use that concept. But Haskams were invented by the Zod of Sodos because of the new technology of printing. Because it used to be when you wrote a thing there that basically once anyone had the manuscript, they could, if they wanted to, spend the time to copy it out. procedure, but it's popped out. So one step, and the price of engine books drops. And then it's, oh my gosh, I have this manuscript here. I can just put it in typeface, print it off, and I'll make a million sloppy, which is no, I did this, but I then screen. And so, and you can also do that with someone else's printed book. So let's say, for example, you're in Johnson, and you're just a Krakow, and it's a great book. You say, oh, this is a fantastic new book. You have a copy, you quickly go back to Dan Rick, you typeset your own version of the book, you print it off, save a lot of money before you can possibly ship his books up to Krakow. And it was a real problem because, it was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the printing process and getting. So the so came out with Ascamos, which originally were just agreements that nobody else is allowed to publish this book for a certain number of years. So we're back to what Mr. Rubin said, copyright. That's essentially what Ascamos were at first. They did not say anything about the quality of the book, or the room kind of the author. It basically said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be. And that was how that evolved into Ascamo yesterday. Ironically, the Ascamo that we have today is closer to what the Catholic Church uses, called the word, which is basically the sign that the Catholic Church says it's okay reading. Which you probably never seen any of the books to read, but sometimes you see a Catholic that does it. So these are the kinds of things the body did, and they continued to fulfill this function at various levels, really up until 1844, when the Kahal was finally abolished by the Russian Empire. But very, very active, really up until the late 1700s. Okay, are there any questions? Yes, Mr.
Only when there was the Jews still in the U.S. again, and then Christianity.
That was a typical thing. That might be one way for that to be focused on. And an ongoing problem of some significance. And it's a weird thing. Talking on a psychological level, it's so bizarre. And you see over and over again. Sometimes when people get divorced, it's an amazing thing. They hate each other so much that they will punish themselves in order to hurt their former spouse. Like saying, like this guy in Israel went to jail. In Israel, they put him in jail as he won't even get. And he went to jail for like 20 years. Rather than just like a jail. It's incredible how this thing happens. But that's true. The only way to really escape the region that they did was to give birth. And that worked. Some, practice. Okay, now we got to talk about the different stuff. Ready? Okay, so here's the thing. Why were Jews invited so much? We talked a little bit about that. That's just kind of cool that we have a film. So far more significant aspect. Something which became the backbone of Eastern European Jewish economy was this system known as the Empire. It's a Latin word. It's incorporated into the Polish language, and it basically means tax farming. How does this work? If we look at the map, let's go back to the map for a second here. If you look at the map of Eastern Europe, you have a tremendous number of noblemen of schmuck, and they, in complex, are dominated by Ukraine is not a independent country until the 20th century, and at this point it is part of the Polish. When you talk about particularly Polish landlords, own these massive farmsteads called latifundia. Again, another Latin word, but they've got all these Ukrainians living there as peasants, or a better term in this context would be serfs. SCRF. This is a version of feudalism that lasted up until the 1860s, like 1865. Serfs are sort of like slaves, except they have a certain degree of freedom of movement. They may not leave the land that they were born into, like the immediate village area, and they're required to pay a tax in goods, like a certain amount of their dollars, or in wages, like money, cash money, which is very hard to find, or in labor. But most of the basically, they would have to spend 1 to 2 days a week farming for the Lord, and the rest of the time they would live themselves. And so imagine the ethnic divide here is really crucial. Poles are Catholic and Western facing. The Ukrainians are Orthodox and Eastern facing. They regard each other as aliens to each other, and the Ukrainians are dominated by the Poles. But the thing is, the Poles live far away, and they have these massive farms. How do they regulate those farms? How do they actually derive benefit from it? The way they do it is the Jews. They bring the Jews in as so-called auditors, which means masters of the arenda, where they are the official tax collectors for the Poles. And it works as a kind of community system. So the Polish nobleman, let's say in Warsaw, will bring a Jewish community, the Jewish shtetl, or it's important to note here, very importantly, that these shtetl, the villages, and the surrounding farms, they are literally owned. Soil, buildings, everything, owned by the nobleman. Even to a certain degree, the serfs of the Poles are owned by the nobleman. But he doesn't want to go there and like be riding around in the mud all day making sure that the serfs are working. So what he does is he says to the Jewish community that's kind of there, okay, you guys are my tax collectors. I want you to collect 10,000 zloty for me next year. I want you to collect that money again. And the Jews say, we will accept this contract to collect 10,000 zloty for you. And the Roman says, fine, go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in the nitty-gritty of how exactly they collect it, and this is not a modern bureaucracy. There's no IRS here. And the Jews have to go back, and they have to collect that money from the peasants. Now, two things are important. The first is that who's paying the Jews? The nobleman is not paying the Jews. The Jews are paid by the amount that they collect, minus the amount they have to pay to the nobleman. So in other words, if you get in the year, we're going to provide 10,000 zloty, then the nobleman says, okay, that's the contract, come back to you next first of LO with 10,000 zloty. The Jews go back, they've got to collect 12,000 zloty, and the 2,000 left is for the Jewish community. That becomes their mainstay on their economics. And the nobleman doesn't care how, doesn't really want to get involved. So they involve all kinds of tax collecting devices, such as most commonly tax on produce. And you bring in 10 bushels for the nobleman. You trap 100 rabbits in the nobleman's forest. You've got to give over 10 of them. You want to cross the bridge over the lake. The nobleman built this bridge, got to pay a toll. And in some extreme cases, they're documented. If you want to use the nobleman's church, want to baptize your child, want to get married, you have to pay a tax to the Jews to use the church. And as you can imagine, it's like an incredibly galling to the population. We don't know how extensive the specific, tax to get the keys to the church really was, at least in terms of historical reality. The Ukrainian perception is massive. They have these popular folk songs that are memorized by the blind guitarists like Rabbi. And they all go on about the Jew who charge a huge amount in order to get into the church and get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that this is a tremendous amount of that.
So first of all, the Jews that are only 50% of the United States, they're really impoverished, they're the lowest class, peasants. think they were better than so that's all the money and part of it.
Well, there you go. That's like Salivarian, right? I'll listen to what you're saying. First of all, we should understand that our depictions of Shtetl life, we're talking about something that lasted for about 700 years. And there are definitely good times and bad times. And also, we have to understand that we're looking at Shtetl life, and we've got, we don't even think about the fact that we have running water. Right? Whereas going to the river and getting water was a daily chore for everybody. So the overall spending much lower than hours. So we tend to be distracted by that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe in, let's say, the year 1600, and you had to choose, do I want to know, like, age of the body statue, do I want to impersonate a Ukrainian peasant, or a Jewish tax collector, or a Polish nobleman? You probably choose Polish nobleman, but second choice would definitely be the Jewish tax collector. They were definitely far wealthier than the typical European peasant.
There was also the that the Ukrainians there was actually development days for Jews. Given the behavior of that. So
you are correct. I mentioned here 1600. 1648 is all about. As you can imagine, huge peasant rebellion, all kinds of anger directed at the Catholic Polish lords and their Jewish middlemen of Western European Ukraine. But you can understand the economics behind that huge explosion of anger. And in fact, I'm not being really counterintuitive. You tend to have sort of like a vision, like a set of dollhouses, a vision that's sort of colored by Fiddler on the Woodman or something like that. Fiddler presents a certain kind of image. A lot of it is true, but that's it presenting, let's say, a 1905 image, which is very different from 1600. Let's take it back to the 1600s the same way. And it's a rosy picture. If you look, however, at a really important source, which I recommend you read, and curious about doing research on this, Yemen Mitzvah, very, very powerful book by me, Hanover, a historian who reports the Prescott Rising of 1648, and he just goes to town on how evil it was and how stupid it was for the Jews to get themselves in that kind of economic position. Anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that this headed for a disaster. But eventually, things would go up, and they did. And that's what from its best centuries, he was unusually self-critical about, wow, bad choices these days. 17th century, primary source, well, absolutely. But, primary witness. Another example might be like, if you look at it's a terrible scandal, it's such a terrible channel. Look at the newspaper, you see there's a financial scandal. Like someone cheating government, someone cheating Medicare, something like that. And you see there's some things we said not be a Jewish name. And then you see a stone or a bird is this light, But that's the same kind of thing. But unfortunately, to have this idea that everybody in the 1500s or black hand in the original genres is unfortunately not true. And even the people who were black hands and worship the genres, so sometimes unfortunately falls into very shady and exploited economic practices. People were the words for as the water. So that's a fascinating question. It's more of a theological question, I think, than an economic or historical question. All I can say, but I don't want to step out of my lane, is the theology part, not more of the basic part. But we have this idea of we need to have those who decline in the generations. But we also have the idea of Allah follows the later generations. Right, so what does that kind of screw up? If we are constantly lower than previous generations, and how can we follow the halacha of the later generations? We follow the halacha of the Mishnah. All the Mishnahs like look at Mishnah Brewer. Actually, the answer to that is that you might have in the red time. You read the Haggadah refers to their spiritual capacity, their ability to, empathize or see something differently, but not their scientific intelligence. structure. And thanks to that, we follow where we are today. So we can become smarter with all these things that are just as good. I think if you ask what my stats, you'd say, of course, you can come up with just a layer of each. So if he wants you guys to like max out all of your metrics, you guys are asking us about it. I don't know. Let's talk about a couple other aspects of the window, which is very nasty. One of the aspects of it was probably not still.
Guys, so like the as you said is that you know we're talking about country is a really pretty boring
It's very good for not a lot of the. Well, I don't like the idea of warranted or unwarranted that implies that violence is not justified. I wouldn't want to justify violence of any circumstance or cause. But I would say that yeah, we can. It's more, let's say, rational. There's one of the great historical senators of the Johnson Cabinet, and he writes that one of the things that characterizes real anti-Semitism, like that case that we talked about last week, is that it is fundamentally chimerical in nature. I had a word, I'll write that down. It's a good word. Chimera. I don't know what chimera is. Right. Why do we call anti-Semitism chimerical? So a chimera is like a made-up monster, where you like attach things one to another to make up something like, you know, it's like you saw, like a three-headed beast or a pink elephant or something like that. So some of that weird stuff that we saw going on in Western Europe, like, you know, Jews doing children and their blood, wow, what weird, totally irrational stuff. This anti-Semitism, on the contrary, is more like an explosion of a socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and it's certainly not focused on the individual criminals. It's an explosion that affects everyone, and that's horrible for the consequences. But you can see where it's coming. Nathan Howard says, you know, the Jews should realize that the agenda was intrinsically harmful. We should not be in this business. Now, another example of this, probably not sick, very significant. You've often seen, like you see in the fetch line, which is like deep in, right? The place where the time training peasants here, they have some training peasants actually a more festive garb. It's not like right out of the neighborhood. But they're coming and they're enjoying alcohol served by this Hasidic Jew. And there's a guy playing the violin. What is this thing talking about? What this is referring to is the fact that one of the fastest ways to get taxes is through vices. You say, I'm going to go to gambling, right? Alcohol is also a huge money maker. So it's so hard to ban alcohol. And the 19th Amendment, right? What do you think? The 19th Amendment to ban alcohol was one of those short things amendment. The only amendment that goes on the field, right? Yeah, so they tried to ban the field. Right? You can't do it. 19th Amendment. I think the 19th clause is pretty bad, right? Forget about the 18th Amendment. Not work. But alcohol, everybody loves alcohol. We are the others. People will drink alcohol. They'll do taxes. And it's not something people say, well, that's too much, but that's not nonsense. Alcohol, people will do it. So the Jews were frequently given this thing called propaganda, which is part of the agenda. And you Jews are the only people allowed to make alcohol. You are the only people allowed to sell it, and people have to come to your inn in order to drink it. And you can tax people on this. Just add one more layer of statement, and you're good. One more layer is Jews are all still small. There's no small time money. There's the ban on Christians engaging in money lending has disappeared by now. That is already knocked out 14th, 15th century. Christians are still not lending money now. What banks that lend money and so on. But it is really backwards part of the whole circulating Commonwealth. The only way you can borrow tiny little amounts of money for small things like, you know, schools or whatever, you really should lend money, to borrow money. And you pay a significant interest if you lend those what you get. It's unregulated. But the Jews are still protected by the government, who's like the king in Western Europe, because he wants to make sure he gets the tax. And it's usually true because they get in trouble with the government to do it. So fascia is added to the mudland in a way that they work hard in the field all day, they just want to come back and have a glass of kettle, a glass of scotch, they show up at the end, they take a few, they say to the Jewish people in the restaurant, put it on my tab. Jewish Indians, no problem, it is more sloppy. And then at the end of the harvest season, the guy has all kinds of money, has to put it all his meat, and then he says, okay, I want to settle my tab, and more sloppy has the interest become like 6, 7 sloppy. And that's not the only night we can on his tab. So all of a sudden, you got 300 sloppy bills for alcohol over the year. And so what is this? Is this like especially noxious form of the renda that was ultimately very, very useful?
I said they would tax them yesterday for and then they started making some these kids. And then like, what was that relationship? How would they squeeze into the rest of the kids? They couldn't make over an alcohol, but these are the bad guys.
So I think the question factors because there's no bad guys. They're trying to live their lives.
They're not pretty independent. They're not just saying like coming every day that I'm asking them, whatever they need. Oh, not that we
the Jews weren't stealing their money at all. This was just reality that, like, there are only 2 things which are that, right? Debt and taxes. Jews are not in charge of debt. But the taxes, they were in charge of. And the reality is, you have to work for the government. Everybody needs to do some rent. And the Jew happens to be tax collector. It's also collected a little bit at a time. You cross this bridge, fish in this pond, whatever. That was the reality. Nobody likes taxes, but it's rare you have tax revolts, right? People may in late March when they have to pay their taxes, but we don't have that many like storming of the capitals. Maybe that's how often, right? So I got a secretary. So they basically may not have always liked us, but it was not like a wartime situation. Also, let us not forget, so hard to teach this topic back to history, holiness and life. The Jews and Poles and Ukrainians lived together in great peace and prosperity for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years with only a few very memorable moments of violence in that time. And some of those moments were like incredible explosions, like 1648, and they're also accelerating in the modern area. That pogroms in 1881, 1903, 1905. 1919 was horrific, and of course the Holocaust. But for most of those centuries, they lived with each other. And case in point, so much of what we do in Ashkenazi Jewish culture is basically Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Russian. You cannot sit down to a meal at Ashkenazi house without having, for example, Russian food. Right? What is Russian? What do you know with Russian food? It's not fun. No, it's the Oshena, which is Ukrainian. Or you can have, there's some other examples. Borscht, Sholen, what's actually French? Sholen, slow hot for a long time. But there's so much of the stuff we do, the rituals we do are basically things that we sort of borrow from that they borrow from us. Obviously, it's not a new thing. That's what they call the silverfish, which they eat quite a bit of. You should do Jewfish. And this is Jewfish, right? So our cultures are so closely interrelated. Like that is one of the best things that are on the roof is when they're in a fish hunt and they're kind of like all linked together. And one Ukrainian guy walks over to Tavia to wish him a mazel tov, and he says, "That's what I'm doing. We go to help." And Tavia's a little bit intimidated. Then they end up starting dancing together, and it's like, wow, it's like, oh my God, that is true. There's hostility, there's separation, but there's also a tremendous degree of cultural borrowing. Where that especially happens, gentlemen, and I don't want to go too far in this, but if you heard me, I probably women. The women talk to each other. Recipes are exchanged. They're picking up fashion hints, they're doing all kinds of women are much more than some societies than disregard. Men may have hostility, things like that, but the women will talk to each other. Okay, Mr. Eldership.
So you say that Jews as collectors and that the reality of life and let's say that people commit to evil or whatever.
But they were not like busting, they were trying to kidnap each other.
But one thing we see in our small sector, you ask most Americans what you feel about the IRS. People most likely tell you, oh, I hate right? Things that we lot more than we choose. And they were also people of developing also have very strong together. And so, just one of this, your whole idea that definitely seems very much like
It's so narrow because there's a difference in what you say and what people do. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody does. Maybe if you work for the IRS.
What about the Boston Tea Party was over 3% tax?
Okay, good. And what was that?
That was in 17,
Right. And what was the next tax revolt? Right. That's what it was. Right. There are tax revolts for sure, but they're, as long as we're not too awful, we'll deal with it. We'll complain. And America has been used to a kind of pressure release because we have elections. You're just saying, pull the thumbs out. And that makes America look easier. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part of the rights. Like everybody agrees.
They're happening in this revolts over this. It's like, obviously, it's like a different situation, but in socialist or communist countries, that's why only socialist or communist and these has exponentially have revolts. Sometimes the details in countries.
Yeah, I will not disagree that that does happen, but in the main, people just want to live their lives. And if the pressure is not too great, they'll just make sort of a benefit cost analysis and they'll say, it's just easier for you to pay the money and then they'll be zero. And it's only when it's too much that you have to really go. And this is what you pay. Well, okay, so that's what you right? That makes sense. Because it does happen. This, by the way, is a great piece of art by the fantastic movie Rabbi, which shows the reply to the declaration, from the reply of the declaration to the consultant. These are the list of places for institution. Such a great piece of art. These guys are the original Cossacks, or Cossack. And what they were people were so upset with the system that they called the rebels. They fled the Ukrainians, right? They fled the settlements, and they went as far south as they could out of the reach of the Shasta, of the Shore. And they essentially set up these sort of like independent county settlements where they lived in their own rules. And they had all kinds of sort of fashion things like this walrus mustache, what's that style? They talk nonsense as well. You don't see it quite often. It's big, but they talk on the. And this is, by the way, these are kind of like a national hero. Like we think in America, we kind of idolize the gunslingers of the Wild West. Right, the Marlboro man with the big hat riding off in the sunset on his horse, that kind of thing. This is like the cowboys from the Ukraine. Unfortunately, the national heroes for Ukraine are like those national enemies for the Jews. Because what would happen, what's going on in this particular scene is the Cossacks, among the things they did, for which valorized by the Ukrainians, is they fought with the Ottoman Turks, who raided Ukrainian villages for the children and take them back to the slaves. Really awful phenomenon in early modern history. And the Cossacks would fight with them. And at one point, the Ottoman Turks said, would you guys please stop attacking our slave raiding with native villages? And so they went back to their books that they came to daughter. And so here they're celebrating that one guy knows how to write. He's composed the letter, and all the other Cossacks are like suggesting various, profanities in a certain way. But this is really like sort of Cossack mindset as encapsulated in Ilya Rep's. They were led by this guy, Rothschild. He was one of these heavy noblemen who fled to the particular part of the rapids on the southern tip of Russia. And he organized all of these kinds of like bands of speed-moving Cossacks. And he said, let's all organize ourselves and let's not run away from the Polish noblemen. Let's run at them and let's attack and let's kick them out of our territory. And of course, this was a hugely bad for the Jews, because the Jews were the tip of the spear for the Polish economic system, right? The Poles were living far away, but the Jews were living right there in the right bank of Ukraine. And so when these Cossacks came and they had all this pent-up anger at the Polish noblemen, who were incidentally also sort of culturally trying to dominate them, trying to get convert to Catholicism to the Orthodoxy, so there was also a religious element to it. They came squeezing into these Jewish deadlock, and the massacres were horrific. I mentioned Nathan of Hanover earlier as a chronicler of this period, and although he does criticize the Jewish involvement in the renta system as being really the basis of the problem, he does provide sunshine on Olympic and like emotional descriptions of these pogroms that I'm not going to tell you the kinds of things he describes because they will scar your mind and you'll never be able to forget them. If you are curious about this, then look up Yet and Matsura. It is a chilling, awesome view. Now, this comes into the region, or the region by the period is called in Zelas Tach. Tach and Tach refer to 2 years, 1648 and 1649. It actually extended a little bit longer, but these 2 years make it worse. Sorry?
On speed travel, I think we have
a keynote. Yeah, I have a keynote about that. But it's absolutely horrific. The violence perpetrated on Jews. And again, let's not forget that if you had 1,000 people working in a particular shtetl, let's say 1,000 working in men and women, then chances are maybe 40 of them would be directly involved in the renta out of 1,000, maybe 100, and the others would be all kinds of other things that were supported by them, kind of like Las Vegas. Las Vegas was the main industry there, like gambling, right? So gambling on Las Vegas, over after Las Vegas, it'll be too far another, it'll literally dry up because all that water is important, right? But most of the Las Vegas is not working in casinos. You're working all kinds of ancillary industries, hotels, bars, restaurants, stuff like that, but to support the people who come in to do gambling in casinos. So the casinos are the reason why Los Angeles continues to exist. But most Las Vegas are not working in casinos. So the same thing with the renta. The renta was what's really allowed against the Jews to backbone of the economy. But the vast majority of Jews are doing all kinds of other things. Silver sniffing and fence sniffing and small trails that have the occasional scholar established.
Vegas is actually exceptionally good comparison because you always know Vegas, the casinos that are open countries. Actually, sales and zero.
One last thing here. Okay, I'm not going to do that. Yeah. Okay, we talked about this. So this is a translation of the Sherman's class in grad school science. Oh, very good. It's one of my memoirs. It is absolutely horrific. The art English translation. Now, one of the things that is a challenge to historians is trying to figure out, we have these very emotive stories. Maybe the Hanover is perhaps people, but there are many other stories that we know describe this horrible devastation. But it does not seem that the scale of devastation was as large as the historians reckon. you'll see citations. It seems like every time someone writes about this, it increases by another 100,000 victims. Yeah, 250,000 victims. But the reality is, remember, in the section, only probably about 40,000 people in at the time. It's hard to imagine 250,000 people killed, but only 40,000 living there. Chances are, it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which story you read, probably in the neighborhood of something like a third of the population was killed, which is a devastating number. But in total numbers, not at all like what a lot of this okay, let's take just after that and wrap it up. This is a 5 display of it. It's Ukrainian, but I don't know if it's on this. Not good, yeah. No, it's so 5 clean note, and this is on the $5 bill of Ukraine, not on the $90. So again, it's not only we're talking about that varying cost. For Ukrainian state, for the most part, it's great national priorities. So it's indicted that and brought off the and pushed out the Polish landlord, and also sadly massacred lots of Jewish landlords. But when Jews see this video, they see horrible family. So and that's both those issues are true. You just have to understand the risks in which they are. This is the last question. We don't understand this. Yeah, to say that the Native Americans was a Columbus, and that's in the money. So we didn't go each other that. Well, we fully never. It's hard to do comparative martyrology. I got this by the way in Central Square. They have a heroic statue of there as well. The earlier version of it, after this one, Ron 10, actually had like a Jews tackle under foot on it. So even starts in the best quotation. So we're moving to okay, let's call that a day. Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild 18th century now. We left off last week. Okay, so we left off Monday, we're talking about this. So we left off, and feel free, if you come in late, don't say thank you. Where we left off last week, we were at like the question of the student volume, right? And we talk a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. She's coming out some really good questions there because, you know, we spoke earlier about the stages of anti-Semitism and how major things are going on with it. But we didn't really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon, meaning like, why would people be Jews in this country as opposed to in this country at the same time? And to realize that there was definitely regional variation in learning regarding their anti-Semitic ideas. Again, the weirdest thing about anti-Semitism, the kind of supernatural thing about it, maybe, is that it seems to be a virus that anyone can catch. Like it goes and it transforms itself into, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos. There are, you know, any Jew who's in the Inuit lands. And when we look specifically at the 17th century and Eastern Europe, there's no question that the majority of the content of that anti-Semitism was of a socio-economic meaning that the problems that Ukrainians in particular and the Jews was based more than anything else on the unique relationship they had economically. That's not to say there were not also religious elements, you know, the Jews, things like that. And it's not to say that the Bible did not speak these two languages, which certainly did in the next centuries. But if we were to kind of like boil it down to its major elements, socioeconomic elements. And one last caution in this regard. one of the challenges of studying history at an academic level, as opposed to kind of like as an identity building phenomenon, like there are some Jewish movements that will really say, let's teach Jews about it so they will become more committed Jews. Right? So if that's your goal, then you're really going to emphasize certain aspects for all of us that lead to the goal of making a more committed Jew. But if you are interested in academic study of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, without the ulterior goal of what it will do to the person in terms of their ideology, their philosophy, their religiosity, then you got to recognize the fact that it's not always true that Jews are completely blameless. There are elements of our behavior over the centuries which have, from time to time, occasions a backlash, which is generally speaking part of the proportion, the nature of the original events, but nevertheless that's part of the autopsy of hatred that we're engaged in. Yeah, I want to emphasize one more time that if we try to understand interconnected relations as objectively as possible, it's not always true that they're blameless. I don't say with great confidence there is no history of you ever been caught murdering a child of his blood. That I can say for sure. I cannot say for sure. In fact, I would not say for sure because other Jews kidnapping for a child. That has happened even in Brooklyn with the young child. I can't remember his name, unfortunately, but that does happen. How that sometimes is translated into popular violence is really what we're trying to send. Okay, interference and talking about how anti-Semitic police want to follow the states. But then we have to go from the country that I get peace and then work with that somehow has something to do with everything possible. And policy of perfect connection, correct? No, you're absolutely right, Mr. Kran. That is, about having these those great philosophers on both sides that we talked about in that place. He said, see the tree next to the bar. That if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite wouldn't exist. Right? The anti-Semite needs some kind of construct to explain his own failures. The Jew is a great construct. And ironically, the more Jews are blamed for it, the better a construct it is, because they look at folks and say, oh my gosh, people felt this way about the Jews 100 years ago, 20 years ago, it must be true. Right? It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself. So you're absolutely right. I don't think that's sufficient to explain all types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one major psychological motive.
That's a long form, but like what happened recently is these we consider very adult. This is always human nature. It's not normal violent uprisings. These are horrific attacks. But there are some instances of anti-Semitism where the violent reaction is sort of in proportion understandable with what the Jews have done. Like, even the amount of the Jews have done doesn't warrant violence. But violence we can sort of understand more, let's say, whatever the BLM words. Anyways, but they're just trying to express it without cooperating with it. So, like, we have to use this where, less barbaric and also more understandable.
Yeah, to answer your question, we have to separate it a little bit, because once we talk about the state of Israel, the paradigm changes entirely, right? Because it goes from an interethnic conflict that involves a religious and distinct minority in society, and those are certain kind of dynamics that happen when social tensions with peasants and lords and Jews are somewhere in that mix, and a modern nation state with awesome army and with powerful plans, then becomes international relations. So maybe a good case in point would be Egypt, right? Israel fought 3 wars with Egypt, 48 to 67, and then when Egypt finally was able to, and in each case, Egypt lost miserably. Egypt was finally able to levy Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War. At that point, there was kind of like a alignment of the Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look at that. We can't hurt Israel. And Israel is not completely, Israel is a horrible beating on October 1973. And that allowed Egypt to say, so now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends, doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism subsided, like suicidal. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care, our entire country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. It's like international relations. Countries are always fighting, obviously not getting friendly. So that's normalized. It's horrible in the sense that there was a lot of people dying, a lot of religious horrible wars, but it's normal. What is not normal is Hamas. Hamas is definitely in the
And I think I understand why again, because they two
yeah, when I conflict, that's real.
yeah, it's a business that so we can understand that after. So like yeah, have the action that our ancestors mentioned, but responding in a more less collaborative way. Yeah, sure. As is.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's totally derailing the but you're also playing two issues. You talked about Gaza. I said Hamas, but
Yes, but
they're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine from all that's second choice for their guys. Because Hamas is really that, but they actually, explicitly, in statements, they think it's better for them to be martyred in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of real prosperity and happiness. And that's just bizarre. Like that escapes my understanding why these wants to choose that. But that's taking as far off. Maybe we'll do, of course, sometime of the history of the Middle East. We don't have their past and that's what you censored. Yes, back in time. Here we go. So this should be on. Right? Okay. So I gave this lecture a few years ago on and you may have seen previously how popular Joe Kissel, right? It's really great because it's set in Israel. Fascinating, it's really fascinating. But it's essentially depicting ultra-Orthodox life in the 21st century. And in so many ways, these reflections of the 18th century, these same kinds of tensions that were going on a few hundred years ago, we're still enjoying them today in a very different environment. And we call this the long 18th century. There is this concept of shorter and longer centuries. How long is the century, Mr. Rothschild? 100 years. Excellent. You have 261, 120. 262. So the century is 100 years. However, historically speaking, we have a short century or a long century. So, for example, the 19th century is considered long by most historians because it begins with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and after that, war between France and Germany changed a lot of alignments. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning of Major Third Rothschild. Yeah. You were born to that, 1623. So that's a long 19th century. It doesn't go from 1900 to 1999. It goes from 1870 to 1914. Most historians will think about the 19th century in those terms. Or there's the short 20th century, which goes from 1918, end of World War I, to 1991, collapse of the Soviet Union. Short century. That represents the culture of the period. Right. It's kind of when you look at the major themes of the times. It's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century, everybody starts thinking differently. But there may be really big upheavals in which things all take. The depending on that. We have a long century art situation. The 18th century, of course, begins with the 1700s, but it really goes back to Charlotte's technique, we'll talk about in today's lecture. And it extends really up until the very end in 1795 is where it ended. That's when Poland was taken over by Russia, and all of a sudden a new environment for the result of it. The kinds of figures that was really shaping us, really big figures who just rocked the 18th century Jewishly. The altar Rabbi, who is the founder of Rabbi, very important figure. An unusual Hasidic leader, but we'll try to talk about it a little bit more on Monday, the entire Hasidic background. But among the Hasidic, the altar Rabbi stands really potentially above this generation. You have, probably next, the film the famous Rabbi Elijah. We're not sure whether this is an accurate portrait. There's quite a few portraits going around, but this is one of them I kind of like to look at it because this is the film. See it, of course, representing the reaction to the Hasidic movement born in the 18th century. And they, of course, take on the names. This Nazir, and they wear a crown. As the Islamic authorities, Chabad like to call us, right? These are, even though they are historically the predecessors, the Islamic are kind of like the traditionalists. When the Hasidic movement began kind of an intellectual spiritual rebellion, the Mishnayos opposed it. So that's how the traditionalists get the name opponents. And it's a name that ultimately they sort of adopt themselves, even though it was originally a term called opprobrium. They're also known, of course, as Litvaks, because they're from Lithuania, but today we call it sometimes Shevish. Obviously, this institution has a Litvish roots as well, so we are definitely about friendly, party friendly, things like that. So we do that. Schools will be very different. We try to look about it. So obviously, this is good. I think about this a lot. I should tell you that in the story, one of my daughters became like what they call Spitz Chabad. Super Chabad. It's like they have story Chabad and Haggis. So some of this group, they heard, some of read in the book. The Rabbi might have done this to the thing that's like Chabad. They used that. So that, you know, and they're loving it. They're great. Anyways, and my daughter, you should know, she was like a spiritual powerhouse. She was like, my gosh, she was there, like, around the world. I remember, I'll tell you my story. One service, hopefully this video will go around. One service, she was about 8 years old. We were sitting at the center. And I'm talking about Islamophobia, who just read my young book, right? Islamophobia that, you know, the books of lights to be opened up, and there's going to be all these are in there, and your signatures there. And I said to my family, she was like 8 years old, I said, and it's going to be like a video is playing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong, I was there over there. And my daughter, she says, everything. She puts it in the second line. Like, that's so much Carolina. At 30 years old, any distinction might have been made that just the idea was on the cover blew her away. So that's the application. Third figure that rocked the 18th century, and by the way, this like doesn't mention 3 asteroids landed in the Atlantic Ocean, and they're still feeling the waves of their triple tsunamis, even today in the 21st century. The first one was the Alpha Rabbi, you can see the Volchenko, but I like to talk about Elder on it. The second would be the Gaon, and the third is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. These 3 movements are still affecting us today in a radical way. That's true. This paragraph again, it's going to lead your claim of understanding, right? The one about answer? Yes, we'll talk about it. Excellent. Well, that makes sense, right? And then is huge. All of them are controversial. Well, we'll touch on that controversy a little bit, but these are three very points to approach. These are like four of them, and they match in the time on the Ashkenazi girls, the Viking class. I don't know why I include this picture lecture, but I kind of like books like this because it shows you consistency and all sort of stuff. And I also include this picture because I'll let them walk down the street, people will say, hey, aren't you like such a so I here. I didn't say that, I think laugh. Okay, anyway, I'm not sure why I included that picture. Let's just understand this one more sort of theoretical that we're going to come back to this chart in a minute because the 18th century in many ways was the long 18th century was rebellions, intellectual rebellions of what I'm using a good German word here, Weltanschauung. Remember that word, Weltanschauung. What does that mean, Mr. Rubin? Well, how do you know that? Famous word, famous word. That's good. I'm so glad. That's so famous word. A couple of W, Weltanschauung is the way of looking at the world. It's a little bigger, I think, than the English word world view. It's kind of like pain, by understanding. Weltanschauung means like, when you feel optimistic or pessimistic about the world, you believe that, God runs every piece of the world, or maybe kind of left to the world, like a watchmaker or something. You believe that most people are nice, most people are evil. You believe that people get what they deserve. All kinds of things like that are built into a Weltanschauung. So there are three big Weltanschauung rebellions that happen in the 18th century. We're going to go into each of them. But let's talk about them. First of all, rebellions, how it started. The Hasidic movement engaged in significant levels of innovation, but it was packaged essentially as restoration. In the sense of, we are going to do things very differently than our grandfathers and our great-grandfathers. But in reality, that's because we did not have access to the great thousands of wisdom present in particular in Kabbalistic sources. Like if they have only realized that helping us already, then they would certainly be doing the same thing. And that's essentially the kind of thing going on to Hasidism. But all that is huge, right? Like this, it's funny, and the idea that it's theologians, which really had a lot of traction in the 17th century, 16th century, really, in Slack, animates, their friends. What is part of it? It wasn't, they were trying to get that. That's why we have this start. They were trying to get them to get so that all the that they're trying to consider that usually the opportunities are good. So that's how we say let's start with the hardest time to this out. We go, yes, we're gonna go there. Go into that. Some of you have some of the whole society of anxiety where they were learning all these things, but what is that? What's the race was more that much? So that's kind of like a question, sort of like in theology of the Hasidic movement, like if we are rediscovering stuff that existed hundreds, thousands of years ago, how come people weren't talking about it earlier? So that's a good question more on a theological level. On a historical level, we definitely know that the ideas go back very far. Yeah, because the rebellion based on discovery. If you can imagine that I stood in front of you today, not where a student died, but wore, for example, the kind of clothes that Tana might have worn, or an Amora, you look at kind of crazy, so I say, no, these flowing robes, this is like the way to go. You know, that you wore exactly the same shade. Like, that would be like a rebellion, do something different, but if you want to discover it, I learned that whether you choose a mode of dress is what I want to do. Mr. Westwood.
I think just this also like the new fresh thing to nowadays. It's like I think it's like a trying to walk into the shower kind of thing like whoa, stuff like that. So,
No, that's what you're really important question. It's like an incredibly vibrant, innovative movement for about the first few years, and then it goes through a period where a lot of stories consider reified, that it develops into courts and dynasties, and most historians have seen that as kind of like a downturn of exceeded energy, but not all. Many have said we just don't understand that 19th century well. So stay with that question, because we're just beginning right. Regarding tradition, this is basically a lit tradition for you, that says, no, we have to rebel by doubling down on what we have been doing. Like up until now, we've been kind of relaxing. We have not been engaged in super high level cognitive studies. We've been sort of like saying, yeah, that's pretty, but in reality, everybody's got to be good. Everybody's got to be good. That's more of the rebellion of tradition. By doing something that Jews typically do not do that much historically, but we are reinterpreting it for the mass. Why is all this rebellion? What was going on in the next 35 years? Yeah, again, this is kind of like a rebellion shot. The cases that happen in history, they just make everyone sort of light up and say, what's going on? When I get to the discussion of shop type speed, I believe that's going to be kind of like the breaking of the dance that creates all of these movements, because there are those who say, well, shop type speed is really dangerous. There are some aspects of it which are really cool and I like those. Others say the shop type speed is so dangerous, and we've got to do things that we need to protect ourselves in the future. But it's like the shop type speed movement is dangerous. 9/11 is kind of, like here in America, I always think people on 9/11. I like to see you guys, right? We were all before 9/11. There was a very good book on 9/11. You don't have to go to security to get on that time. You just like watch it like this, and you spoke on it. You wonder why it's everybody's doesn't matter. Fuselage flying through the sky with all the smoke in there. He was like, cancer. But there was a pre-9/11 world. But now we're in a 9/11 world where there's airports, you have cyber security that's huge, you have all kinds of exchange threats that nobody ever thought about. It's because of 9/11 that we have very good work. Because when you read this, that's the air degree. But old people remember what it used to be like. So too, before shot, let's be an after shot. I'm scared of that can be interpreted as a derogatory term. So it's not as serious of shot next to 2.0. Yes, it's true. There's a huge fear. And I find from this sort of kind of reason, they look at each other and they look at the things we put out. So, let them out. They gave the 64 things and those are the things that do that. So, we're going to talk about all that stuff too. The reason not all the issues of the time that have this, but in the most important issue printed by the Wrong House, Snack House, the Snack House, there's actually an apology there for Roth, the printer of the wrong shot, the wrong shot for certain so what today's was modern Orthodoxy really be comparable to the best years and the fact that that's a great question. The 21st century question though, and I think as you shall see, modern Orthodoxy, depending on how we want to define it, follows all of these books. It's the waves of astronomy. These are the 3 asteroids. We're like observing those waves and mixing them. Last question. Why was it there? Okay. If you don't have a reason for stopping, the reason probably is money. Exactly. How expensive it is to vote a working age male at full time for a study. Right? It's incredible. You guys, 60 years ago, you would have been already earning a pension, working in a line or something. But to imagine this number of men who study at age 20, 21, 22,
it's unfortunate that those tools that make them necessary.
Well, we reaffirmed our priorities. And also, we lost the vast majority. Like, you don't forget, you guys, I hope you realize that people are really worthy. Like, just do the numbers. Just the last video on the other. It's about 10% of Americans who read Orthodox. Of that 10% that are Orthodox, how many are like really full-time studies like young adults? Maybe half. People are like, well, so maybe half of those that have 5%. Of those people who are engaged in it, you're going to the computers and they get what work, right? So maybe half of a percent of the entire human population is full-time study like you are. You guys are so elite, you don't really. You are the Navy SEALs of the Navy SEALs. The Navy SEALs say, look at those guys. That's the thing. Okay. So that's very unusual. And it costs money. So your parents, whoever else you pay for your tuition and for your ability to not be working in sulfur mines, you gotta be thankful for. Okay. So the innovation of the rebels tradition is sometimes perceived, although the innovation of the truth movement, as we shall see demonstrated, was often perceived as anti-Nomian. How many words was it? The Greek original is nomos. You ever hear that word? Nomos. Nomos means law. And nomian means breaking the norm. Like the leader of the state country, for example. Breaking the norm. Not necessarily breaking the law. But it's a thin line sometimes, right? So that's coming. But the freedom we're seen by the Stockton as being anti-Nomian, as saying, wow, what are you guys doing? We have a Schopenhauer, this is what the honest government. You're doubling later. And this is not what you did before. What you guys having in your pressing here, all kinds of things like that. The greatest example of this extremely magnetic approach was the Song Sofer, I think, in one fascinating exchange where he said in the late 19th century, so I'm borrowing a little bit later time, but really on the model, speaking about when the merciful be sued, he said, Asur Yunatora. He was the college Asur Yunatora. But what does that mean? Translate point to Haran was Yunatora. So you think that's the way to okay, so the original context in Lawrence, what's the original context? Right, the new week has just been planted, you have to wait until after this stuff is November. Before you can use that, it's called potash and phosphorus, and that's one of the bread called Yoshon, and we old flour. But he said, take that as a wild battle. Potash, Asur, and Torah is new phosphorus. Right, that's kind of like an extreme reaction. You will not trust any new things. That he doesn't do that. He literally as a sort of rebellion and the sort. Okay, the last one here is the rebellion of expansion. And where we see this, and this is going to be associated more with the masculine movement that we'll talk about probably on Monday, where we say, wait a second, our world has been too small. There are lots of things outside the world in great distinction to what some Sofer says of Hadass Asher and Zohar. I don't know what he's talking about. If it's not Asher, it must be Mutter. And if it's not Asher and it must be Mutter, then we should be doing it too. So the Misnagir, the Assyrian, were interested in experimenting with the other side to it. Adopting all kinds of new processes of behavior. And although this is not really a fair comparison, I know the Rothschild would not be happy to even suggest things, you to think about it, but their heroes are the Rabbi. And they say, look at the Rabbi again, masculinity or unfairly using the non-God as the poster child for their values. But they say, the Rabbi was a medical doctor. He wrote in beautiful Arabic. He was like in the courts of the royalty. He was like completely involved with the outside world. And that's this is the iconic image. There's actually an article that I saw a few weeks actually a 21st century colorized version. By the 19th century portrait that was very common in Sephardic homes. So we can't go back to this. We don't have anything to put at all. It's very I think but we're servant. Okay, this is the rebellion of expansion, saying we have been too narrowly focused. With a lot of the political changes that's happening in the century, don't forget the 18th century is also birth of modern France, the French Revolution, birth of America, right? 1776. These things are happening in the 18th century. Maybe things are different to Jews now. And we can like the Jews, right? Okay, so those are our three rebellions. Let's go now to chapter 16. Any last questions before we do this? Okay, let's start with chapter 16. So there are the story of chapter 16 written narrowly is really the story of an individual who has significant talents and learning, and although there are historical accounts that tend to portray him as people Russia, very Jewish, most of the modern studies of Shopnitsky suggest that he was mentally ill. And was in his early 20s when he began to experience things. Again, we have descriptions of his followers who tell us what he was going through, and it sounds a lot like bipolar disorder, or manic depressive syndrome, or even schizophrenia, which is especially associated with young men in their early 20s. So, obviously, we can't really do psychoanalytic dissection from afar, especially over centuries. But what I can tell you is that he goes through these periods of what he calls illumination, where he experienced tremendous elation and joy and feelings of grandeur. During the worst of these periods, that he described how he could levitate, that he could engage in peace of Hadera, meaning like, transportation over wide spaces of territory, and with the encouragement of an unhappy colleague named Nathan of Gaza, he came to believe that he was in fact Mashiach. And not only that, you have to imagine this guy, he's tall, he's good looking, he had several marriage offers, but he wanted to remain in studies for a long time, so he started getting bonus. Later, you would get married, actually. 4 times, but you can't count one of those because it was a Torah school that got married to at one point. Right? It's symbolic kind of marriage. It's a very weird kind of story. But he not only convinced himself that he was Mashiach, he convinced thousands of Jews across Europe and North Africa that he was the guy, the Mashiach. And so we got into this massive movement with them. And we'll go with that for the end of the church. How people church is you're asking an amazing important question. I look here for people want to know that how will people so valuable? How do they run things? There's historians point to the fact that there's a wide-scale depression after the Ministry rebellion that we discussed on Monday that ended in 1649. Trails of violence started over the next half dozen years. And that contributed to the idea of, wow, instead of a total massacre, Mashiach must be around the corner. They would tie it to the growth of Kabbalistic doctrines that were emanating from Tzfat, and the idea of, wow, look at these whole new ways of understanding the world, and thinking mystically, as soon as the guy comes along, he's built in this God. There's also the world of new technologies. Printing was really beginning to catch fire among Jews. Jews were circulating a lot more literature. Jews were actually seeing more artistic representation
generation of shop tax fees, and a lot of them took it seriously. So they're selling their belongings, leaving Amsterdam in particular, and making their way to actually work.
When you say who's benefiting, you say that these things, the whole year and so on, even these horrible dictators, almost in the reason people follow them, knows entire not.
First, I don't know if people have idea. Looking at the descriptions of how he behaved, most historians believe that's probably the case. But even if you that, then I assume that other dictator-like leaders, narcissistic, self-serving, childish, occasionally nasty leaders. That doesn't stop them from, controlling nuclear weapons. We don't necessarily vote for people who demonstrate sanity. Well, that's being recorded. So I just got my citizenship. Here I am already messing up. Words you guys don't another one. Air control is the classic. So he's a master of very opponent. Yeah. Maybe have a picture of your no, that's what I was doing. No, I won't take it too far. Yeah, he did a lot of things that were designed to kind of make him look like a Nazi. He had the suggestion of using gas that was definitely not a good influence for him. You gotta choose your cover. He married a woman who was an orphan from him. She was named Sarah, and she was not a particularly faithful partner to him. And he did it apparently. He wanted to imitate the Nazi. Yeah. No, it's not Russia. China. Okay, you also carry on skills with you. And there's nothing totally reads about how you know. Okay, guys, I love that. Just so you're not in the first. So let's just go back a little bit before we jump into speeds. We'll kind of do what's going on 1492 expulsion of the Jews from Spain. Some of you took my Spartan history class. We talked about this a lot, but it's a major scheme of Jewish history. It is stacked like one of those huge structures that's almost a Holocaust size. Spain was, without doubt, for 200 years, a powerful center of the Jewish people at the time. Centuries upon centuries of scholarship, large communities, well, basically like America, like the Northeast, New York and New Jersey, that's what Spain was like, and then all of a sudden just collapsed. The problems of 1390, the French conversion, the Inquisition, and then finally the expulsion, and all these people find themselves scattered to the winds, everywhere across the Mediterranean basin, up into Europe, Hellenic passwords, all trying to find a way to reconstruct themselves. As many Jews turn to this system saying, how do we explain this in our experience here? It must be that something has changed dramatically. We need to find new solutions. In particular, the Jews are made their way to France, who founded the Stock Circle, where you have the great Kabbalist Rabbi, his student, the Rothschild, hugely influential. Also, that Joseph Carl in his old age settled there, the Al-Ship, many others, the Alphabets, with how they do all the things about why do people always do why did you always do what?
They're going to miss like that happened. And you have COVID, and you're playing like dancers out there, answering out there, chefs coming this week or the next week or the week after. Like, well, what do you do?
So, human organization is like, not all people do this, not all people do this, not all people react, but I think this is, it could be a refuge, right? If you have difficulty understanding And these was drawn give you the kind of emotional support you need. You may find this. You may find it in poetry. You may find it in but mysticism is a refuge. But if you study my confession of every morally discussion, because he wrote in the Holocaust. But let's go into this one. Okay? There were also, during that time, you'll recall, that there's a brand new kind of possibility for Jews after the expulsion of Spain. And that is something we have not seen before in Ashkenazi history, the possibility of identifying as a Jew while disaffiliated from the community. The idea that you could be kind of like ethnically Jewish, but you do not have to be under the authority of the state. Some of the crucial figures involved in this, Victoria Acosta, pictured here in this dark kind of green, claw-like and stuff like that. An individual who, if you permit me, I'm going to tell you the story because it is really terrifying story that I think about quite often. He was born in the 15th century, living as a crypto Jew, meaning, like most kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually Jewish, because there's always a concern that maybe he'll be playing, and there was often mention that my mom likes candles Friday nights, and the Inquisition would come and it would be disaster. He went to the University of Coimbra. He earned a degree in theology. He was actually a lay priest. He was a theologian. And then when he was in his early 20s, his mom said to him, Uriel, I tell you the truth, we're actually, and we're moving to Amsterdam, right, which was a free city where Jesus is present. Uriel says, I knew it. Oh my God. I wonder what Jews are really like. I always enjoyed reading before the New Testament. I wanted to be like the forefathers that Isaac and Jacob. It's so exciting. He goes to ask Shelley's mother. He's a smart guy. Right? He's write several books. But what happens when he actually joins a wise, whole real Jewish community is that he's too close for them. And he starts saying stuff. Isn't that much showing how long they say? And I can't believe you guys are talking during doctrine. Don't you guys? You should not be that many places away. Because you really get. You know, I really get that. You guys are good. Things like like he probably has some other mental illness as well. He becomes a gadfly leader saying, I can't believe it. If they were Jews, I'm so happy to hear about Jews and express myself as a Jew. But I met this guy and he told me he cheats on his taxes. How is that possible? How can a Jew possibly come in a crime? He's like, walk around, he's like, he's like, and they did, and Amsterdam, does not, they don't want to walk the boat, right? They actually have pretty good at Amsterdam. The Dutch have this unusual policy called gedogen, which is basically if you don't step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want religiously. So they actually have synagogues that says that open and Amsterdam, but Jews are technically not allowed to live there, but they just ignore it. That's kind of like a Dutch thing. And they don't want to have this guy running around complaining about the Jewish community very loudly. So they put him in a harem 2 separate times. He actually tries to make it in Hamburg, but moves away. Same kind of problem for us. Finally, he goes back and begs the Jewish community, let me back in. I promise I won't, do anything bad to you anymore. I'll stop writing books like I did. I know there was that one time when I told you guys that they converted to Judaism because they really shouldn't, because the Jewish community is like full of liars. I'm sorry about that. And so they say to him, and I made this joke with them, it's a really sad story. They said, okay, fine, we've already done this twice before. The third time, the second last time, we require you to stand in the middle of the synagogue, the great synagogue in Amsterdam, to recite our faith as a confession of all your sins in front of the entire community of Korea. We will flog you this publicly with him for our community, and then they have him lie down on the front steps of the synagogue as the entire synagogue walks over this wall on their way out. He does it, and he wants to be among the Jews. He writes later that I have to be among apes, but I must live among the Jews. He feels so connected. He goes through the whole thing, walks home, takes out a notebook, writes a 12-page suicide note, Latin, called Ex in Cloud on I.G. the example of human life, and then he shoots himself. Nice. Yeah, it's terrible. But his problem was he was living a long sentence, right? His problem was he loved the idea of Jewish ethnicity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that, but he could not handle the dichotomy of the difference how we perceive Jews should be from reading the Old Testament as a count, and how he sees actual Jews. You know, sometimes cheating on their taxes, sometimes he couldn't handle that it was a breaking point for him. And there's definitely more going on in this practice than we can talk about here, including probably mental illness. But he represented a great break in that ability of being within a community and being under the laws that cultivate there, or being completely outside. He did not want to convert the law. He already was a Catholic. He did that. He didn't want to do it again. He wants to be attached to the Jewish community without the requirement of the Jewish community. So while this is an amazing portrait by Rothschild, he's portrayed as like a dark, brooding, aggressive fight. It was pretty clear. The child on his lap, he was his younger contemporary, is kind of like Spinoza, who has a lot of the same story, but Marx was, of course, one of the great philosophers of the 17th century who, made a huge impact, a corrosive impact on religion, because he adopted a lot of the ideas of the concept without the self-destructive behavior. And so Spinoza shows how language is reaching out with his hand, he's playing with flowers, bright colors, that shows you kind of the intellectual revelation of the Jewish community and Christian view. Here's another example of this is when Spinoza did the same thing because the Amsterdam community was having difficulty controlling Jews who were like kind of stepping outside the boundaries. They also put in a pharaoh, a terrible, awful pharaoh, and he basically just ignored it. Well, okay, fine, you can say what you want, it doesn't change how I feel about myself, or how I feel about the universe, the world. And here he is, just walking, lost in the floor, and the background has usually portrayed the negative aspect of powering or putting it into that and picking up a rock and throwing it. That's what's changing big time in the 17th century. Judaism, as experienced and expressed by Jews, is suddenly seen kind of like that existing as radically changed from what's previously carried. And that builds on the horrible masters of humanity that we talked about, and crisis on shock that is we'll talk about now. Okay, questions, arguments, discussions?
Were you the great time to keep doing this, or were you just like, oh, well, Martin, that's here's this guy that actually like do that as really like like you were trying to go back to you were trying to go about your daily life and like these guys cut you off.
So I don't want to use modern terms like modocs to characterize people, but it was a legitimate basis in a sense that this community was formed a legitimate basis. None of the people involved in this were like famous people you might read their words and face measures. But, they're like big cities, and they did not find the right formula for how to control the algorithm of stuff. and they also couldn't control Baruch Spinoza at all. Although it's interesting to mention that context, a little while ago, there was an incident where an Israeli historian wanted to get access to the famous Spine archive in Amsterdam, but he had written some nasty things about, some critical things about the basic standpoint of Baruch Spinoza. So the surprisingly case is that they banned him as well. It's a story with banned. There's a hair among you coming into our library. You know some of the famous libraries in Church Europe, but because you wrote this about us, we're going to borrow a base from our ancestors the first time last year. Intellectual. Subject. Okay, so we're not moving further than off this one. One of Dustin's approaches to market subject he was a very popular among Christians as well. Christians were fascinated by this very subject. It's an interesting. The Jews fell on the side of it, like Arabic, so there's lots of branches, which are useful details definitely by everybody you know. Very good. So great. It's like, you don't know what the looks like. You just have the sugars down here, that's fresh seven. So we don't know what that. Maybe that's just the wrong one. Really good. Say this over there. There's also this thing that you just go, maybe one inside it. You go pretty low, maybe you saw a little bit of here, but there's also that's not much for fun. Right? Something, but it looks like a different market. Like maybe we had some kind of a okay, so let's start. Anyways, the whole idea of what the hell is that the stories of those who made up gets this huge movement. He essentially wanders around the Eastern Mediterranean. He finds some very wealthy backers with deep pockets in Cairo and Jerusalem. And although there are many who denounce him, he does find a lot of people who he's the real deal. And so he ends up engaging in all kinds of bizarre anti-Roman activities, like he says Tisha B'Av is canceled from now on, because it's now my birthday at Mashiach, and now Tisha B'Av has been canceled. Reading from the sacred Torah, he says that Chumashes are so modern, so cool, we should all be reading from Chumashes, all kinds of things like this, and the other one basic things. He ends up facing a delegation to the Sultan, the Ottoman leader, controls the press, and he says, actually, okay, I'm here on the Messiah, I'm going to take over Israel now, and the Ottoman Sultan says that very nice to meet you, Messiah. I have a counter offer. How about I let you stay alive? You can convert to Islam. He accepts the counter offer. He becomes a Muslim. His 10,000 followers totally crushed, and he go back home, penniless, that they sold their houses, spent it all thinking they're going to be in Israel. Except for about 3,000 of them, we figure that maybe this part of this messianic process, that we've got to go through this in order to bring about Mashiach. And so they call it doing that, and they're actually active in Kurdish politics, right? In the 20th century. It's not a lot of them, they've asserted, not only clear on whether it's true, but definitely. The Turkish Revolution has some roots to it, so they're really quite active. Well, it still has been necessary or lost in parts of Turkey and Syria. But after this end, 1666, whenever the Shutdown eventually really loses it, he becomes increasingly erratic, and the Ottoman Turk puts him in jail. At the end of his life, last request is for a Yom Kippur oxen. So he wants to govern, so maybe he came full circle in the end. But definitely, his movement lasted for a good century and a half
that there were still if you look at last recession afterwards, there were a lot of these types of things, tomatoes that were conditioned. These are essentially like amulets for a variety of things, parnassa, shidduchim, things like that. And quite frequently, very prominent rabbis were accused of having Sabbatean meetings or being simple followers of Shabtai. Perhaps the most famous of those, Jonathan Ivashitz was the subject of a massive attack based on Sabbatean. The Ramchal was horribly pursued throughout Europe. I'm just curious, you guys know this person is Shine, right? Yeah. Do you guys know about the secret chart that was discovered in 1991? Mr. Rothschild, what is that? Right. Yes, it is. Why is it? What do you people like? They are going to show together. It was originally Mahan Hofez, but yeah. The Romans, an earlier version of the Silver Chart discovered in the Soviet archives, and it's brilliant. It's, in my humble opinion, way better than what you could study for 250 years, because it's a dialogue between. Okay, I'll tell you quickly because it was really cool. I have a personal ambition to study the Silver Chart 101 times. I just finished time 30 about 2 months ago, but it's such an amazing book. But here it is. The original Sharpen Road has this guy who, it's hard to really characterize him, but if you were to make this in 20th century guy, he's kind of like a well-rounded chef. He appreciates Torah, he likes learning, he also likes science and sports and culture, and he's got kind of like a broad, everything sort of value. But it's always wondering, what is in those values? The values is real. They got values. Really stuff. It's like, oh, we don't what, what more things stuff. What's next? One day, right? Look, he sees all high school friends. He flipped out in Shiva, and now he's like, we're all black, and we black out 6 feet across there. And he says, oh, great. Good. And goes up to say, how are you? I smell stuff. It says, mind if I ask you this question? I noticed you become like already. He doesn't use what's already because this is already 18th century. But he says, like, what do you see? How can you let the same thing go on so long? How can you go on so long? What's going on in your life? And then you begin this conversation that goes through the entire discourse of Shine. And of course, within a few chapters, by the time you get to the cues, the regular guy, who's called a couple, is completely blown away by the justice, and he just says, well, you just take the wheel and throw it anywhere you want, because I really need to hear, but I can appreciate the world. And that's what this different original Rothschild charms is. Now, why did the Rothschild publish the first version? He had it written in his own handwriting. Why did he publish the second version? Yes, Mr. Rothschild. I'm sorry? Just the ability, digestibility, good argument, right? Although I would say that the original is way more than that. Because I'm going to try to overlay its sacred strength. It's landscape for style, you're wrong. Oh, that's no problem. That's the wrong way. You're having a dramatic place. Like the character. But that's the most important. And like that, to the heart of the I don't think I was on the fourth for the MC, but you guys all know the answer for sure. You want to and you're feeling all he got to super like he's put under house arrest, he's fighting for conflicts, and because he was already without the person, he actually buried it and then lost it. It took off where someone in front of Germany, there's a massive chest
of the Rothschild writings that have never seen the light of day, that maybe one day we discover. But I'm waiting as as I'm doing the English school history, money is exactly. David Starr, who has a huge information on this, argues that it used to be published personally because the publishers would not print it. They lost the backing that people were paying for publication. Why? Because the original version of two places had a few things that you know you all identify. You can say, oh, he's writing about this right here. Describing certain kind of personalities. I know who he's talking about. And it was just ways to incendiary, so he gave up. And his students said, no, Rabbi, this is such a great book. The world will love it. Please, let's have to just do what the editor says. Let's remove those personalized materials. Let's publish it in standards. And Rothschild said, you can read this in the Greek introduction in the book when he thanks his students for working on it. He says, okay, whatever you want. You take care of it. And his students edited it to the version that you guys read now. Way more sanitized, way clearer, but it's just a mind blowing stuff. Now, why was it excluded? That's why it was excluded here. It was first excluded because there were individuals in Eastern Europe, including Moshe Hamid, Rabbi Moshe Hamid, the son of the Chacham Tzvi. The Chacham Tzvi was the number one Shabbatai Tzvi hunter of the era. Looking for anybody who was Shabbatai. His son continued, but by the time he gets to the Ramchal's day, there are very, very few big Shabbatai left. So Rabbi Moshe Hamid identified him as this point of Europe. I said, finally, he ended up in Europe. More often. But the Seal Sushar himself is an artifact of this hunt for heresy that was presented in the 17th era. Arguments, questions, discussion? Okay, so let's look at a map here. Just work ourselves and then we will dive into see this. This is Jewish populations in Europe in the first half of the 19th century. We had here to look at. You see great density, particularly in Poland and Western Ukraine. That's the greatest concentration. Still some significant concentrations in Western Europe because even though we have this massive migration east, as we discussed last week, there's still not so much in France. They have been actually banned from there since 1306. But we don't have a assertion of Jewish population, particularly in South here. Not in Spain. Spain is still officially Judefied. The main concentration in the regions of Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and Western Ukraine. How does that map onto the three great asteroids in the century? So the Hasidic movement is primarily in the southwestern part of the Russian Empire, down here in Western Ukraine, so it's but there are definitely Hasidic who are active Turkish North. But one example that I've been concentrating on Chabad is ironically the inception of Chabad, the Lithuanian Hasidic movement. Then you have the Saturday, the opponents, who are definitely much more concentrated on the Baltic coast, in the regions of Prussia, and of course the homeland, Lithuania itself, the epicenter at Vilna. And finally, you have the Haskilians, the adherents of the Haskalah, that's the most Protestant, who are much more associated with Germany in particular, compared to the West. But what we notice about a Venn diagram is that they overlap, right? So you can have regions where you easily have Hasidim, Hasnakim, and Haskilim that can cheat each other, arguing with each other, influenced by each other, and so on. Mr. Ferranti.
The election that's the work that we but
that's it's just very exciting. So, that's a great question. How does the denomination? The denomination derive primarily from the Haskalah. And the whole idea of what we call a denomination is in itself a major breakaway. Because even when they are fighting, trying to strangle each other with the most violence, none of them see them as the same as the others are Jewish. And none of them were arguing that we don't have to follow cardiac mitzvahs. The Maskilim were the ones who kind of broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so the denominations really are an offshoot of Haskalah. Of course, once the denomination was really created in the 19th century, then they might dip back in and say, oh, let's be, Hasidic flavor, or let's be, Mishnayos flavor. But that's a much later phenomenon. Mr. Kress? One of the setting, they're long term, yes, October 3, 1997, and that's when the stopping and all this together with it. We are also chef. We're all trying to get also these guys first. I have one more answer for Mr. Grant. Monday, we're going to be here tonight. So at this point, it makes sense to stop.
Lazy me, you slut. Welcome. How are you? Hope you're doing well. What's good, man? How'd you find out about me? Yes, sir. Yo, can you hear me? Yo, just one moment. Yo, just one moment. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Yo. Okay, excellent. How you doing, man? How are you? Well, thank you. How'd you find out about me? What'd you say? Oh, Discord. Oh, Discord. Okay, which Discord? Which one, though? Was it Aiden Ross or Eager Alive or Socialize? Oh, okay, cool. How's your day going? Excellent. I'm well, thank you. Do you know anything about me? Okay, excellent. So you know my spiel. Yeah, I'm watching. Okay, excellent. I'm watching Jewish history lessons. What do you? Yeah, Jewish history. Yeah, 100%.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In these very difficult times, there's a tremendous amount of heat and relatively little light cast on the actual history of the region. So my goal in this cycle of three short lectures is to look at the presence of the Jews in the land of Israel from the end of the Roman period right up until the 19th century. This is kind of stretched out medieval period. And the third lecture will look at the most contentious era, the 20th and 21st century in particular. So let's go right back to late antiquity. Here's a map of the Roman Empire at the beginning of the second century. As you can see, it's a massive empire that stretches all the way from India throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, right out until the region of Persia. And as you can see from the colors that I've started out here, these are known to scale. You get a sense of where the large Jewish communities are and where the small Jewish communities are. There are significant diaspora communities in Rome and in Egypt in particular that existed prior to the disastrous Roman-Jewish wars, and they, of course, expanded after the great expulsions of the first
Antos rebellion of 115 to 117, and the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to about 136, there was a tremendous amount of persecution applying, particularly to Judea. Many Jews were sent to the north, rise of Greece into the city Tiberias. So we've got diaspora populations that existed prior to these wars, and of course they expanded significantly after the wars, but there was always a presence of Jews in the land of Israel throughout the entire medieval period. So what's going on in the land of Israel after the Bar Kokhba revolts of 132 136? Perhaps the most significant thing is under the persecution of Hadrian, there's this new movement to the north, and that's where at the turn of the 3rd century, Rabbi in particular decided that it was time to make a dramatic break in Jewish history and to record in writing a large oral tradition which came to be known as the Mishnah. This is basically, for lack of a better word for these very short lectures, it's basically Jewish law, although it's really more something like a textbook that offers lots and lots of questions, more questions than answers in many ways. It's broken into sections known as Shishei Sidrei, or 6 orders, which gives you a sense of the legal priorities of the Jewish nation. At the time, seeds, which deals primarily with the laws of agriculture, is described in the Bible, the laws of species, the sabbatical year, things like that. Holidays, of course, the holidays cycle women, which deals with marriage, divorce, and so on. Damages, which is kind of like a classic section of the Talmud. The Talmud, as you shall see, is a commentary on the Mishnah. And this is basically torts and things like that. 5 is holy things, which deals primarily with things like the temple and sacrifices and so on. And 6 is pure things, which deals with the very large body of laws dealing with personal ritual purity. Much more than we can discuss in this section. But by codifying this text, which had been handed down for centuries upon centuries as oral text, this really made Judaism portable and made it much more possible for Jews to survive in the diaspora. And this is a map that gives you another sense of what the diaspora looked like. Again, these little squares here that show Jewish communities, not to scale, some are much larger than others, but what I think is useful in particular about this map is the growth of Christianity, as you can see with these little starbursts. These are Christian communities which are now evolving. Again, you'll recall that in the 1st century, Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement, and it continued to have very strong Jewish connections throughout the 2nd century and into the 3rd century, but it rapidly begins changing into a Gentile movement, meaning a body of ideas that appeal to those who are not ethnically Jewish. And they established several major centers in Rome, Antioch, and so on, where the gospel movement spreads. Typically, those are originally connected to Jewish communities. And this is an especially important point because this is when the Roman Empire, of course, begins to actively engage in getting closer to Christianity and eventually adopting it as an official religion. Already at the beginning of the 4th century, with the Edict of Milan, Judaism loses the equality protected class that it had under the pre-Christian Romans. Even though they fought wars with the Romans, Judaism as a religion was specifically recognized by the Romans. After the empire officially adopted Christianity as an official religion, then that meant that Judaism began a relatively steep period of decline. This is the period, for example, that the Jews decided in Israel that they had better go away from the traditional method of organizing the calendar, which was based on sighting of the moon. At the year 359, they said we have to go now to a mathematically calculated astronomical calendar, which once again will survive much better in diaspora than relying on the existence of a strong Jewish polity in the land of Israel. And in fact, this was prescient because within a few decades, the patriarchate, which is the office of the political organization of Jews in the land of Israel, is officially ended in the year 425. And with the end of the patriarchate, or in Hebrew that would be the
Suit, Nasi, author, the I'll be Mishnah was a member of this patriarchy. That meant that there was no longer any official organized standing for the Jews in the land of Israel before the Roman Empire. They were a minority without any kind of authoritative body to lead them. Very, very difficult and precarious time to the Jews in Eastern Lebanon. Ironically, these gradually circumstances throughout the third and especially the fourth century spurred the Jews of Israel to engage in an unprecedented level of creativity. There were some rebellions like 1 and 352, but primarily the energy of the Jewish population went into codifying a massive commentary on the mission called the Talmud. There are actually two versions of the Talmud. One that's called the Jerusalem Talmud, or however the term is, sounds somewhat jarring today, the Palestinian Talmud, because Palestine, of course, was the graphic term that had been adopted since AD 40 region. And this Talmud essentially was a rather brilliant thing. And I'd love to talk about it a lot more, but I can't hear you. I have to go to my channel to look at other videos to understand a little bit more about what the Talmud means. But essentially, it takes the text of the Mishnah, which is itself kind of like an amplification of the biblical text, and opens it up to a degree of debate that makes it not a text like you can read like a newspaper, but a series of questions and some strange answers that require further questions. And this is what I'd like to call the genius of ambiguity that's really made the Jerusalem Talmud and its later successor, the Talmud written in Babylonia, it's the Babylonian Talmud, made it like a core text for Jews for the next 2,000 odd years and still actively studied today. I don't have to go into like the details of how the Talmud works, but I'll give you one example just to kind of illustrate the sense of playfulness that sometimes infuses this amazing text. This is a true story. When I was studying in yeshiva in a rabbinical seminary in Jerusalem, myself, and by the way, I am not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy, historian. There was a problem with an excessive amount of food being wasted, primarily because this was the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union. There were a lot of Jewish boys who were coming from Russia and Ukraine, and they were coming to Jerusalem to study, and maybe their work in the yeshiva would close, so therefore they would tend to take multiple helpings of lunch, free for students, and they would take it back to their rooms, and it would waste, and it was expensive, and so on. So the yeshiva put up a sign. I went into the cafeteria one day, and the yeshiva put up a sign that read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion. No student is permitted to stand in line for the second portion. So we go into that. I went in and had my lunch. I came out and I looked behind me and I saw that someone had just subtly altered the sign in a very talkative manner to read: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No, the student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Well, they just took down the sign, but that just gives you some sense of what it means to study the Talmud and the Mishnah that it's based upon as a Jewish exercise. And this was created in the land of Israel in the 4th century, long after the Roman Jewish wars. The difference between this and the much larger Babylonian Talmud is that you had this huge massive population living in Babylonia, and over the next century and a half, they're reading the Jerusalem Talmud. They're opening up the same kinds of questions. They're developing different answers. They're also interested in somewhat different issues because in the land of Israel, there's a lot of discussion of agricultural laws that apply there, that don't necessarily apply in Babylonia, and so on. The Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later, is generally considered more authoritative, certainly much more well studied, but its origins are in Israel. Another major contribution, not just to return to Jewish culture, but really to world culture, is the institution of the synagogue, which develops at this time. And other houses of worship, such as the church and mosque, are based directly on the model created by the synagogue. The term itself, synagogue, in Greek means place where people gather, and that's a direct translation of the Hebrew term, Beit Knesset, and that's also how we
it's really well associated with symbols. Anyone who walks through a synagogue will notice that there are tens, sometimes hundreds of plaques that all commemorate donors who money in order to build the synagogue. This one is attributed to a man Theodotus, the son of Thanatos, who was an artist of Theodotus, made of the synagogue, and it basically talks about how, he has led a long line of people who were similar donors to the synagogue, built the synagogue, a guest room, chambers, plumbing, all kinds of things like that. And synagogues, especially after the destruction of the temple in year 70, which it represents a huge change to Jewish ritual. All of Judaism was so focused on the temple and its rituals in Jerusalem that when it is destroyed by the Romans, what do you do with Judaism as a whole? And the transition to synagogues was essentially something that replaced, at least in some form, the centrality of the temple, allowing Jews to come together to express their heartfelt desires and prayer to God and to perform many other functions, social gatherings, study sessions, and so on. And we have synagogues that dominate the entire landscape and are especially prevalent in the north, where many Jews have settled after Morocco. Here, for example, is a beautiful synagogue floor of a huge mosaic of the zodiac that was found to come out of Tiberia, 4th century. And you can see from the mosaic that they're still commemorating and harking back to the temple with all kinds of elements like the incense shovel and the menorah, the covenant, that all refer back to the temple, and as well as the shofar and the levanetron, which are, of course, part of the holiday season. We have beautiful mosaics everywhere, including not too far away with the Alpha in the 6th century, kind of a more primitive style, but very much the same. Beit Alpha also has this dramatic rendition of the Bible, Isaac, which is described in Genesis chapter 22. And we have synagogues like this, I think I showed you in the last lecture, from God, so on. And these synagogues dominate the landscape, particularly the north, right up until the 7th century, when the advent of Islam. This map says a lot about what happens to the world in the 7th century. This new faith that emerges from Saudi Arabia, from Medina and Mecca, under leadership of Muhammad, spreads with tremendous rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, reaching up into the Iberian Peninsula in the west and moving all the way out east to regions like Afghanistan, the regions of northern India, and so on. After some initial moments of harsh conflict between Muhammad and some Jews trying to live in Saudi Arabia, Islam spreads to the land of Israel and actually turns out to be something over the long term which proves to be quite beneficial, at least up until the 20th century. One of the ironies of Jewish history is that overall, accepting again is very difficult the last 100-odd years. Jews fared better in general under Islam than they did under Christianity. That's not to say that there were not examples of violence directed against Jews. There was certainly, as we shall see, a certain low-level discrimination that was pervasive. Occasionally there were moments of forced conversions, but pound for pound, comparing apples to apples, as it were, it was far less in hostile regions. But let's look at why that is so. We should understand that as religions, as systems of human behavior, Islam and Judaism are actually much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. Primarily reason for this is because Islam, which of course is based on Christianity and Judaism, Muhammad had a wide range of teachers that he could draw upon to learn about early faiths, and there's so many similarities between Islam and Judaism that clearly shows that they share a common cultural vocabulary. For example, Jews are required to pray 3 times a day facing Jerusalem. Muslims pray 5 times a day facing Mecca. Originally, they faced Jerusalem as well. Jews practice a dietary system known as kashrut. Muslims practice a dietary system associated with halal. Judaism has a certain set of rules regarding the dress of females.
and just males, by the way. And Islam has also a system of rules for the dress of females and the females that are Islam. But in other words, they're like kind of like similar blocks of ideas about how people should behave. And although they're not identical, of course, Jews and Muslims can sort of understand that. Okay, these are categories of behavior. Christianity, on the other hand, places a tremendous amount of emphasis on creed, on belief, rather than on pragmatic behavior, which sets it somewhat apart from both Islam and Judaism. Although, of course, also both Islam and Judaism have elements of it as well. But this whole imperative structure of halakha on the Jewish side, Jewish law, and Sharia or Islam on the other side, means that they really have quite a bit in common, and they were actually able to affect quite a sort of modus vivendi, a way of living together. This was expressed in particular in legal terms, something which came to be known as the Pact of Umar, associated with the 9th century in particular. And essentially what the Pact of Umar dictates is it regulates the space for non-Muslims in Muslim society, in particular Jews and Christians, because they were known as people of the book. They had, according to Islam, received a legitimate transmission or communication from God in the past. Islam would argue that they misunderstood those transmissions, they adulterated those transmissions, and so on, but that's not our discussion today. But since they were essentially keeping to the traditions as handed down to them from their previous generations, therefore were accorded a degree of respect within Islamic society, and they were allowed to continue practicing their faiths within Islamic society. There were limits set on them. They could not, for example, build new synagogues. They could only repair old ones. They are not allowed to engage in certain symbolic acts of leadership, like carrying a weapon or riding a horse. In some areas, certain colors were required for them. They had to wear a certain color, for example. Many of these things were often, the loophole was found or bribes were paid for Jews to avoid these things. But nevertheless, this established within Islam the notion of a Rothschild, of a society governed by law, meaning that although they were second class or protected status, the term is dignity, they nevertheless were allowed a space in which they could continue to be Jews. There were additional taxes imposed on them, like jizya and so on, but basically they had a space where they could continue to be Jews, and this proved to be really very useful. If we outside of land of Israel for a moment, perhaps the greatest expression of this was the Spanish Golden Age, known sometimes as la convivencia, the period of coexistence where Jews and Muslims and Christians in this triangular society of Spain, which is Israel, actually enjoyed a period of this, cooperation and cultural cross-fertilization. It's somewhat exaggerated occasionally in historical literature, but nevertheless, it has some really dramatic moments and individuals associated with it. And perhaps the most important figure who emerges from this period at this very end, in fact, he himself had to be a refugee from extremist Muslims that entered the region of Spain from North Africa, is of course none other than Maimonides, one of the greatest, most towering figures of the Middle Ages, who actually made his way out of Spain to Cairo and its environs, where he established a very successful career as a court musician and as the leader of his generation, particularly in the southern and eastern parts of the Mediterranean. Although the majority of his life was spent in Egypt, he was ultimately buried in Israel. After the advent of Islam, there is a resurgence of the Jewish population, particularly in Jerusalem, and the growth of a significant rabbinic leadership that engages in some rivalry with the leadership much larger than Baghdad. Ultimately, Baghdad will take the lead, but Jerusalem nevertheless had its private place. And Jews and Muslims fight alongside each other against the Crusaders who entered left Israel in the 11th century and then several times afterwards as well. But I think one of the most fascinating
periods of Jewish history at this time is when the Ottoman Empire was in the 12th period, not of the entire lasted right up until the 20th century. And this as a result of a great influx of Jews after the Spanish expulsion. This map here shows the many places that Jews sought refuge after being sent out of Spain. And as you can see, a significant number of them went to the land of Israel. And not only that, in particular, they went to a city called Sfat. Sfat is a beautiful city that is not especially famous until the 1500s, when it suddenly attracts this tremendous number of Spanish and Portuguese exiles who set up this incredible center of Jewish activity. It is there that the Urianic Kabbalah is particularly described. You can see from these unique blue tinted gravestones from Sfat some of the great names of the Kabbalah, Alchemy, Cornevero, and of course the incredible Arizal, Azaluria, who came to Sfat from Egypt to study the great masters there. So there's tremendous creativity about Israel in the 1500s in Sfat. And it is a tremendous surge of Jewish creativity in Sfat, however, it's largely limited to the 1500s. And by the time you get to that period, Jewish communities in West Israel tend to go into a fairly steep decline. There are regular migrations, particularly from 1700 on, from Poland, of Jews who are seeking to return to the ancestral homeland. But if you look at this estimated population chart in the land of Israel from 1850, which is based solely on people who had status as honored subjects, you can see that Jews constitute roughly 4% of the overall population of the land, Christians another 8%, and everyone else basically Muslims or Jews. So there's only a tiny minority of Jews living in the land of Israel by the time we get to the modern period. By the 1880s, however, we begin to see the organized migration of Jews now from the region of Ukraine in particular under an organization called Hebrew, which is acronym for the phrase Beit Yaakov, House of Jacob, let us arise and go. This is actually one of the founding documents here. This organization, Hebrew, aimed to recreate agricultural settlements of Jews in the land of Israel. They received significant backing from Western donors. They were not especially good farmers, however, they struggled. Many of their communities failed, but some of them actually managed to take root in places like Tikva, and they constitute the nucleus of the new migration of Jews from Eastern and Western Europe. And as you can see from some of these 20th century ministers, which are designed to garner support for donations to help these Jews reestablish themselves in the ancestral homeland, here you see that there's a concentration of Jews in Palestine referred to in the land of Israel, and they have a Yiddish translation that says in English, help me build the land of Israel. Is the phrase there. That's translated as Palestine. Here's a more muscular version that really captures the imagination of Jews at the time, a nation reborn on its ancestral soil. So that basically takes us to the 19th century period of the great conflict between the people living in the land. Because one of the great sort of myths of this period is that the Jews constitute a people without a land for a land without people. The land of Israel, of course, was well populated with many people, and we'll have to turn to that very difficult chapter in the next lecture. But for now, I hope you found this useful, and hope you'll watch the next video as well. Thank you very much.
one of the most consequential questions in Jewish history is a very basic one. Who is a Jew? Now, you might think that this is a settled law, that there is really no question about it. But in fact, when you look a little more deeply at Jewish history, you see that there are several periods in history when it becomes a very important question. For the vast majority of Jewish history, in particular the last 2 millennia, most Jews have regarded a Jew as someone who has a Jewish mother. That is matrilineal. The nominal identity of a person follows that personal status, regardless of affiliation with religion or self-identification. But that has not always been a universal case for Jewish history. What I'd like to do today is focus on this question as we introduce the question of women in ancient Israel in general. Now, let us recall that this is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is primarily because of a decision that was made by the Reform movement in 1983 that recognized patrilineal descent. More precisely, it's both matrilineal and patrilineal descent. But in other words, this represents an acknowledgement by a major Jewish movement that as long as one parent was ethnically Jewish, however you define Jewishness, the child could also be Jewish. There's more to it than that. And perhaps one of the most important things to think about is, did this decision initiate change, or was it simply a recognition of change that had already happened because intermarriage, especially in American Jewry, was at such a high level that we already have the phenomenon of children who have like a Jewish father rather than a Jewish mother and wish to identify with the Jewish community, and they find that they are shut out because the matrilineal principle has been the dominant one for the last 2,000 years. And it's resulted in a lot of really painful moments. For example, in this article by Shoshana Tikva, written in 2019. It's a very difficult and personal issue. In this particular video, I mainly intend to just go over the historical issues, and I will leave the philosophical and religious, indeed sociological and psychological issues to people who are more expert. So the question we really have is, when did the matrilineal status become effective? When did it become the norm? We can see when we read the Bible, it's very clear, two things. First of all, there is a strong prohibition, very clearly worded, against intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but one can easily generalize it refers to intermarriage in general. But at the same time, you see in particular some really important figures like Joseph, Moses, Solomon, who all apparently marry non-Jewish women. So how do you square these things? And by the way, of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by Shia J.G. Cohen, Beginnings of Jewishness, where he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and issues of matrilineal descent and so on. I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions, but no question, it's a masterful survey of the sources, and there's a lot of value in this. So trying to square this conundrum, on the one hand, we have this long-standing practice of matrilineal descent, and on the other hand, we have these biblical examples that seem to contradict it. There are three logical ways to approach the challenge. The first is to say that, well, let's say the law of matrilineal descent, this concept and principle, was not always described in the text. Meaning that, Moses married a Midianite, but the Midianite woman went through a conversion. And Joseph married, an Egyptian woman, but she went through a conversion. If that is the case, then you have to wonder, well, why doesn't the text tell us this? Why does the Torah reveal that this is in fact what happened? Wouldn't we be prone to be misunderstanding the text if it doesn't say something which actually happened? That's one possibility. Another logical possibility is to say that, yes, the law was always in effect. The Jews always adhered to this matrilineal principle, is sometimes ignored. You have that sometimes where, as Rabbi Beryl Wine often likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, right? Jews do not necessarily behave in normative, acceptable ways. So perhaps, the examples we have in the Bible are, not in conformity with the way Jews are supposed to behave. Now that would be obviously an acceptable answer, except the fact that, these figures, Moses, Joseph, Solomon, and others, they're really important people. And are we really going to assert that they were behaving contrary to law? That's definitely problematic. There's also a smaller problem, which we won't go into right now, but the Midrash has a principle that even before the Torah was given, Jews at that level, at any rate, certainly behaved in conformity with the Torah itself. Like, for example, the laws of keeping kosher were not given until the Torah was given, but you still wouldn't have the patriarchs and matriarchs going out for non-kosher food, that kind of thing. But that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that for now. The third logical possibility is that maybe the law wasn't always in effect. Maybe the law of matrilineal descent, or the principle of matrilineal descent, was introduced later in Jewish history, which would mean that the earlier biblical figures who followed apparently a patrilineal principle were not contravening the law. Again, there's that small Midrashic objection, which is reasonable, but not for us today. But if that is the case, that we say the law was not necessarily in effect, when did it change? So that's the three possibilities. Let's look at them in turn. But let's start from the basic one. Let's say, what is the first unequivocal statement of this principle? So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself. And here's one classic passage. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 4. So verse 3 says, do not intermarry with them, meaning the surrounding non-Jewish nations. Do not give your daughters to the sons, or take their daughters for your sons. And then in verse 4 it says, Ki yasir et bincha me'acharai, v'avdu eleni ha'chedni, v'chara af Hashem mochem, v'yishmecha ma'be'er. Right? Now let's look at the translation. It says, for they will turn your children away from me to worship other gods. And the Lord's anger will blaze forth against you, and he will promptly wipe you out. Right? Very strong word of criticism. The problem with this particular passage, normally Sepharia is amazing, but they're relying on translations that in many cases are already extant, and this translation is a little bit of distortion. If we look carefully at the English, it's not for they, which is in the third person plural. It really should be for he, right? The word in Hebrew is ki yasir, which is male, masculine, singular. Or it's really he will turn your children. Now, your children is also not in the plural. It should be in the singular masculine. For your son, which in this context would be your grandson. Okay, so let's understand this properly. It says for he, meaning your son-in-law. It can't be your daughter-in-law, because it would say for she. It would put it in the feminine. And by the way, in Hebrew, there is no gender. Every single noun or pronoun has to be either male or female. So it's binary here, there's no other choice. And it is masculine. So this means that if you have to imagine yourself as a grandparent, if your daughter marries a non-Jewish male, if you as a Jewish person have a daughter who is Jewish and she marries a non-Jewish male, the non-Jewish male, according to this verse, turn your son, which is your son, away from God. Okay? That's the statement of the verse here. Let's look at it in the commentary of Rashi. I have it abbreviated on the right here, but let's look at it in greater detail. So Rashi here is quoting the Talmud, Tractate Bamot 23a, and it reads like this, i.e., the son of the heathen, non-Jew, when he marries thy daughter, will turn away thy grandson, whom thy daughter will bear unto him, from following me and following God. This teaches us that thy daughter's son, who is born of a non-Jewish father, is still called your son, but your son's son who was born of a non-Jewish woman is not called your son, right? Because the verse only talks about the situation in which your grandson by your non-Jewish son-in-law would go away from God. It does not even bother talking about your grandson from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law, because according to Rashi, according to the Talmud, that person, that grandchild, is not even Jewish. That's the clearest biblical statement of the matrilineal principle. And as you can see, it's not explicit at all. It has to be drawn out through this midrash, which is expressed in the Talmud and expressed later in Rashi's commentary. So that's how the principle is derived. Now, if we take this from a theological perspective, at the very least, the matrilineal principle that is put in place in the period of the giving of the Torah, which is obviously quite ancient. We're now talking about the Exodus period, and it would have been, the norm all through ancient Judea. But when we look at the historical data, it's a little more confusing. So, by the way, here's a beautiful painting by Anna Fedorova. She has so many of these studies of women lighting candles with their children looking on. Very kind of traditional, romantic kind of view, but really very powerful. She just passed away in 2020. But very beautiful work, still available for sale in many galleries today. Anyway, we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually put into place. So we recall that in the 6th century, the Jews are exiled by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586, and then they return within a few decades Persia from Babylonia to Israel under Ezra. And in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, he laments the long prayer there where he expresses tremendous regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rampant. Then in chapter 10, one Shechania ben Yechiel of Elam sends away the foreign wives and their children. He does not, or doesn't mention, what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who have married non-Jewish wives, their families are broken up, and the wives are sent away, along with their children, which seems to be imagine how difficult this might have been, how harsh it must have been. But beyond the sympathy for the human drama involved, it's a very clear statement of the matrilineal principle in effect in the 6th century before the Common Era. And that would be a clear illustration of it. However, as Dr. Cohen points out, when you go 700 years later and you look at non-rabbinic texts, such as the Jewish philosopher Philo, who we'll speak about in a few weeks' time, Josephus, who we spoke about extensively, and even Paul, and yet in some cases, some ways, the New Testament, the Christian writings, are kind of like a historical commentary on Jewish society as well. So very useful to kind of like flesh out what's going on in the first century in some ways. But anyway, all these three important figures and sources, they seem unaware of the matrilineal principle. You have to look at Dr. Cohen's book to see the specific examples, but it seems pretty clear that they're clueless about this. To give you one example, Josephus, he speaks about King Herod the Great. And he goes on and on about how Herod's own pedigree is questioned by the Jewish community. He's called the Idumean, he's called the half-Jew, because his father came from the Idumean people who had been forcibly converted prior to this in the era of the Maccabees, the Hashmonaim under John Hyrcanus in particular. So in other words, because his father descended from a people that had a questionable conversion, there are doubts about Herod's own Jewish identity. But no one seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish. His mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like totally, not relevant than mother. So now there are ways you can approach this. You can say that Josephus is not necessarily the best, exemplar of rabbinic Judaism at all. And it could be that only the Pharisees were really observing this kind of level of observance that became normative. What Dr. Cohen argues is that in reality, the whole institution of conversion had not really coalesced by this time, and that there was kind of like a different standard for women marrying Jewish men, that their marriage itself constituted the understanding of conversion in that era. Fascinating argument. Whereas men, if they wanted to convert into Judaism, required a much more complex process, which involved, among other things, circumcision. So that's why when men would marry into Herod's family, that there was a whole big deal about, they went through this, and they had circumcision and so on. But there's no discussion of when non-Jewish women are incorporated into that dynasty. For certain, however, by the time you get to the Mishnah, which is about the turn of the year 200, by the turn of the 3rd century, there's no question that rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of the matrilineal principle, reaffirming what we saw in Rashi quoting the Talmud, which the Talmud, of course, not be written until quite a bit later, but the idea is that matrilineal principle is very, very strong in the rabbinic tradition, certainly from the Mishnah onwards. And again, a little theological note here, from the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah, although it only achieves a written form with Yehuda Nasi around the year 100 to 220, it was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far earlier, and in fact, the core teachings of the Mishnah go back to Mount Sinai itself, which corresponds with the way the Talmud read that particular passage. Okay, so to wrap this all up, basically, we have a matrilineal principle that can arguably be extended all the way back to Mount Sinai through a Pharisaic interpretation of the text. When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle, sometimes at great cost to themselves, we see in the Book of Ezra, and that even by the 1st century Common Era, some very prominent Jews seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by the time the Mishnah is codified, this becomes the dominant view, without question, overwhelmingly so. And any deviations from this are taken very seriously. I should mention one last caveat that I think is a very important one. We started by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we tend to see in Jewish history is that Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There's room for a lot of diverse opinion within the large tent of Jewish identity. But this particular question of whether or not a person is Jewish is one of those third rail type questions that tends to result in fissures, in schisms, and when it remains unresolved, it has very dire consequences for the integrity of the larger Jewish population. But I leave that for people who are expert in this. I hope you found this short video useful, and we're going to continue with our discussion of women in ancient Israel. Thank you for watching. Over the course of the past few videos, we've had opportunity to occasionally talk about specific Jewish women as they appear in ancient Israel, both the biblical context and larger theological context. But let's just take a step back and have kind of a macro look at the methodology
that's circulating right now, which is very valuable project, is something called the project test, named after this person, Danielle Project, also pronounced Projects. I actually have to contact her to find out which message to use, but in America, the Hillary Project. At any rate, she actually was trained as a historian, so it was a nice conversation. Her test, which gained a lot of popularity to show recently, especially on what we call film Twitter, is inspired by the so-called Bechdel test. The Bechdel test is something that has been used for modern films to sort of purity check the quality of a film from the perspective of the feminist analysis. And that is, in order to pass the Bechdel test, a movie has to have two women speaking with each other about something other than a male character, right? So you would think that this would be a totally normal thing to do, but apparently a lot of films don't pass this. I've seen some other details that suggest that the women should have names, they should be named characters and so on. And obviously the idea is to try and expand the presentation of women, even in something as contemporary as modern film, to try to discuss women as real people. Now, Danielle Kravchuk takes this a different direction and says that in terms of the study of the Jewish tradition, any source sheet, which is a tried and true pedagogical model where we choose quotes from rabbinic literature, from the Bible, and other things, and put together on a mimeograph or a photocopied sheet, and people will look at these sources. She proposes that any source sheet that includes at least two texts must also include at least one non-male identifying text. It's a very valuable idea to try and expand the universe of our awareness when it comes to rabbinic theology and writings. And I would love very much to do this with this piece of that. We see that we're living in an era where it's incredibly important aspect of human condition, the experience of women in history, has been ignored for centuries, and it's so hard to find women's voices in medieval ancient sources, but it's something that we really want to resurrect and want to try and recreate as much as possible what the experience of living was fully half of the population. We have to live in a cultural moment where this is unusually suppressed as well. I'm sure some of you will be following the controversy regarding the decision of some Jewish papers in media to not publish faces of women. I'm not going to go there now. Perhaps we'll return to it a semester or two on the 20th century. But I think it is important to point out that this is not at all a uniform practice. It's really on one particular spot of the spectrum. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, who we mentioned in other contexts before, was especially noted for insisting that in many children's book portrayals, such as this Sibos Shem handbook for Jewish children, if there is a male child portrait, there should always be a female child portrait as well. So this is something that has pushed back on all sectors of the Jewish population. And it's just another example of the project test expressing itself in culture. When we come to our challenge, which is trying to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel, the difficulty is that the vast majority of our sources are by men, for men, about men. This is especially true in medieval Israel. If you look, for example, classical rabbinic texts, you have a Mishnah, which on the one hand is a great, but it has a whole section called Nashim, which is all about women. That should be it, right? But not really. That's mainly describing how men relate to marriage, divorce, regular marriage, and so on. So women are included in the canon, but at the same time, they kind of don't stop. We look at it as in the temple courtyard, there was a section called Mizrach Nashim, the courtyard of women. So that means that women were part of the overall functioning of the temple. But on the other hand, there was relegated space for them. By the way, we should also understand that there are relegated spaces for all kinds of people who are not Kohanim, not Leviim, not sacrifice, things like that. But the point holds true. They are actually part of the story, but they're also relevant. Our idea is to try to understand their experience in broader scope of traditions. When it comes to archaeological sources, archaeological sources, finds, genetic things, and so on, they are extremely limited in nature, much more so than direct sources. They're incredibly difficult to interpret. As we saw, for example, in the Bar Cookbook years a while ago, I will speak about it a little more, when you find cosmetics in a cave, it's reasonable to assume that these cosmetics belong to a woman, but not necessarily that ancient women, or coal, for example, kind of high makeup. So, what can we really glean from women's history when a lot of sources are anonymized like that? Very difficult to interpret them. You find a bowl, a servant bowl, and we assume perhaps that it's more likely that it belonged to a woman, or a woman was more likely to have handled it, but there's no guarantees of that either. So it's very difficult to actually, on a theoretical level, reconstruct women's experience of history and ancient Israel based on the sources we have. There are some really exciting materials, however, especially when we get to late antiquity. For example, we have these Euphemian scriptures from Smyrna in the 3rd century, and if you can make up something we download there, it's basically a funerary inscription that describes this woman as an archi-synagogue, that's sort of the right side of the top line. The second one is an archi-synagogue, which means leader of the synagogue. We actually have quite a few examples of women who are representing this particular title. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean from the larger context that they were, like, say, the rabbi, or even the president of the synagogue. It may mean something like major donor to the synagogue. But nevertheless, these kinds of descriptions give us just a glimpse that perhaps exceptional or wealthier or more influential, but they definitely have significant roles, as we shall see, not so much in today's lecture, but as we move forward. I'd like to highlight these and then try and pass the project test as much as possible. Okay, let's just look at the biblical text right here. Now, one of there are literally thousands of women in biblical text, to be sure. In many cases, however, they are nameless or they are named in relationship to men. Like, for example, the wife of Noah, the children of Lot, daughters of Lot, Jephthah's daughter. We don't know their names from the biblical text, but they are named usually in some kind of relationship to men. Sometimes they're identified in terms of their character or skills, like the wise woman of Tekoa, or sometimes based on their place, like the rich of Endor. But there are literally hundreds, thousands of women in Hebrew scriptures that we don't know much about them in person. But there are some fascinating aspects when we include the oral tradition as well. Have a look at this picture here. Obviously, it's a piece of Persian art, but you wonder, like, that looks like a relatively familiar scene, right? It looks like Joseph running away from Ancient Potiphar, the life of Potiphar, the famous scene, of course, in Genesis, where she's grabbing onto his coat as he's trying to escape him. And here's another aspect that's really interesting in the Jewish tradition is that although they may be nameless in the biblical text, the rabbinic tradition preserves the oral tradition, in which there are lots of names and lots of additional details. And one of the crucial things about studying the Torah in the Jewish sense is you need to have two fingers. You have to have one finger in the written text and one finger in the oral tradition to understand it, as Jews have for hundreds of years. And one easy way to do that is one finger in text, one finger in Rashi, as we saw, for example, in the last lecture about the Trinity. So why am I bringing this in Persian art? Because in the Persian tradition, it's actually a name for ancient Potiphar. Zuleika is her name. And now this is not the Jewish oral tradition, although maybe the monkeys are borrowing something from the tradition, our oral tradition proposed, but the same phenomenon exists in the sense of there's a lot more detail than we get from the Bible itself. There are many examples in the Bible of strong Jewish women. Typically, they're named when they are strong. And often they're quite strong in the sense of defying male commands. For example, Sarah insists on the expression of Hagar,
Esau and Jacob. And you'll see the blessing, and in fact, she engineers Jacob's reception of the blessing rather than Esau. Hannah, Hebrew family, it's hard for me to but Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli, the Kohen, Samuel, and Hannah stands her ground and says, no, I'm praying to God, and in fact, she becomes a model of that prayer. We have female warriors, like the woman who killed Sheva ben Bichri, also from Samuel, or Gael, who plants a tent peg through the temple of Sisera and saves the Jewish people. Fascinating examples. So, and we have to add to this that in the Bible there are many negative portrayals of women as well, such as Jezebel and Athaliah. These are complex examples of character that they certainly are smaller in scope than a number of strong male characters, but nevertheless they have depth and sophistication. It's hard to really analyze them from a historical perspective, as we saw in the previous lecture. Occasionally these tempting artifacts come up from archaeological finds, such as the seal that may have belonged to Jezebel, but for the most part we are totally reliant on limited texts, so therefore the kind of tools that we need to try to explore religious history tends to be more literary in nature than historical per se. Nevertheless, we make full use of the text to try to understand everything we can about them. Let us conclude this discussion with one sort of overarching thing that's really important to understand the experience of young age. That is that, we have to transport ourselves from an early 20th century environment in which we are increasingly willing to adopt a more androgynous view of religion to a more ancient view in which there is a very radically different experience of Judaism by men and women. While we can certainly see echoes of it in the whole tradition of communities today, Orthodox, ultra-Orthodox, but this is something that we have been pervasive in the ancient world. Next lecture we'll talk about some exceptional women, but when we want to look at women in general in history, the most important thing to really bear in mind is the fact that men and women were not necessarily practicing the same religion. Maybe I can say it in a better way. They were practicing the same religion, but there are two different tracks. There's a men's track and a women's track. There's a lot to say about this in terms of religious studies, but in terms of an anthropological approach, let's look at this one basic difference between men and women and how they would have approached Judaism. The Judaism is, of course, heavily dependent on the interpretation of the commandments. How exactly are Jews to translate the biblical text as mediated by the oral tradition of the Pharisees into actual demands on daily life? So one of the ways to categorize the commandments, which by the way would be a major enterprise in legal thinkers that really need months, is to divide them into four different quadrants shown here. So on the x-axis we can place negative commandments, that is thou shalt not steal, you're not supposed to do it, and positive commandments, things that you are supposed to give out the attitude. And on the y-axis, we can posit those actions which are defined by time, that is, they're restricted to a particular time, or those which are open-ended and always apply. Let me give you a few examples. Negative commandment that is defined by time is no eating bread on the holiday of Passover. Right? You eat bread lots of other times of the year, but on the week of Passover, no bread. Okay? Okay. How about negative not defined by time? No pork. It is thou shalt not, and is not defined by time. Now, a positive commandment that is not defined by time would be something like honor your parents. You have to honor your parents. Kids are the kids. You have to honor your parents. There's no time when you see no longer. What about a positive commandment? Let's say the Jews, but they are exempted from positive commandments defined by time. What does that mean? Exempt? In general, it means women may choose to do these commandments if they so wish, and they will receive reward for performing these commandments. But if they choose to, they are exempt from performing. There's exceptions to this rule. For example, lighting the candles Friday night, which is something which is specifically associated with women. That is a positive commandment. It is associated with time. And women are generally considered obligated in that order. At least are obligated before men are obligated. Another example would be drinking with 4 cups of wine on the holiday Passover, also a positive commandment by that time. Women are obligated. They Talmud goes through a whole bunch of these exceptions and why they are exceptions. But the general rule is as such. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications for lifestyle because one of the most disruptive elements of the day, that's putting it in negative, a positive disruption, is prayer 3 times a day. And clearly, for women who are more likely to be overwhelmingly involved in duties of the home, childcare, and things like that, the exception from positive commandments are defined by time are extremely useful. You can't necessarily run after school without a screen in front of them. There's a lot more to say about why women were obligated in this way and not in another way, and whether the rabbinic formulations come after the sociological realities or the other way around. I will use that with enthusiasm to people who are experts in religious studies, religious studies, and so on. But nevertheless, this is the schema of women's experience in the ancient world and more traditional, at least in much of the medieval world and into the modern world, and we see the Orthodox countries. There are also, beyond this, specific experiences that women would have had that tend to be biological in nature. Like, for example, the regular visits to the mikvah, the immersion pool, and one of the most beautiful things that when you resurrected in the early modern period is the composition of specific prayers that are associated with women's experience of commandments such as cleansing the mikvah, experiencing menopause, childbirth, things like that, which are largely disappeared from the regular canon text because they were primarily done by men. A lot more to say about this, but we'll move forward into the future. So these kinds of religious structural elements help define many of the traditional divisions between men and women and their experience of Judaism and the world as a whole. Women tend to be relegated to the private sphere of the home, but not at all exclusively. We have lots of interesting examples of women stepping into the public sphere. Women tend to be involved in particular crafts such as the production of clothing, very, very time-consuming work, the production of the care of the diet of the family, and so on. Again, no way to say, I mean, appropriate to say this is impersonal, but it's certainly viable to say that it is more common than not. In the next lecture, I'd like to look at 3 exceptional women, 2 of which are exceptional because of their accomplishments, and the third was exceptional because we simply have to know a lot about her, and otherwise she may have been an absolute average woman with some sense of unusual life in Americans versus some exception. I hope you found that. Thank you very much for watching. Okay, now that we've had a look at one specific issue that I would like to set, we're going to look a little bit at some of the sources and methods, challenges of studying Jewish learning in antiquity. Let's look at 3 exceptional examples. century of late antiquity. It's much harder to get back earlier time as we discussed. But what do we know about Gloria? Well, first of all, she was mentioned frequently in the Talmud. She's the wife of a very important rabbi, Rabbi. She comes from an important family. Her father was one of the martyrs of the persecution that was related to by Copper Place. That helps us date the early signs of prayer that the father uses a sense of her lifetime, sometime in the second century. From the Talmudic account that her sister was actually taken off to captivity to Rome while Dr. Frank has some interesting thoughts about that as well. Now, one of the fascinating things about her work is that she is so exceptional in that she is mentioned frequently in the Talmud as a sage. Let us understand that there are about 2,000 different horizons or later periods, people period of time who actually have an own voice in this massive document. And there can't be more than 20 women appear anywhere. And most of these women are unnamed, or they have a title like Lisa, something like that. Gloria stands out so much as being incredibly important woman in the actual intellectual take of this massive document. She often corrects the sages who respect her learning, and she often does it in a way that was kind of like a fighting sense of humor. Like one particular example, when she is accosted by another rabbi who asks her for directions in a rather polite manner, and she snaps back at him saying, Galilean fool, did you not read what it says? She goes kind of teaching, do not talk over much with women. You should have abbreviated your statements and simply said which way to go. Right? In other words, she's sort of throwing teaching to the rabbis back at them. You get the sense that sometimes there is kind of like a proto-feminist critique of the things that she does. But that's a minor aspect of her teachings. Her life story and the kind of things that she talks about are often profound and very deep. She speaks to the nature of personal tragedy in life, as we see with her father and her sister, and also with the children of Rabbi Meir, who died at that particular Sabbath teaching, and those terrifying kinds of things that they did. She's really a teacher of phenomenal depth, of a lot of wisdom, of silver wit, and capacity, and an amazing woman. And she stands out highly as kind of like the big exception to the rule of real silence, your nameless or faceless in the time. The end of her life is described in a bizarre passage that is only recorded a 1,000 years after her life in the commentary of Rothschild on the tractate of Zara. It doesn't occur anywhere else in the literature. And although it appears in very authoritative commentary that was Rothschild big stage, nevertheless, it's so out of character with what we know about Rabbi Meir's life, what we know about Julia's life, that it describes her as being very ignorant. And leave that up to events rather than debate the nature of that particular story. Nevertheless, Gloria stands out as one tremendous counterexample to the vast majority of women who don't have the same kind of access to Torah learning that has so exemplary of her life and Christianity. So that's an exception in terms of the young scholarship, which of course would be extremely important for Jewish society over the next decade. Another very important figure now in terms of politics would be the figure of Rabbi. She was actually royalty in a literal sense. Her name was Rabbi, who dates her somewhere around the year 26, maybe at 85. She was the daughter of King Agrippa I and his wife Simchas. Now, you will recall that there were a few puppet kings in the Roman period in Judea. Some of them were very powerful, like Herod the Great, who was running his great father, God did that better. And others were quite diminished in the faith. King Agrippa I was one of the latter category. He happened to be a more sympathetic figure. He's quoted several times in the Talmud, usually in a very positive light. He lived in the year 444. As a Jewish princess. She was married off primarily for purposes of lineage and connection, things like that, to Marcus, who was the son of Alexander, the Symmachus of Alexandria. He in fact was the Alabah of Alexander, essentially the leader of the Jewish Pharaoh. And not only that, he was the nephew of a very famous Jewish philosopher, Philo, who was like at the lecture. She was widowed, and then she remarried her uncle, Herod of Chalcis, widowed a second time, and then she essentially moved in with her brother and with the second. Josephus, in this context, was a nasty relationship with the two of them, which was unusual because it was not repeated by Roman historians of the time. It's not impossible because this was not well practiced among Romans, but the Jews would have been extremely scandalous, to say the least. But anyway, at this point, she was like a authority. She was referred to as the Regina or Dina, meaning queen, Asilia, also queen, and she actually served famously in the trial of Paul later on during this past year of conservative. She married a third time to King Ptolemy II of Cilicia, who actually converted to Judaism, was circumcised, and so on. But here's another fascinating thing about her. She was in Jerusalem at the time of the outbreak of the Black People that we in 66. And she was there because she was fulfilling the Nazarite vow, which is interesting as a point context. Nazarism is something that's recorded in the Bible, and of course, it's certainly attractive at that time, in which basically a person has some kind of like proven experience. They want to like repentance for it, they want to be true before it, and so they have to take some restrictions on their behavior, like their hair grow, refrain from alcohol, specifically, and then at the end of this period, which is another sort of 30 days, 60 days, they come to Jerusalem and they offer a sacrifice. So she was there at that time when they broke out, which is some kind of sense of what kind of person she would be. She took on that like that. And she stood up for the rebels. She went to Gessus Chorus, who felt very considerate, and she appeared before him barefoot to beg for mercy for them. But she was unable to stop either the Roman onslaught, and she was unable to the rebel hunter. So she ended up fleeing to the palace of her mother, which is broken down. And somehow, in this context, at this time, she was involved in a relationship with none other than Jesus. That is the son of the emperor of Vespasian, later to become emperor himself, who was responsible for the armies that were destroyed Jerusalem. There's some interesting thoughts about what this relationship must have been like. Many of the classical historians point to her tremendous beauty. Her sister was regarded as one of the most beautiful women of the Eastern Mediterranean. Jesus himself was a dozen years with a cycle than unusual. Others point to very unequal relationships between Jesus as an emperor and Lisa as the representative of the conquered people. So this relationship had a situation fair. Anyway, Dr. Fine, very interpretation. Her relationship with Jesus might have been instrumental in allowing the spread of the refuge not to persist further. But Sakai famously asked for a retreat, so to say, just to stay somewhat safe, not participating in building up the story, and this was granted. So one argues that maybe that situation with that allowed this to happen. If that is the case, then of course she contributes to the survival of Judaism, which is the rock as a whole. Her relationship with Titus was somewhat stormy. It was viewed by many as quite scandalous, and ultimately she was forced out of it, and Titus died shortly after himself. So she's a fascinating and exceptional individual in the sense that she's at the very top of society. She is involved in things that royalty are involved in, marriages for setting relationships between characters. So she's involved in the highest levels of government, speaking with emperors, and she deals with military. far outside the Jewish awareness of their existence. Let us now turn to our final section, which we looked at Florida as an example of exceptionality in such a scholar. Born ASA because of her high level political activity as a Jewish princess. Now we have a woman who is exceptional in that we suddenly get a huge amount of detail about her personal life, although otherwise she speak about a woman named Rabbi. We're going to speak for a few minutes right now. I would urge you to have a look at books on her mind that get kind of taught by Dr. Flynn and others. I also have an hour-long lecture on about her that gives much more detail. She was one of the people hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the caves of the Dead Sea region. We spoke about a couple of videos ago. And she may have died there as a possible tell each one of the criminal names that were named that have been associated with her. They weren't only the children of these caves. But it's likely that she did die there because she left behind this pouch, which contained a trove of nearly 20 documents. That's all linked to her personal evil history. And by investigating these documents, which are written in a variety of languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, Nabatean, they all speak to her extensive legal battles. And in these legal battles, she saved these documents, also in marriage contracts, things like that. She saved these documents because clearly she was deeply involved in these battles that had to do with inheritance issues, some property that her parents left to her, and also some property that one of her two husbands left to her. That second husband had a co-wife, right? The wilderness relationship, not a vertical one. And she was disputing with her co-wife over some orchard of date palms, things like that. And also she had children who the court had appointed to the care of a rabbi or custodial officers, and she was seeking to get more control over her children and rest of public courts. And so, this is not the place to go into the ins and outs of the specifics of her controversies, but the documents portray her as very much a woman in charge of her own affairs. It's not clear whether or not she was even literate in these languages. She may have had scribes involved in drawing them up and so on, but she clearly knew what they meant because she kept them all together in this pouch, and she treasured them like, I have the family documents or passports and things like that, and special little box and things like that. These are very valuable documents for her activity. It gives us a sense of the Jewish woman in the second century who was not without means. She was part of the upper middle class, dealing with property issues and so on, who took charge of her life. She's hugely involved in it. So you should not imagine by the Rabbi's example that the massive children would have been passive and allowing life to wash over them and being passed from man to man in various ways. This is deeply involved in fighting for our rights and finding some success with that. There is some interesting questions. Why was she there with Bar rebels herself? It's possible that she feared the destruction that was going on in the Romans. There's one particular figure who appears to link to her, Bar Kokhba. That's also mentioned in terms of the Bar Kokhba chain of command, so perhaps it was a familiar relationship. We really don't know, but we have a sense of the average woman who has a very important detailed legal history, like many of us do today. So this is a corrective this point, it makes sense to pause and sort of think a little bit about the major transition that happens in Jewish history that really colors the experience of Jews and the world. I think, of course, the diaspora. The term diaspora is Greek in origin. It means something like scattering and refers to the spreading out of Jews into the Mediterranean basin in Mesopotamia and eventually throughout the world. This has been the Jewish experience for the last 2,000 years. It's only been dramatically altered with the establishment of the state of Israel in the 20th century. So really we're speaking about the biggest chunk of Jewish history. The most critical period has been all diaspora, and Jews negotiated their reality politically, socially, economically, and so on as the minority in majority countries. And that certainly had a lot to say about what kind of people the Jews would become. Now we should note, of course, that the term that was used internally within the Jewish world, at least until the 19th century in particular, was not diaspora, which had kind of a neutral connotation, but the word exile, the Hebrew galut, or in the Ashkenazi pronunciation, galus, that Jews were thrown out of their land. This is a little bit of a misnomer because although there was tremendous devastation and suffering in the destruction of the temple, and there was an expulsion of Jews from Jerusalem in particular, they were not actually expelled from the land in the first century like they were with the sort of limited population transfers that happened in the Syrians and Babylonians. They were, let's say, highly encouraged to leave by desperate conditions. In some cases, there were tens of thousands taken off into slavery. But the concept of expelling all the Jews from the land is something that really wasn't, considered reasonable in ancient Rome at all. So there was always a Jewish presence within the United Israel, sometimes in an incredibly small population, but nevertheless, Jews always did maintain some kind of physical presence in the land of Israel throughout the long millennia after. However, the majority of the Jewish population soon found themselves outside the boundaries of Israel, hence the experience as galut, as an examination. It was really pointing out, not in this particular series, but just in one sentence, that the concept of exile on a theological level pertains even when the Jews have returned to their land and have a state. Meaning, theologically, Jews consider themselves still in exile, even if they're still living in Jerusalem today. There is a concept that until Messiah comes, there will be a diasporic or an exilic condition pertaining to Jewish existence. At any rate, let us take some of our time and look at the diaspora in antiquity, both before the destruction of the temple and maybe a little bit after the destruction of the temple, before we get to the Davidic period. Here's a map that gives you a sense of diaspora after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. You recall that the first Roman Jewish war in 70 resulted in the destruction of the temple. That year, ultimately followed Masada, and as we have seen, there was definitely dispersion of Jews within Israel itself, but the process of Jews settling throughout the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia had begun centuries earlier. On this map, you see the kind of hatched lines that circle the Mediterranean refer to the greatest extent of the Roman Empire, which really grew in the 3rd and 2nd century. And every dot that represents a city indicates that there was a Jewish population after the Bar Kokhba rebellion in the 2nd century. Have a look at Israel closely here. You can see that the hatching shows that there was Jewish settlement along the coast, a little bit towards the northern Negev, and heavily based in Galilee to the north, and also looking at the Jordan Valley, both sides of the river in the Mediterranean region as well. But conspicuous by its absence, of course, is the region around Judea, which is empty of Jews because of the Roman attacks and the rebels and the destruction of Jewish faith. So a lot of Jewish population moved has always been a geographic census. Jews were also living in Mesopotamia, that is this region here, framed by the flow of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers into the Persian Gulf. We'll look at that in the next lecture. And then there's a certain amount of Jews who were living in the Italian and the Greek peninsulas and in Asia Minor as well. We also have Jews who are living in places like Africa. We looked at those communities here and here. Contact of the Jews that were a while ago. And there are even Jews as far west as the Iberian Peninsula and south of France as well. So we'll look at all of these, however briefly, in the next couple of lectures. But the main center of the Jewish diaspora at this period of time is Magdala, Egypt. Very, very important place where Jews have been living for centuries. There is a long connection between Israel and Egypt after the Exodus. The Bible describes many relations between Egypt and Israel, quite often hostile, quite often not hostile. For example, King Solomon marries an Egyptian princess, and Isaiah refers to communities in lower Egypt. Jeremiah spent some time there unwillingly as it happens after the assassination of Italia for the last day after Russian government ruled system. The Jews were primarily concentrated in the southern region during the earliest period. That is down at the bottom. You see the town Elephantine. I always pronounce it Elephantine. So let's put my carefully. I think it's supposed to be pronounced Elephantine. Maybe someone in the comments will correct me if I get that wrong. This is known as the Upper Nile. Even though it is on the bottom of the map, as I mentioned to you earlier, the Nile, of course, flows to the north and empties into the Mediterranean Sea. And so therefore, upriver, which is southern, is called the Upper Nile, and downriver is the Lower Nile, where you have the seas of Cairo, so there is a very important military, Jewish military colony in Elephantine, and we'll look at that in just a second. And it may go back, the roots of that, some don't dispute, but it may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era, when national Judah had relations with Egypt and central part of the world. So let's look a little more carefully at that particular site. Here's a satellite view of the Nile River. You can see the green represents obviously the tremendous irrigation power of the Nile. And down at the very south, where you see all the red mark, there are some cataracts, which means that the river constricts and it loses its depth, and ships moving toward the north have to find a way to unload their cargo or negotiate the rapids or put them on land in kind of a dock situation. And so that's a really dangerous spot for any kind of transition where robbers will break side, and so it makes sense to have some kind of military force there. Now, we know a little bit about this community because the records were preserved in pyrite and Ostraca, right? Those are clay bits and clay shards. We know that the Jews had a temple there, and it's interesting that they would have some kind of temple because, after all, the Bible is pretty clear about prohibited any other temples outside of Jerusalem, but there were actually 200 temples in existence in the pre-destruction of the Second Temple period. We have one in Shechem, which is Annapolis, so modern technology, in Samaria. That would be Samaria, the place which regular Judahites Jews would not consider Israel. The Araka Amir in Jordan, and the Antopolis, which would be Egypt, and the this is referred to as Kingdom on the top of Ananias the fourth. So what is going on in those temples is fascinating, but we have with these records some interesting records of women, for example, with my chance today. Check off the content test. We have one very wealthy woman who owns several homes and things like that. Her name is Tafia, which seems to be very good at that. Trust to have faith in that. She was married 3 times. First, when she was 14, she will die. Right? That's probably not what you're dying. So the fact that he's marrying an Egyptian slave is itself bizarre, but you also see from documents that in fact he was a completely marriageable in the Jewish sense. That it was certainly to follow any of the laws as described in the Talmud, because she was simultaneously owned by a different man, a master, someone named Shulman, which is also a Jewish man. And he, in fact, owned their son, whose name was Putin. If Amanda were to default in the relationship and ask for a divorce, then the Shulman, the owner of the slave owner, took the child. I think it was also interesting, though, and again, very much a contradiction to people's thought. Talmud just started divorce on their own, which is something that the Venezuelan is not much more to say about that. I'm going to come back to it. Anyway, fascinating details about families, the existence of the that time, and even some fascinating archaeological discoveries of the actual site, of the temple site. Another major center of Jewish settlement in Egypt, in diaspora, is Alexandria, which of course is a big city today, in the western part of Malacca, as you can see where it's here, right on the coast. The Jews of Alexandria lived back centuries and centuries. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Jews were involved continuously in the Bible into Greek, making it available to the broader Mediterranean society. This had an incredibly influential role in promulgating the ideas of Judaism, and was especially influential in the early church. And there's a funny story about the center that was written according to the legend. 70 rabbis were brought in, and they all put 70 different rooms and given the Bible and told to translate it, and all came out compared what they had done, and they had all the exact same translation. They all essentially had to agree with each other. Rabbi Plato, important issue of America, like to joke that call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you get 70 rabbis together, one room, that has to be a that's a by the 1st century, Jews were quite numerous in Alexandria, and they had one neighborhood, which was specifically the Jewish neighborhood, and they had something like 5 neighborhoods that they would operate as well. But there was a significant amount of controversy with the Greek population, who were called that Alexander the Great had swept through the entire region and established all kinds of reforms and new cities. Alexandria, Alexander the Great. And there were a lot of people who had privileges under the creation of the Ptolemy, or when the Romans came, they were not happy with the displacement that occurred as a result of humanity. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges in their society. And so Jews actually welcomed the Roman officers who arrived in the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval against the Jews in the year 13, which some have called actually the First Pogrom. This was reported by the philosopher Philo, very important Jewish thinker of the era, who approached the Bible primarily in a Greek sense. Again, Philo was extremely important in introducing a philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition, as he did not write and many of his ideas were contrary to much of what the rabbis were talking about. But nevertheless, it's really influential. Once again, the Christian tradition, not so much on the Jewish tradition. And anyway, he described this first upheaval as the result of the tension between the Greek and the Jewish population of the city after exacerbating in particular when King Agrippa I, who represented the middle of the 1st century for years, and he visited Jews often and asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf. He chose unwisely to have a kind of a body parade also occasioned by significant anti-Jewish violence and attacks on synagogues, which was really unusual within the ancient world, so it actually considered places where you should not transgress and to respect the ritual worship of other groups. But this was one of those occasions where that was the new emperor, however, laid down the law and established the status quo where the Jews were qualified that they would be getting in violence in the 66, probably in connection with the Jewish war that exploded. That's just a look at Alexandria. And as a whole, Egypt played a very important role in the past. Thank you very much for watching. So let's continue our discussion of the diaspora and antiquity by looking at this critique. Although we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important center of Jewish settlement, Babylonia is more distinguished because it is the location of the forced resettlement of Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless, Jews were forced to live there in the context of invasions of the Assyrians and Babylonians. Those 2 centuries were periods in which there were forced removals of Jews from the region of Babylonia, and it's more appropriate to use the term exile or diverse in that context. But even those exiles were partial, and only represented a small portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remained behind in this impoverished, probably gender imbalanced, because men may have been taken away because of women. Here's a look at a map. Arrows point to the region of Mesopotamia that comes, as I said before, represents the rivers. That's what Mesopotamia rivers. And it's sometimes called the region of Babylon, although that's a term obviously changed. Let's zoom in here to the passage from Jeremiah, which famously says on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, this is Jeremiah 29, verse 4, the God of Israel, all the captives whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and the fruit of them. Take ye wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, and multiply there and be multiplication, and seek the peace of the city, whither I have caused you to carry away captive. Pray for the Lord for it, for the peace thereof shall be increased. This is kind of like a mission statement of the concept of exile in the Jewish tradition. The notion that this exile, this delete, this diaspora, is something that is God ordained, and that Jews are to commit themselves to the lands in which they now live, to work to build it up with houses and vineyards and so on, to raise families there, and to pray for the welfare of the government, which of course is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue. But at the same time, we should understand that this represented a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian maturity, because up until now, although the Jews worship an invisible God, their only conception of God was one in which God was associated with a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place where they somehow abandoned by their God. I know that much more modern thinking understand the concept of God as universal, not unique to a specific place. But in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews were of consolation. Now, what's going on in Babylon in the period that's in the So one of the most fascinating collections that we have here is the so-called Rothschild Babylon. This represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the Bnei Rothschild, which is a Benton family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, when the archaeologists go through these data tablets, there are lots of things. So it's a business archive, receipts and agreements, contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. The way they tell us because they're so-called 3 or 4, they don't the name of the Jewish God like built into their own ways of referring to each other. I don't show them how 3 or 4 names. It's very common to have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right? So, God given. So they all like the name of God and sometimes like that to them. So it's relatively easy. It's not full. It's a pretty good sense. So there are 8% of the names in this archive are Jewish, and they're located in 28 out of the 200 place names mentioned. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews called Al-Yahud. Yahud, of course, is Jewish, and there's lots of people in this separate collection as well, which was discovered quite some time after the last year. But Jews always use a contradiction. One is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parents. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after its father, but one is named by one's father. So, for example, my Hebrew name is Hillel, my father's name is Yaakov, so Hillel and Yaakov. Hillel is something like that. In almost all usages, you would rely on the father's name, but under certain circumstances, you would refer to your mother's name. There's a reason for these things that have come to delay us today. But what's really fascinating is look at the individual's name and their potential limits, and you see, is there a change in the theophoric nature? You see, there's a real scene that something happened around year 480 for the common era, which all of a sudden, Jews who have regular Babylonian names start giving their children super theophoric names as if they have suddenly discovered religion and they are much more intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. And in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these Jews that had like really secular names, like let's say Chad, or Thomas, or something that's really not Christopher, but it's really not especially Jewish names. And then all of a sudden, their kids get named like Eliezer, Hannah Rivka, Sarala. What happened? It seems that around the year 480, we really don't know. There was a real tissue that we really start giving their children much more Jewish names and grandchildren get Jewish names. So, for quite some time. But let's go on. What did the Jews do? So the Rothschild archive, because it's primarily dealing with business and seems to gives a lot of detail about the nature of their life, but it does say a lot about what kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there's a strong position that Jews were active in politically. It's fascinating that their diaspora position wasn't necessarily even repeated that first, but we see that in Egypt, we see it also in Babylonia. Jews, of course, involved in absolutely shepherdry. Well, that sounds like a traditional Jewish pursuit, right? They and so on. Jews involved in buying and selling real estate. They're involved in government service, like the would have, like Egypt, ultimately become the next great center of Jewish culture. That's what we're going to be exploring in just a few weeks. Slow and steady growth of communities after the Kufa, they move from Israel and make their way to Mesopotamia, and this increases the population. There will be a significant amount of travel going back and forth between the major centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian region, the so-called Nefite, which refer to rabbis who leave Jerusalem to go to Babylonia and teach the rabbis in Babylonia what they're saying in Jerusalem. Sometimes they go back and forth many times. So there is an increasingly large population. There's a significant cultural as well, because this is a process that started hundreds of years earlier, but Aramaic as the state language of the region becomes the literary language from much of the Eastern Mediterranean. And of course, it will be the language of the Talmud as well. Aramaic is, by the way, the Jews write it with letters, other Hebrews write it with different letters, and it's a Semitic language, not too far away from Hebrew in its manner and structure. Most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other. And reduced to the Aramaic. I'm back to that when we're talking about that. Organization of the Jews of Babylon in sports history, they had something called the relation that we the English exile, the head of the exile. And again, I don't know if there's been a major discussion of this until later on in this next semester, but this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by the Jews, although sometimes they get into conflict with the bishop in particular, as the academies begin to grow. They really only take off in the 3rd century, but various great academies of study, which will ultimately produce the Talmud, often get into conflict with the bishop. Nevertheless, just like we saw with the political government, there's also a prayer for the bishop and that is including Sabbath service in Aramaic. But you should think that it's all sort of organized and working together effectively. We have some fascinating stories. Josephus gives some other details of brothers from the famous God, Anaeus and Asinaeus, who decided to just, go off on their own and create for like 15 years their own kind of like robber state, like they were warlords and these were Jewish guys who maintained kind of like regional independence from the Parthian army, part of the empire, until finally the Parthians took care of destroyed these robbers. Fascinating kind of swashbuckling guys. More to say that I think that it's too broad. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One more short lecture about classical math. So let's just take a few minutes to say a little bit about the rest of the Mediterranean and the ancient diaspora. There's so much to say about all this, but we're just going to try to keep it moving. That's what we because we would be trying to listen to it. So here's our map that shows us the extent of the Roman Empire and the patch lines. And as you can see, every single block represents a city where there is a city population. The region we should look at right now is the moving from left to right, the Talmud Peninsula, shaped like a boot, and so on. And then there is the Greek Peninsula next to it. And we'll also look a little bit at the Eastern Mediterranean as well, which would be like Turkey. So the first suggestion of Jewish presence in Greece dates all the way back to the 4th century, and then of course after Alexander, there's much presence in the region. In Rome, there is a population culture. This is especially so when Julius Caesar in the 1st century proclaimed Judaism as a religion a legitimate religion, which means it was protected and it this money was interrupted by official authorities, was highly criticized and represents definitely an exception to the rule because people respected, especially old religions like Judaism. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when they were observant, for example, the whole butcher food, and Sabbath, and some more difficult things in many cases. So in many cases, the Romans were willing to overlook demands on conscripts from Jewish communities. But apparently, Jews did not so bad in the Roman Empire for the events of the Great Revolt. That's not a really bad person from there. At the same time, while Jews are generally gaining a lot of traction socially and politically coming up in the first century, there is a growing social movement as well. We can really see a lot of really big movements. There is a basic misunderstanding of what Jews are about. There is a concern that Jews are somehow missing broken, that they hate other people. Why? Because, for example, you can't go down to religion unless it's just like a strange idea. Really? I can't just like be a Jew because I sort of love Jewish things? No, you got to live in religion. But it's exactly a circumcision. Jews would eat Jewish food, so you have to keep kosher. There is a lot of Jewish practice that definitely misunderstood. For example, this total, let's see, fanatic ban on any kind of civil religion, right? Any kind of worship of idols, things like that. Jews get really upset about that, and Greeks and Romans were saying, what is the problem? It's so basic. You want to compare this to the example of not standing when the national anthem is played on the football team or something like that, which Americans we consider very rude. By the way, I use this example not before it became social justice movement, Black Lives Matter, and so on, but the fact that it has been used to be a football game is so defensive to many Americans. It's such a strong statement that still reinforces the idea of how the Jews were being perceived. They refused to do some of the basic things that Romans did for the civic religion as the felt that it was without consequence. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology at this time. A lot of people who are attracted to Judaism. It represents some real attractive alternatives to their fatalism, American paganism, and the growing population, not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian Peninsula before the first century, but also fellow travelers, and converts, and those who are just like sympathizers as well. One of the really cool ways that we can see both the Jewish population and what this is a little bit of detail, but I just think it's so fascinating. That's not really is the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews in Rome. Very common in late antiquity, very underground. You can see this map here shows a number of Christian catacombs for burial, and you also see in the south and also in the northeast some regions where there were Jewish catacombs. Yeah, so fascinating. One of them, you see that they've got these sort of like shelves on the walls where the bones would be interred. It's possible that they practiced a two-step burial, where first they bury the ground, and then 90 years later, this is actually described in the Talmud. It's a practice that the Jews practice in the Lord's Day, but the ancient Buddhist time. On the Lord's side, on the anniversary of the death, they would go over the legs of the bones out to the meat of our flesh, and there would be a ceremonial hanging of the bones to a family crypt. So they would enter the body up and put them on a shelf next to the ancestors, which are not constantly, but Jewish community in Antioch in particular, that will have the same kind of connections with Greeks living there as we saw in Alexandria. And throughout the region, there are the presence of synagogues, even well through the English stuff. This is something we can also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia, that we recognize as well. Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to in New Testament scripture as synagogue, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue does not intrinsically have a religious context. It's actually a translation of the term Beth-Knesset, which means a house of gathering as well. Jews, while the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection to God in a communal fashion. And we have descriptions of this from Josephus and Rabbi. Let's just take a look at the Western Mediterranean. In the previous lecture, we looked at Tunis, Turene, and a little bit at the Crete. Let's just go quickly to the Iberians and all the living in the western part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because, of course, it is the heart of Sephardic Jewry that we have not been introduced. Up until this point, Jews don't really recognize differences in cultural orientation. We refer to each other with geographic locators like that. Stupid Babylonian, that's one of the terms used in the topic, but they weren't necessarily regarded as being of a slightly different patriarch or a slightly different family of customs as we get later on. But the Archive of Sparta really comes from the region of Spain. The first indication we have of Jewish roots in Spain is evidence of a jewelist living in Antioch. And this is from a 42nd century gravestone, which was transcribed in the late 18th century. A reliable transcription, even though the original gravestone has been lost. The transcription read like this: "If something wiped out," and then the end of the word is "mia," and then the word "salo," something as a "mia," and the word "ad," "ex," "quattro," "via," which translates as probably something like "here lies." Girl's name that next goes in either something like that. Daughter of Solomon, age 1 year, 4 months, and a day. So that you would go thirds, third dash rather than the ID, which also has for example. Finally, she specifically denoted as a Jewish girl. And this she was at the first indication of Jewish settlement. But now let's wrap up this discussion with diaspora. The next step is maybe some reconstructionize that and understand what does that mean in Jewish history and how that differs from any of the Europeans that have lived in the region. Hello and welcome to another in the Jewish History Lab series. Today's class begins with a rhetorical question: how did the Jewish people survive antiquity? I say rhetorical because, don't get excited, I really don't think I'm going to give you a complete answer by the end of this class. My goal is to try and recap the period of antiquity, which we have spent the last 15 odd weeks looking at in detail, and kind of provide a moment to breathe, to step back, to reflect on what we've covered, because it's going to change dramatically the next week semester when we go into the medieval period. So again, I'm not going to really answer how the Jewish people survive antiquity. I certainly have a few thoughts on this, and I'll share some of them in the next video. But for the time being, consider this just a moment to reflect on what we covered and to take a deep breath and reflect. venture, which is actually here. So here's a beautiful photograph that Sama is actually an antique photograph in the 20th century. It has been colorized. So it's essentially like the life in history was actually in color, not in black and white. So these photographs. Let's begin with this quick recap. So here's our map of the Middle East, the little marker for where Jerusalem is in land Israel. And we start with Abraham and Sarah's migration from the land of Ur, from that ancient Sumeria. And most historians place this somewhere around the year 1750 before the common era. The challenge looking at this data, of course, is that almost everything is derived from one source. Scriptures and math presents a whole range of challenges which we discussed way back in the semester with the reading on approaching the Bible as a historical source for some of it. At any rate, according to the narrative that we have in the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah make their way from Mesopotamia throughout Israel. And then there's interesting side trips to Egypt that occur not only with Abraham and his descendants, but most significantly with Joseph. This story becomes from Seer, Egypt, and then his family follows him because of famine, and the Jews end up being enslaved there for several hundred years. Note, by the way, I'm using the term Jew here. Anachronistically, they would not have called themselves Jews at that time, just like they would have called themselves maybe Hebrew or Hebrews, which comes from Ava Hamnama on the other side of the river, meaning they live to the other side of the river. I have a video on the evolution of various terms, such as Hebrew, Israelite, Judean, Jewish, and so on. And I tend to sort of ally them all and tell everybody Jewish, sort of better everything. The next bit of event, of course, in the Bible is the Exodus, which occurs sometime around the year 1300 before the common era, resulting in a settlement of Jews in the land of Israel. And this is where we begin to slowly get more and more archaeological evidence, such as the Memphis theory, which refers to Jews in Israel, that is, refers to Israel in this region at about this time. When we move forward from the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, into the early prophets, we see in the period of Judges a discussion of kind of like a tribal organization of governance in the land of Israel, and then that culminates described in the book of Samuel in the appointment of Saul as the first king of what would become a united monarchy. This is the golden age, followed by David and Solomon, where they have really very much a nascent experiment in Jewish sovereignty in this land that expands significantly to territory and so on. Unfortunately, after Solomon descends into civil war and regions divided, the northern region is called Israel, and the southern region is called Judah, as shown in this map. Then if we move forward a few centuries, we get to the Assyrian invasion, when Israel, the northern kingdom, is attacked, and a good portion of its population is shipped off in a population transfer, which is common in this section. This is the origin of the 10 lost tribes, which is a little bit of a misnomer because lots of people were left behind in the region. Many of them migrated south and blended with the population of Judah as well, but nevertheless a significant population was taken up into the north. There's then another invasion which reaches the southern kingdom of Judah and destroys the temple that was built there in Jerusalem and exiles once again a significant portion of the population, especially the elites, off to Babylonia. This occurred in the early 6th century. This exile, however, was fairly short-lived because a few decades later, Cyrus, leader of the Persian Empire, grants religious freedom to the Jews and many other peoples in his kingdom, and the Jews return to the land of Israel and reestablish the temple there. This refers to the second Commonwealth, that is the second resurgence of some level of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. It's not a complete sovereignty, it's still very part of the Persian Empire, but nevertheless, Jews are in their land and governors themselves. When the Greeks come in the 4th century, the Jews are overwhelmed by them, overwhelmed more significantly by Greek culture, Hellenism, and this sparks a dramatic revolution in 165 called the rebellion, when the Jews throw off the dominance, the political dominance, and ultimately the spiritual and cultural dominance of the Greek Empire that was then based in Syria, the Seleucids, and they reestablished a Jewish kingdom under the Maccabees, also known as the Hasidim or Hashemite period. The Greek culture, however, keeps exerting its influence, and even though the Jews have established some sovereignty, they are not free from the cultural influence of Hellenism, and they ultimately will continue along that path. Romans in late 63, that a really good word to use. I should have changed that because that's exactly the way they kind of divided it because of dispute between the Maccabean kings. But with the Roman advance into Israel, then you have the gradual and sporadic limitation of Jewish rule. Basically, what the Romans do is they allow the Jews, like they did with many other peoples they conquered, to have a level of self-government. And the power of the kingdoms in now what's called Judea varied depending on how in depth the Jewish king was at negotiating the corridors of their power. Herod, for example, is one of the most powerful Jewish kings. He was very successful at this, and he had a very long rule in the first century BCE, a tremendous amount of public works and cleanliness, and at the same time, he was an incredible tyrant, murdered much of his own family, and so on. The Jews will rebel in the first century of the Common Era, a major rebellion that goes badly for them, and the second temple is destroyed in 70. Although we refer to the Roman exile from the year 70, again, it's a little bit of a misnomer. A significant number of Jews were taken off into slavery and so on, but by no means was the region populated. There was, however, a second rebellion under Bar Kokhba about 70 odd years later, and this resulted in a much more devastating Roman reaction, and the central region of Judea itself, as opposed to the coastal region of Galilee, was more significantly populated. So that's basically the period that we're going to use to describe antiquity. Note, however, that this is not necessarily the same term that secular scholars use for Western civilization. They tend to stretch the period of antiquity out until the 400s with the fall of Rome. But this is when we start to see really major changes happening in the Jewish population. So let us just recall the tremendous challenges that these developments pose on the Jewish people. First of all, the loss of sovereignty, right? And that's something that can be basically knocked out just by many people. The fact that they lost the control of their land multiple times. First, under the Assyrians, when the 10 northern tribes were taken away, then under the Babylonians, when Judah was destroyed, then under the Greeks, when their level of self-rule under the Persians was threatened, and then under the Romans, of course. This is like the repeated loss of sovereignty. Jews keep coming back, nevertheless, to establish some level of self-rule. We jump ahead to the 20th century, right through again, 2,000 years of constitution. Secondly, not only loss of sovereignty, but physical displacement. Right? It's hard enough for a country to reassert its national identity when they lose control of their self-government. But imagine if much of the population, especially elites, especially the males of fighting age, are taken off to a far-off location. But if they're not living within the contiguous borders of one territory, how do they reestablish themselves, especially in the ancient period, like communication and transportation? Nothing like what we see now. A third, full-on court press of other powerful dominant cultures. The Syrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, oh my gosh, the Greeks. Incredible differences in the way that these people saw the world around them. And the idea that the Jews could somehow maintain their cultural independence with a highly distinct form of worship, ethics, literature. These are tremendous stresses placed on the Jewish people during the period of Jacob. Repeated defeats in war, tremendous discouragement to see you like standing up and getting knocked down again and again and again. About Custer revolt, the first Roman Jewish war, the Tito's rebellion, over and over again. The Jews are not succeeding, with the exception of the Maccabean revolt. They are simply not doing well for the last 200-300 years of their existence in the period of antiquity. Finally, it's certainly not discount the spiritual crisis that must ensue when so much of what they considered rock solid is not so. Such as, for example, the temple rituals that was so central to classical Judaism that the offering of sacrifices at the temple as a way of communicating with God, of expiating sin and receiving forgiveness through the destruction of the temple twice, and the displacement of people to another land, how are they able to maintain a sense of balance and a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, and a sense of integrity to keep themselves on the street and narrow, and to reincorporate themselves as a nation throughout all of these phenomenal challenges today? It is really mind-boggling. So as I said earlier, I'm not going to provide answers raw. I may give some hints as to what I think in the next class that I'm about to report, but let us simply leave for now with the questions, with the moment to reflect, and realize that we are now moving into a new period of Jewish existence, because the dominant population is no longer demographically centered in Israel. It's going to slowly shift to diaspora, to places like Mesopotamia, which has a phenomenal renaissance and a period of the creation of the Talmud. Also in Egypt, the Italian peninsula saw this huge surges in Jewish population. And Jews begin to kind of rethink what it means to be Jewish outside of Israel over the course of the next centuries. So that's what we're going to look at next in the medieval period. We'll see that somehow the Jews managed to phenomenal vitality to maintain their distinct existence over so many centuries, despite so many challenges. Thank you very much for watching. Welcome to another episode of Jewish History. Just like the last class, when I offered up the question of Jews survive antiquity, and let you know in advance that that was a rhetorical question with no clear answer for that. I want to warn you in advance that the same thing applies to this class, perhaps even more so. I have some thoughts on the question of what is the meaning of Jewish history, and I will give you some sense of where I'm coming from towards the end of this video. But please don't think that by watching the next few minutes you'll get this and you'll be able to impress all your friends and relatives after Passover Seder and stuff like that. For those of you who are Douglas Adams fans, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 42 is in fact the answer to everything, including this question, but that's not the sense that I'm using here. You may ask a very obvious question: wait a second, why are we talking about the meaning of Jewish history in video number 42? Are you serious? This should be video number 1, or maybe video number 2. How is it possible that we brought the entire ancient period of the back to this particular subject? So you would be absolutely right in asking that question. Ideally, I would like to talk about these theoretical things right from the very beginning. But, most people, when they approach Jewish history, they just want to, please tell me the story already. Please tell me what happened. I don't really want to get into like theoretical thinking about what it all signifies. And so I have reserved this particular topic to our first kind of reflection on it. The scene between the ancient period and the medieval period. And this is the right place for us to start talking about here. Now that we have absorbed some of the history we're talking about, I think it's a good time to reflect on what does it all mean. Again, I'm not going to give you the answer at the end of this particular class, but I hope to at least place start by looking at some of the questions raised by weight historian, Professor Moshe Baskin, shown here just recently by the Rothschild Prize, fantastic scholar and writer on history. I owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to Professor Baskin. When I was a young graduate student, I approached him and he's very gracious in sharing this landscape. Looking at this book, came out just recently, How Jewish is Jewish History. There's some amazing essays in this very thoughtful theoretical book that are focusing on one specific aspect. That is the question of meta-history, or what I like to call the grand narrative. Now, Professor Baskin uses the term meta-history in the context of metaphysics, right? It's kind of like a philosophical term. Meta means above or beyond what past. So, like, for example, physics is the study of the physical universe, body in motion, mass, velocity, things like that. Then metaphysics is like the study of what's beyond that, the nature of God, the nature of the soul, things like that. They aren't measured with conventional scientific tools, but they're beyond what those tools have been used. And what he's really referring to is like, what are the theoretic underpinnings of any work of Jewish history? Like, what is the larger story of this history? And of course, the story is embedded inside the history. What is the grand narrative to which this Jewish history applies? So, just looking at a few examples of how historians have approached this question, you have the Tzemach David, very interesting work in the 16th century by a brilliant and rather idiosyncratic individual that I did that. I actually had a friend who is a descendant of Rabbi David Krauss of Prague, right? Local historian. But anyway, Tzemach David represents the kind of early encyclopedic history. It's not really a history in the sense that it's a chronology. This year this happened, this year this happened. So not a lot of analytical processes applied to it, not a lot of questions asked and things. So but what's interesting is that Tzemach David divides the work into Jewish history. These are all the things that happen to the Jews. And then there's another complete section, and this is real history. As if they are two totally separate things, as if Jews are not impacting the rest of the world and not impacted by the rest of the world. By the way, this is really good, and I think like Jews live inside the world, and the world affects Jewish history. Jewish history affects secular history, if you will. And that's another question that we'll have to get into later. But he separated them out entirely, as if Jewish history was kind of like somehow walled off from other religions. I think it's the 19th century was much more advanced critical historical scholarship was going on than the great scholar Heinrich Kretz. And his work has been characterized as a combination of a Leidensgeschichte, which is basically Leiden is like sadness or misfortune. Geschichte is, of course, history. And Literaturgeschichte is the history of literature. So, in other words, Kretz's grand narrative sort of portrays the Jewish people as being constantly oppressed, dispersed, pogramized, exiled, and nevertheless, wherever they go, they get their energy together and they make creations that are phenomenal contributions to world civilization. They're writing these amazing books, they're developing science, they're engaged in so much productive work. And so it's kind of like this oscillation of like a society where persecuted Jews, they'll have to run away, but then in a new location, they will rise and do great things for that civilization. Then they'll be persecuted again, and they'll be sent away, and then they'll have to rise in another location, and so on. And this is kind of like the grand narrative that Heinrich Kretz proposes. Another approach is evident in the work of Shimon Gutno, another great encyclopedic historian. Criticized Kretz for missing out some really important things, and not including them because they really didn't fit with this grand narrative. For example, Kretz tended to look down on Eastern European in general, and specifically Hasidism, Kabbalah, and things like that. And then Kretz's grand narrative is really part of the entire enterprise of the Haskalah, of Jewish enlightenment, the attempt demonstrate to the non-Jewish world, that's European German after all, that Jews were worthy of acceptance in a secular society. Look at how, unfortunately and now unjustly, they have been persecuted, and nevertheless, look at all the great things they have produced. So anything that doesn't quite fit that model is either consciously or unconsciously ignored by Tourette's, and this is part of the challenges with the grand narrative approach. So, for example, when you look at the Hasidic movement, which represents in many ways not a rationalist approach to Judaism, not an attempt to come to terms with general society, but rather more of a consumer looking approach, especially when we talk about the 19th century and there's a lot of conflict with the rationalist Lithuanians and their accusations of the Hasidic agents of actually alcohol and raucous behavior and things like that. So Brett's kind of looked at that as sort of like backward superstition, the wrong direction of history, and therefore the Hasidism tends to receive a lower grade on the Brett's history, and that's something that should no one is correct. It was much more in favor that what were the people creating out themselves, and Hasidism is of course very much a popular movement that came from the general average Jew more than anything else. So Duno was very much enamored of a philosophy which can be associated very closely with called diaspora nationalism, which he said, it's really not what the people are developing on their own. What have the people developed? They have developed the ability to exist outside of the trappings of a conventional state. He says this is something truly amazing. You should not know that Jews once had a state in ancient Israel and then they were exiled, and that should have been the end of their story. How could they possibly exist without borders and currency and a flag and an army and passports, things like that? How was it possible? He says that these things because they advanced beyond what a state requires. That they had developed the ability to exist as an integral unit, even in a diaspora, even as a minority culture, living within very, very different host cultures. And he said this is something we should be striving for. This is an ideal. Everything that is coming from the Jewish people, like Hasidism, is something which is positive and should be developed. And rather than trying to fit in with secular society, we should encourage the development of specifically Jewish cultural projects. A lot of fascinating things to say about his worldview. So everything in his grand narrative went towards that. Obviously, when it comes to something like Zionism, he had a dim view of Zionism because he said, hey, that's going backwards. The Jews have already proved they don't need a state. They exist very well in modern society, specifically by the state. We want them to go back to a more barbaric age. So definitely, his grand narrative is something ahead of times. On the other hand, there are, of course, many Zionist historians like Benzino Dino, who said that no, that narrative of Jewish history is the return to Zion. It's the constant urge of the Jews to settle on the sands of the Judean desert and so on. And so coming back to Israel represents the high point of Jewish activity, and the grand narrative of Jewish history is all about that power of gravity that is exerted upon your soul by the land of Israel itself. Now, of course, that Israel has a chief state, but I'm not sure what happens next. That's autumn, but maybe we'll explore that later. Finally, one more great historian, the fantastic Saba Whitmire Barra, fantastic historian working in New York City at Columbia University. He argues that, we should be focusing on the diaspora. We should be looking a little bit like at how Jews have developed these abilities to exist in the diaspora. We should not necessarily apply other overarching motives to that, but we should also realize the highly distinct nature of these communities and that monolithic approach of which was introduced by Marxism Eastern communities developed this way. Look at how African Jewish communities, look at how Asian Jewish communities developed. And not necessarily try to fit them into one overarching model. Now, lots of different approaches to that narrative. But when we get to our theory, we have a functional challenge problem, and that is this. Postmodernism is a remarkably challenging philosophy and associated with several thinkers, including Jacques Derrida and some here, a French Jew who wrote, among other things, Il n'y a pas de texte, there is nothing outside of text. What exactly does this mean? What is its implications for Jewish history? Postmodernism represents an approach to text deeply unsettling and is having a major impact. It was first known perhaps in literary criticism, but it has slowly made its way into social sciences and the hard sciences. And history, archaeology have been hit very hard by postmodernism. What exactly does this mean? What Derrida and others like Michel Foucault argued was that you can never go beyond the text itself. You can never make legitimate assumptions about any reality beyond the text that is presented before us right now. So what does that mean? Let's say, for example, I were to present to you my birth certificate. This document has my name on it, has my place of birth, my date of birth, and a few other odds and ends and date of birth. You might be tempted to say, oh, so we now know that Henry Davidson was born on such and such a date in this town in Ontario, Canada. And you might be very well correct in making that assumption. After all, you've got a document that says that. But most scholars would argue that no, how you really know is that he wants to counter Henry Davidson on a video presented his birth certificate, which said that he was born in such and such a place at such and such a time. So his parents and so on. What's the difference? The world of difference. It says that document actually represents the truth. It says that this document has been forged. Who says that this document is the result of a mistake, a birth mistake? Perhaps I am deceived that this is a correct document that my parents gave to me, but they would have hired me much larger. I mean, I don't know. So we might say, okay, fine, well, I can verify that. We can go back to the small town where Henry Davidson was born, and we can like right through the card catalogs, and we can find, the original document. And we say, look, here it is. Same thing. All you can say is that here's a document that says the same things as that other document. So now you have two documents, but there's a possibility that both of them are wrong. And this becomes even more complex when you look at something like narrative. Like a government document is pretty straightforward. It's either a mistake and then down the line. But let's say, for example, you found an memoir. How do you know that the person who wrote that memoir actually wrote them? And how do you know that the fact that the memoir claims to remember actually happened? All you have fundamentally is this text that purports to be what someone says he or she remembered at a particular time. You never go back to what actually happened in a stuck in the text itself. And this is deeply unsettling because if you cannot make any kind of generalizations about reality beyond texts and documents, archaeological finds that you discover, how do you make history? So, Derrida famously once said, just in the 10 years I am the last truth. And many of the scripture things that I was going to say, I definitely say I'm led by it. But here's the thing, to the idea that, Judaism as a whole, Jewish history, is entirely predicated, like all history, on our reliance on prior documents. And we are essentially trusting that such and such thing happened because this upends everything. Like when we find the Taldan stele that has the phrase Beit David on it, House of David, does that mean there really was a House of David? Does it really mean we can like use carbon dating to say this stone was planted in the ground at this particular time, or was carved at this particular time? Is it referring to the David we're talking about? Is it referring to the same David of the Bible? No, everything is up in the air because of postmodern. So what have historians done to respond to it? In my generation, when I was coming to graduate school, we were already feeling the advancements of postmodernism and the tendency of scholars, which has only increased over the last few decades, is that historians tighten the focus. You can't write about a large period of history because every single document you encounter never really represents what is beyond it. You only have the document itself. So therefore, the only way to compensate is to have lots of documents, lots of testimonies that focus on one problem. So, for example, rather than trying to write the history of revolutionary France, write the history of one particular person living in revolutionary France in a few years, and gather all the documents you can, focusing on that one person's biography, and hopefully, with multiple points of contact, you can say something useful about how this person experienced that revolution. And you can't say anything else about how a woman would have experienced it, or a king, or a traveler, or a Jew, or a black man. None of those experiences are recorded because we focus so narrowly on one small part. But on the other hand, we only have a finite lifetime. How can we possibly examine all those sources to do the same thing for a larger focus? I mean, it just gets to be such a nightmare to figure out, is it possible to write in a larger and serve the purpose? So here's a black and white photograph of me that really doesn't have to be here, but I sort of like it. It's such a beautiful photograph. It speaks to I imagine myself as a historian. This is what I look like as a historian. And so it's inspiration. I have to give credit to the chef, who is this amazing photographer, who reached out to me to do a together a book. And I'm very proud to be his subjects. He really has a unique gift to be able to find that book with this person. But somehow it's lensing. So anyways, that's the picture. Here's the question. If this is the situation with how historians write, that our documents cannot claim to represent any reality greater than what they are as we see them, can't generalize beyond that, then the degree of reliability. How is this confounded fiction? Why is it there just like the other objects? Right? It's the purpose of this organization. So there certainly is a difference between follow this argument that Professor Rothschild makes. We get to that, however, when I was a little bit more on the person one of the first books that I read in teach history was a classic by this man, backside not a professional historian, but a good commentator. Tyler and data, storytelling. I remember when I was probably about 13 years old, I came across this book, which my parents somehow had in the house and picked it up last week. Jews from a history of see it. My brother, he also wrote a book called The Indestructible Jews, which after that I never actually read, although it all makes one piece for me. I just recently ordered another copy of Jews God History, so I'm really a little bit of investigation. I'm interested in the recording Jews God History. Let's point out that it's incredibly popular book, published first in the 1960s, and then the second edition, which you'll note was published in a couple of different versions. This version here, so basically, 1.5 million copies got second edition, but this version is covers something very significant. Edited and know I've showed you a lot of pictures of white males, including myself, that work in history, but we don't know how much of a contribution that goes to. She herself is also a published author. She suffered with head injury. But one of the good things is the fact that she was very much involved, not only in the second edition, but the first edition published in the 60s. So, a lot about involvement in this, but let's not make this exclusively male. She passed away. So, Max ID's approach to history really emphasizes indestructible energies. That's something that really big. So let's return to our question of postmodernism now that it's a little bit of a adolescent first encounter with history. And we'll refer to something that Professor Rothschild calls the compact, which is basically a deal that you and I are going to make in this history. The deal is that I am going to do my best to approach these texts that use the data points that we use to write history. I'm going to be as conscious as I can of my poetic proclivities to words in that words of history, which in my mind is very closely related to outside of class first presentation of the structure. And I need to share those biases with you upfront. When I have trouble by a source, I'll try and let you know about that. I'll try and avoid overarching huge generalizations which may make it not quite as dramatic as some of the historians can portray it. But nevertheless, two people with that bit of respect to say, I'm not totally sure about what I'm saying here, but it seems to say this. And on the other hand, for your part of compact, you're going to listen and be able to critically analyze and subject my presentation to the same level to hold myself to. When you respond with a comment or whatever, I'm going to continue to be respectful and understand that I'm just a human being trying hard to present this material as best as I see it, within the parameters of my own personal weaknesses as a scholar and as a human being. More importantly, any kind of religious yardstick, whether I'm too orthodox or whether I'm not orthodox enough, not Christian enough, not Muslim enough, or whatever, not secular enough, I'm just who I am, with so that's the difference between history and fiction. Fiction, you're right, talks about the whole story, and this is like, I'm making this all up, and I can make it up any way that I want, and I don't care. In history, we have a rule, but I'm going to do the best I can to present what I think, what actually happened, to do the best I can to engage the bottom. And you are going to understand that with humility, that's the way I'm approaching it, and you will analyze it. Finally, I wanted to offer some idea sense to connect that narrative. And through that, I'm going to turn to the work of Cecil Rabbi, a phenomenal scholar who was incredibly encyclopedic in his knowledge of the tradition. He, in fact, was the prime moving force behind the massive intellectual project of the 20th century, the kind of equivalent of the genome sequencing project for Jewish things. And that is the massive encyclopedia today that was the prime intellectual force behind it. And he wrote the survey of Jewish history. And he actually revised it several times, translated several times, and there are certain passages that are identified as causing that actually differ from edition to edition. And he seems to be kind of like uncertain about how he wanted to phrase the subject. But here's a version of his conclusion to that survey as he put it. He said, the preservation of the Jew was certainly not casual. Time after time in his history, time after time in his history, moreover, he has been saved from disaster in a manner which cannot be described excepting as providential. Providential was a word which Hebrew speakers know as Ashkenaz or divine supervision, divine involvement in survival. Like the Rothschild, the author, speaking of himself in third person, something which I believe in, especially the author has deliberately attempted to write this work as secular script. He does not think that his readers can fail to see in it the prior. So in other words, what Dr. Roth is saying is that he's going to use tools of secular reasoning to use kind of Western, virtue-based, critical skills that were trained in him by his instructors at the intelligence. And that's how he's going to analyze churches. Not with some other kind of ideological model, not some kind of purity gaze or something like that. He's going to try and look at it as best he can with the tools he has at his disposal. But even with all of that, it's still very hard to get higher than this. Never take it. That's my explanation. I hope you found this productive analysis, this practice of these things at the very end, so you can fall asleep. And I appreciate you doing it. Next lecture, we're going back to the standard kind of narrative description of the language and all the rest of the fascinating churches. Thank you very much. The period after the destruction of the temple in year 70, the second Roman Jewish war from the 130s, is an incredibly important period in the development of Jewish history in general. This is primarily because the Jewish people had to learn how to adapt themselves to a radically different environment. Without the temple, the fulcrum of their relationship between themselves and their God had disappeared. They had to articulate a way of centering that fundamental religious identity. Secondly, on a political level, there's no question that after two disastrous revolts, the Jews would not be able to budge the Roman Empire from their land. So they had to find ways of organizing themselves in order to maintain legal integrity, but to maintain their identity. In fact, they were quite successful at doing so. Then historians have described this period as the transition to the Tanakh and the Amorite. They're an important terms in technical nature. They refer really to periods in intellectual history. The Tanakh are the main teachers from the first century before the Common Era up until the early 3rd century of the Common Era. And their main activity was memorizing and teaching the Mishnah. That is the oral tradition that we discussed a few lectures ago. What exactly is the Mishnah? But these are the teachers who have played an incredibly important role in focusing Jewish energies on their continued spiritual life, which was related very closely to their real life, their identity, and their cultural life as well. The Amoraim, or the speakers, these teachers, speakers, these people are especially associated with the development of the Talmud, and there are Amoraim in Israel, and also more importantly in Babylonia, where the Talmud would be developed. So the period of the Tanaim basically comes to a close in the 3rd century exploring and discussing it as it was discussed in 2 lectures from now. Anyway, let's look at this very, very so at the end of the construction of the temple, perhaps the most important city after Jerusalem is a small town close to the coast called Yad. And as you may recall, there was a famous passage we discussed earlier, talking about which book that Zakkai appeals to Vespasian, the future emperor of Rome. Give me Yavne and its sages. There's some dispute over the historicity of that particular incident, and there's some interesting reflections on what role Berenice may have had in protecting Yavne. But what we know for certain is that Yavne itself became a major center for the concentration of sages. First, under leadership of Zakkai, later under Rabbi. So then you look at one specific episode that occurred in Yavne that has its fascinating implications that illustrate, for our purposes, the sense of what's happening in terms of the intellectual refocus that's happening at the Jewish people at this time. This is a passage that occurs in the Talmud, Tractate Bava Metzia, 59b, the Babylonian Talmud. The dispute centers on the status of a particular argument called the Abinadab. It's a particular design the rabbis are arguing as to whether or not it retains its ritual purity under certain circumstances. Basically, it boils down to two main sources of the argument. Rabbi Eliezer, rather great sage, who tends to follow the teachings of Shammai. Perhaps I should just make them up to read this way. Shammai and Hillel are two of the greatest of the generation that preceded the Tanakh. And their teachings, which are by now like 200 years old, are like two large schools, the school of Shammai, Ben Shammai, and the school of Hillel, And up until the destruction of the temple, it seems that whether one followed Hillel or Shammai was largely a matter of personal choice. He would associate himself with a particular school, and he would consistently follow the dictates of that school in terms of personal conduct, and they got along fairly well overall. They had a tremendous amount of disputes over the law, but those disputes were famously solved quite amicably. Things changed after the destruction of the temple, however, as there was a consolidation of thought, primarily around the opinion of the Rabbi. On the one side, we have Rabbi Eliezer, a very important rabbi who tends to follow the teaching of Shammai. And on the other side, the growing consensus, the majority vote is following Hillel's opinion regarding how to deal with this. That is the most important phase of the Hillel was passed away for a long time. What ends up happening is really remarkable. The Talmud says that when the Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let this river first course. And with the ducks. And the rabbis say, doesn't matter, we follow the argument of logic, and you can bring us many supernatural proofs if you like. That's not how we decide things here. So then what the Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, these carob trees be uprooted and sent off the road. And the rabbi, that actually happens. The rabbi said, doesn't matter. The Torah is something that we debate amongst ourselves, and the majority rules. And then finally he says, if the law follows my opinion, let the walls of a Midrash be crumbled. And they crumble, and then at that point the rabbi says, but to the walls, what are you doing? Why should you be upon this? And to the walls, you don't want to sort of stay in place. And then finally, the same argument goes on, but Eliezer says that the law follows the habits. And a moving voice comes out from the sky and says, the law follows the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. This looks like a slam dunk, right? You've got all these supernatural phenomena supporting Rabbi Eliezer. The rabbis say, bring as many proofs as you want. You know, Bashamayim, two reasons why this is really important. Let me start perhaps the less important but very interesting reason, and that is associated with tsunami. So I had this great opportunity. I got a call from National Geographic about a year ago, and they said we want to talk to you, which was really honored, about the research of Dr. Beverly Goodman, who is a geoarchaeologist from the University of Tampa. Dr. Goodman has looked at a lot of fascinating historical data and has determined that the earthquake, which is described, for example, far away as Antioch in year 115, probably destroyed ports along the coastline of Israel. And she argued, and this is what National Geographic wanted to ask me for my opinion, and the lines of these specifically, where it's really cool to get the call. Is it possible that the passage described in Bava Metzia is actually reflecting a historical event, a geological event, specifically a tsunami hitting the region of Yavne near 115? And it's so interesting because all of the phenomena that are described there, beginning with the river running backwards, the pair of trees flying away, the walls of the base midrash beginning to crumble, and then later there's a discussion of huge storms at sea. It all makes sense with this particular event. Now, how to place that within the overall context of the discussion of the Gemara is a fascinating question. You can have a look at the podcast if you want to go back and forth on that. But what is really significant, that's another important point, but the most important point is that the rabbis have, perhaps with the divine assistance of this tsunami, make a clear distinction that this is how we are going to go forward. We're no longer going to be able to rely on sort of like everybody decides what they want. I'm going to be Zillow, I'm going to be Shammai. Now it's time, especially with the loss of the temple, that we have to come together. For sure, around our rabbinic leaders. The rabbinic leaders have decided we're going to follow Beit Hillel, and so the development of this authoritarian census bureau after debate is an exceptionally important element in the way that Jewish communities will organize themselves for the next 2,000 years. Just to be clear, the tsunami and all of the possible impact it had on the discussion that's recorded in Bava Metzia does not affect the central thrust of the meaning of that passage, which is to say that Torah Shemai, the Torah is not in heaven, that the Torah is here on the planet Earth, and human beings were debated. And bringing a supernatural proof to advance your particular interpretation of Jewish law is not considered a valid argument, and therefore the rabbis will continue to maintain their standards, and it's a very important starting point for the organization to from there on. But it's still very cool to think that it's not happening. There were two institutions that were especially important for surviving Jews after that. You can see in this map here that the sages from Rabbi, which is sort of on the lower left there, they've all spread out primarily to the north, where the majority of the Jewish population went to live after that Rothschild, but also some development in the south as well. The two institutions that they were ultimately coalescing around are the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate. The Sanhedrin is the Jewish court that continued to function after the destruction of the temple, although it could not function for Jerusalem itself because Jews couldn't live there for a period of time. They moved, as you can see from these white arrows here, out to Yavne, up to the north, where it was located in two different places. So it finally settled in Tiberias, a relatively new city, but a very important center of Jewish activity for the period of discussion. Related to the Sanhedrin, and sometimes overlapping in its leadership, is the so-called Patriarchate, or the Siyut in Hebrew. The Patriarchate is essentially a government of the Jews, which is led by a single individual with a seat. We don't have a really good sense of exactly how it functions. We also don't have a really good sense of the extent of its authority. We don't have a good sense of exactly how it related to where the government was tantalizing elements of this relationship, in particular in the figure of one of the greatest of the Hasidim, Rabbi Rabbi sometimes. Rabbi Nasi was the prime figure organizing the codification of the Mishnah, which up until this point, as we mentioned, has been an oral document and has been transmitted by these Tanaim. He organized its codification into its textual form, its written form, which we have to this day has happened around the year 200, perhaps 220 of the Common Era. And this is really the line that separates the Tanaim from the Amoraim. After the Mishnah is confirmed in writing, its primary expression will be known as the Amoraim, and the documents that they will eventually produce are known as the Talmuds. One of them was produced in Israel, actually primarily in the northern region, certainly on the coast, although it tends to be called the Yerushalmi or Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes the Palestinian Talmud. Both of those terms are inaccurate in one way or another, but there is a Talmud before them. A Talmud created first in Israel, and then a later one, a much larger one in Babylonia, which will be the subject of the next two lectures. One of the challenges of studying this period is that we are essentially locked into rabbinic documents. Certainly, we have some Roman government documents, we have some church historians, but most of our really juicy sources are rabbinic in nature. And so, rabbis are primarily not interested in Jewish history. They want to tell us about law, about religion, about faith, about philosophy. Those are the things that are, the primary energies of the rabbis in this time. We do have some chronologists, like the Seder of Ola, which is the order of the world, one of the earliest chronologies compiled by the rabbis, who has enough time to do ancient sources. But they're not really listed as they are kind of like, on this day, this happened, on this day, this happened, without really analyzing and fleshing out lines and so on. So when we look at other sources, we have, for example, the Nabata archive, which we discussed a little bit in the type of Kokla. This is the archive of some 30 documents, primarily personal legal documents that were collected by a woman who was hiding in the Kokla rebels in the cave of rebels. And what we can see from her archive is that, while it's hard to generalize on one woman, we have another source, also the woman who comes around this time as well. It seems that Jews were not hesitant to use non-Jewish courts, which suggests some limitation of the rabbi's authority. Obviously, they frown on the announcement of Jewish courts for Roman courts, or in this case, other courts. So perhaps there's a whole existence of Jews who are simply doing their own thing, following the dominant authority, which is basically the Romans, instead of listening to the rabbis. This would not be surprising, we just don't know the extent of it. We also have to realize that Jews have a very problematic relationship with the Romans. On the one hand, heavily resenting the Romans for the deportation of their society. And on the other hand, the Romans, who had by this time, by the way, established two legions in Israel, which is a remarkably large number of people, about 10,000 soldiers, and they are cash heavy, meaning that they get paid in coin, and so they're extremely important for the local economy. They are resented by the population. The medical sources give a lot of descriptions of the use of the population by the Romans, but on the other hand, they're really essential to the economic realities of Israel. The Romans, which we discussed in a later lecture, are also extending certain privileges to certain classes of Jews, makes a very big difference. And they're building roads and all kinds of infrastructure things that are useful for them as soldiers, but also useful for the economy as a whole. This is a complex dynamic going on here that we don't know about. We also get the sense, however, that even though we don't know for sure how extensive the authority of the rabbis are, there's no question that they have a phenomenal point. Judaism is a very competitive ideology at this time. Just for one example, have a look at So the thought that a very important, powerful political human like the Rabbi about Yemen was Judaism is just a sense of how even during these very difficult times, for century onward, Judaism still quite appealing to the outside population. Okay, I'm not going to leave it here. Let's go on in the next lecture to look at the development of the Babylonian center. Thank you very much. So continuing our discussion from the transition of the Talmud to the Abdullah from a period immediately following the disastrous two revolts against Rome and culminating in the solidification of the Sanhedrin, patriarch of Israel, and ultimately the composition of the Mishnah. Let us now transition to Babylonia, which will become the gravitational center of the Jewish world in a very short order. After the year 219, which is when God, a great scholar, arrived in Egypt after having studied history. He was actually a native to Babylonia, went to history to study, came back, and very much involved in establishing education in Islamic. By the way, this emphasis perhaps on the role of one particular person, Rothschild, a particular rabbi, is based on traditional scholarship, which really dates from the 9th and 10th century, but and we rely very heavily on that to understand this otherwise very poorly documented period. But what we can say with absolute confidence is that Babylonia becomes such an important center in the centuries that follow his arrival in the region. So let's just do a little bit of background on political reality. The period that represents the golden age of the Jews of Babylonia, rather than the Talmud, is a period when the Parthian Empire falls to the Sasanian Empire. That's in the year 224 and again, we don't know very much about the region before 219 in particular. That's when we begin to have documentation from the Talmud itself, but also from the Gaelic authorities like Shmuel Gaon, who wrote really the first Talmudic history to describe what was going on in the region at the time. It's a period of Zoroastrian resurgence, especially during the year of Shmuel Malka, Shapur the Fourth, also known as Shmuel Malka. It's actually appears and it represents a period where the Jews seem to have, for the most part, a tremendous amount of freedom of activity. That is, they have a widespread settlement in one concentrated area, particularly on the banks of the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers. They're able to engage in tremendous internal activity. They remain this way until the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, and then things are going to shift, just like we saw shifting from the Talmudic to the Abdullah. Then we begin to have a different kind of intellectual orientation. Once the Talmud is solidified, it's more about remembering that to the series. But anyway, what we're looking at today is the first couple of centuries after the Sasanian Empire began in the 3rd century. Here's a map that shows where the Jews were set. Here on the right-hand side, you can see the larger scale of the two major rivers, Hebrew and Tiglat, of Judea, which is the Tigris, and the Prat, or the Euphrates. They flow from the northwest down into the southeast, which is the Persian Gulf, and there's a region at the waist of those rivers where they come together. That's where the Jews were coming to these settlements. These much older settlements of Jews that trace biblical literature, for example, but this is where the heavy settlement exists in time with you. Now, in this particular map, it's called the area of pure lineage. You can see the detail on the left there. And this is a determination that was made in the Talmud for a particular discussion about marrying Jews who come from foreign lands, where there is a question on the basis of sides, big trouble. It's not necessarily the case, but I think that you can see here a number of small towns that are actually referred to several times in the Talmud, but all based on the two big rivers and canals that run. Here's a Hebrew map that contains some information. Information is on the sites the great Shiva of Surah, the great academy of Surah, at the Rabbi, and that the story of these three yeshivot, and after the 259, the Rabbi was the regional conflict, two yeshivot, Surah and Rabbi, that lasted hundreds of years, and extended well into the House of Italy. These are the great academies, the centers of Jewish studies, where the Talmud is developed in Babylonia. And what I think is especially fascinating about this map is that from the scale, you can see that it's 50 kilometers basically between each of these yeshivot. 50 kilometers, miles, sometimes 30 miles, like conceivably you can walk along the riverbank all the way from Surah to Melita one day. Certainly you can stop in the high walk for lunch, and you stay the night and walk to Melita and have lunch there the next day. It's amazing how the Talmud places that are such phenomenal moments for Jews studying the Talmud, but they're really so close to each other, even by foot. And the historical element of this is that when God came back from studying with the Buddha Nasi and others in Israel, he returned to Babel and established the yeshiva at Surah. He is calling control of Arta, and later the yeshiva moved to Melita. That's how you have these institutions. There are many, many others as well, but these are, I think, three really good early yeshiva established. A lot more to say about what exactly was the yeshiva. Contemporary yeshiva going backwards in time to what it must look like now. Possibly it didn't look like that much at all. It would have been more like disciple circles, things like that. But we do know that there were three kind of institutional settings, especially in the next short video, I'm going to talk a little bit about the type of these organized in these yeshivas. But we should understand that it are to a certain degree hindered by the fact that almost all the information we have about Jewish life in Babylon at this time is from the rabbis. And the rabbis, by and large, are not really interested in giving us extraneous information like we might like as historians. They give us a lot of description about law, religion, philosophy, things like that, but not necessarily just when scholars begin to discover a little bit of real evidence recorded in non-Jewish sources or perhaps after their own evidence, absolutely fantastic. For example, this is a curse word. Literally hundreds of curse words that were recently discovered in Asia. It has a demon at the center, and it appears that these words were used in kind of like folk magic that somehow used to produce these devices. It's a bit many have been broken apart, and there's a form affected kind of appears to something on one's enemies, things like that. But what's fascinating is that a lot of the personal names that are listed here are clearly not Jewish names, but the Babylonian names. So it may be that Jews were, they're clever the market in curse balls, and they're selling them to everybody. We don't know for sure. It's fascinating to see a little bit what culture must have been like outside of the Shiva, for which we have all these models. We know primarily from Talmud sources that there was a formal organization of the Sinaitic scholars as when XOI could actually began to sort of lose track of reliable data in part of the period, but certainly it was the same which the Lutheran name that interact with battles and so there's also a lot of people who are active in the area and we have attached glimpses of them because our main lenses to living in the world. So we've already talked about Guru Wax, what the exception of it because she was so limited. We also have a few other women, like Yalta, who was very learned and opinionated where she was associated with medicine as well. So it could be that she was representative of women who had some healing professions outside of what we consider and we have some really touching portraits of women, like, for example, otherwise another Rabbi, who wasn't actually his mother because his mother died in childbirth, he was more than but he was his stepmother who cared for him. He always referred to her as Uma. And on many occasions, Abaye, the great rabbi, very important rabbi at the time, very most important, will refer to his teachings of his own mother as a my mother said to me, indicated that he had a regard for her as a person and as a personal knowledge. Fascinating, but just temporizing this detail. We also have lots of fascinating doctrines in the topic as well. The Magi, just thinking of the passage of Magi today. These are, of course, important to the Christian tradition. The Magi come to visit and far away from the east, from the star, things like that. Gift of the Magi, we put but the Magi are Zoroastrian priests who often mess around with the trees. There's a lot of conflict with the Jews at the time of the period. Other things like the use of fire. Casual use of fire was something that was frowned upon by the Zoroastrians, particularly on specific days of the calendar. The Mishnah, Shabbos, for example, which is read every Friday night in the Ashkenaz ritual, refers to Jews who put out their candles on Friday night because they are afraid of the Magi. That's not the term used there, but it's going to be commentaries. That's exactly what we're talking about. It's also said that because the Magi regard fire as having tremendous sanctity and it's a purifying force. The Magi were also involved in some of the issues of defiling the earth, and so they frowned upon burial, Jewish burial. So conflict. So the Talmud gives us one look at the outside world, and it is an extremely rich, detailed look, but only from that one perspective. And a lot of data that we have just doesn't come through because it's not considered relevant. Like, what exactly is the Talmud? Let's talk about that next. Thanks very much for watching. Okay, I've only given myself a few minutes to describe what the Talmud is. Like that's a crazy impossible task. It is such a strange and unusual and wonderful document that to just kind of scratch it down to a few minutes is going to be very challenging. But nevertheless, I think I have a couple of ideas. I'd love to share them. First of all, let's look at something pretty more prosaic. What exactly is that? What's the structure of the Talmud and its purpose? So probably the best way to understand it is what happened in modern contemporary time and this is helpfully color-coded to give you a sense of the kind of literary archaeology that is present in every page of time. The first section we have to look at is this sort of Torah political part, and that is the mission. We had a whole class several weeks ago about what the mission was, so I'm not going to summarize all of that class here, but the Talmud is sort of like a law code. It's a bit more organized, and it has like general subjects like this whole quarter deals with the Jewish calendar, Jewish holidays, and this whole order deals with damages, things like that. So it has some structure to it, but really it's not the same as a lot of them. It's a very mild emphasis. The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. Immediately following the Mishnah, you will have a discussion that will include literally tens, hundreds of speakers, primarily rabbis, but also, as we saw, occasionally you'll see a non-Jew make a statement or a woman be involved in the story. And it's this is what makes it really strange. It's like kind of like it's highly archaic, it's not rich, it's very coded, and it takes a lot of training to be able to decipher it. There's no punctuation in the standard methods. You have to break up the sentences appropriately. You have to understand whether something is a question or a statement or a rebuttal or a sarcastic comment or a hyperbolic comment. It's very hard to try and work out the language. But nevertheless, some level of been committed to memory. That scholars would have actually memorized page after page of Talmud. And it's essentially like a transcript of a discussion that took its starting point in the Mishnah. Meaning, if the Mishnah is talking about, in this particular case, actually talking about when one recites the Shema prayer, then we'll start discussing when one recites the Shema prayer. But as conversations go, we tend to go from point to point to point, from tangent to tangent to tangent, which is something that is delightful about conversation. We enjoy the unpredictability of communicating that Muslims kind of tell me essentially always and enshrines a kind of literary stream of consciousness in a study. And it is amazing. It requires tremendous concentration, focus, to make the use of logic and imagination is required. It follows discussion, but it provides incredibly satisfying results. And that's what happens in Mishnah. The Talmud, which by the way is also known as the Gemara. The Gemara is archaic, and it's literally like finished, complete Gemara. The term Talmud and Gemara are sometimes interchanged, possibly because of the fear of church interference in the text, which happened in the 13th century and onward, referring to the Talmud as opposed to the Gemara to try and avoid the irony and the emphasis of the text. But it can go on for pages and pages, much, much longer than the Mishnah. In one Mishnah, or the paragraph of the Mishnah, may result in 15 to 20 pages of discussion about it. So that's really what's going on. The conversation discussing the Mishnah by the Amoraim, occasionally bringing in other Mishnahs, other passages in Talmud, other statements from people, other logical arguments that brought into this particular discussion. It's worthy of note, by the way, that the Talmud, even though I've shown you the first page, it has no real beginning. It's often compared to an ocean. There's a sea of Talmud, and just like you can't say the sea has a particular source, it all comes from one place. It's just there, and then you have to enter the sea as shoreline. Some places might be nice, easy places to get into the water, like let's say the 7th chapter of Rabbi, which is Boston style, and it's like a nice sandy beach, South Florida kind of style. And other places are like these rocky fjords with water crashing, like trying to jump into the middle of Mathis or something like that, sacrificial land, things like that. It's very, very hard. But nevertheless, everyone kind of approaches it and has their goal to swim right away. It's really amazing how they talk about it. Embracing the text is the remark of different Shabbat is a light Rashi, which is a kind of essentially letter to what we go on in this course, and is descendant from other students in Tosa, 12th to 15th century. And they're essentially all concentrated in the central area of the text. I'm not going to label it here, but there are many other octaves surrounding them on the page, which is the prime real estate. Many more in other books beyond this particular page. But this gives you a sense of that the structure is here. The function of it is basically to explicate the Mishnah, as the Mishnah itself demands further elaboration. I mentioned earlier about a type of shepherd. I have to give a shepherd because he runs an amazing website called 1840.org, and they have really amazing discussions there on all kinds of big Jewish ideas. I love listening to him. We recently had a podcast with Professor Chaim Shamir, who is an expert in Jewish thought. He wrote a big book called Halakha, and I heard on this episode something that just made so much sense. I'm going to share it with you now as sort of why we talk this sort of book. So the Chaim Shamir introduces the audience of the podcast to the work of Robert Rothschild, a lawyer who published an extremely influential article in 1918 called Almost. And in this article, basically told as he started and what exactly is almost legal law, and narrative is kind of the story behind all that. And in fact, that's what happens in the Talmud. And there's lots of dense legal, sometimes debated discussion of tiny little details, sometimes theoretical details that can't possibly happen in real life. And it's just first with a big excursus on meaning of life, purpose of the world, nature of the afterlife, philosophy, recipes, the behavior of a cat, all kinds of things are popular sayings. They're like these things you throw in there, and some commentators have felt that's kind of random. It's hardly random. It's not intentional. And what Professor Hubbard wants to say is that in order for a legal system to work, what's obviously is on its foundation, a legal system is called by some the Constitution, which is big Constitution, the Bible, unless it's not like that. The Talmud mentions nomos, law, narrative, the story behind the law. This is really important because if a society argues Professor Rabbi, a society simply lays down rules without explaining to society why those rules exist, without providing very beginning. It ultimately has to take a turn. The rules are arbitrary. They're not going to get done. On the other hand, when you support the rules with narrative, I watched that even in my ministry as a college. People understand and accept and know the request if they understand the why behind it. That's essentially what the Talmud is doing. The Talmud kind of wanders between big discussions of most related issues to discussions of narrative related issues. And it forms a somewhat complex and sophisticated whole, bringing together between us and narrative at once. A strong urge to have a look at that podcast at the time, put it in the search space. So that's really what's going on in the Talmud. Now, I have written a lot more about the Talmud, many of the videos on the Talmud site as well. I'm very much involved in actually producing a daily video on it, a daily study in a kind of called document, which means a full day a day, 2,000 page per day. And this is a program that's spent thousands of people around the world today, perhaps hundreds of thousands even, called documentary. And it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire time. So I'm in the middle of this big project to produce 2,711 little history videos that go with every page of document and goes for having it. So I'm not going to say much more about the Talmud here, but I will say that it is a document that has managed to retain the fascination of its students for centuries. It is absolutely engaging. frustrating sometimes, enervating, but always energizing. And it was the doctrine around much of Judaism has been evolved for the last 1,500 years or so. Enthusiastic about it? Okay. I hope you found this video useful, and there's some ideas to help. Looking at the period from the 3rd through the 7th century, it's useful for us to go through a little bit of political history to try to understand the remarkable changes that were taking place in the Eastern Mediterranean time. There are three really big cities involved: Rome, Constantinople, and Rabbi. So from the 3rd through the 5th century, Rome goes through a pretty significant period of decline. As you can see in this 19th century Russian painting by that shows Rome being sacked, and it was actually sacked several times by the Vandals and others coming from Central Europe. They're taking away through the menorah and all kinds of things like this, whereas the church seems kind of stable and on the far right there. Anyway, it's a period when Rome is going to go through a series of significant steps downward in its authority, and this is going to affect the balance of power in the entire region, as we shall see. Israel will remain within the boundaries of the empire, but just barely, because I'll show you what happened in just a second. The eastern border of the Roman Empire gets pushed steadily towards the west. Israel just maintains, with the exception of about 15 years, that space on the easternmost part of the Roman Empire, which is so huge, and it's just barely hanging on. The Christian population in Israel, however, is growing significantly, both from conversion to Christianity from the indigenous populations, Jews and others, and also from immigration into the region for a whole host of reasons. Remember, Israel is a kind of a crossroads, and so as Rome was able to consolidate and control the region, the presence of the legion, and so on, and development of infrastructure, there's attractiveness in that region for many settlers. And we see the population actually increases at this time, but the balance of the population will change. The local Christian population in Israel will grow, which is not necessarily a sign of the Jewish population. In the middle of the 4th century, there is a revolt that erupts in northern Israel, where Jews are very dissatisfied with the leadership of Gallus. This is, however, put down quite decisively, and ultimately will just accelerate the pro-Christian orientation of the Roman Empire to the detriment of the local Jewish population. There is a moment of respite shortly thereafter when the Emperor Julian, known in some quarters as Julian the Apostate, tries to make some connection with the Jews in Israel and with diaspora by promising to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. This generates a lot of enthusiasm among the Jews, because you'll recall until this time, the temple has been desecrated by Hadrian, who rebuilt a temple dedicated to Zeus there, and actually, or Jupiter actually, and also even forbade the visiting of Jerusalem by Jews except on the anniversary of the destruction of the temple. So Julian the Apostate's offer to rebuild the temple, although it's short-lived because of the battle, ultimately increases the enthusiasm of Jews, and it will keep more eye on the Christian population. The tensions are increasing, and one of the last things that the patriarchate was able to do, recall that the Jews do have some kind of self-governing rulership under the patriarch, the Senate. The patriarch Hillel II, also known as Hillel Messiah, to distinguish him from the Hillel before the Common he designed a 19-year calendrical cycle, which would later be added upon in following centuries, but basically he sketched out the possibility of working with the calendar at that place for many hundreds of years, but there were a couple of moments in Jewish history when, for example, the Samaritans and now possibly the Christians might have interfered with that process. And so, the Messiah, by putting in place a fixed calendar, was able to really establish something very concrete and important for the survival of Jews in the long term. He was very concerned that the Christian Empire, an empire now officially Christian under Constantine, would actually disavow the power of the Sanhedrin. In fact, this would come to pass, although not under Constantine, it would happen in the 5th century. So that's basically what's going on in Rome as it falls into decline and how it begins to impact Constantine's people, particularly in Israel. If you look at Constantinople, you see a acceleration of this language. So first of all, where is Constantinople? If you have a look on this map here, you see it's the red part, and it's on a very important strait called the Bosporus that separates essentially the Mediterranean Sea from the Black Sea. Very important site for a maritime trade. It was originally known as Byzantium, and the Emperor Constantine, in 324, renames it Nova Roma, the New Rome. It was also known as Constantinople, which is the Constantine city. And this essentially becomes the center of what's called the Byzantine Empire. It's the Eastern Roman Empire, and as Rome goes into further decline and is sacked many times, Constantinople becomes even more important. It is, by the way, now known as Istanbul because when it was conquered in 1453 by the Turks, then it received this name. So Byzantium becomes Constantinople, becomes Istanbul. And one last detail while we're at it, not one of the time period, but since we are in the 15th century, when Istanbul is no longer a Christian city, then Moscow takes upon itself a kind of mantle of Eastern Christianity, understanding itself as the third Rome, right? You have Rome, the first Rome, and you have the second Rome, or Nova Roma, in Constantinople, with the Byzantine Empire, and then finally Moscow he self-understands as the third Rome, the inheritor of this entire Eastern Christian tradition. The implications for Jews of this shift from Rome to Constantinople are also generally negative. There's increasingly worse conditions for Jews as we move through the 5th century, as the Roman Empire, now really from Constantinople, is more and more pro-Christian. The Patriarchate is formally abolished at the beginning of the 5th century. The kinds of things that they were charged with is illustrative of the kind of hostility. The emperor charged the Jews with using the Patriarchate to build synagogues. Right? The idea being that synagogues should fall into disrepair and never rise again. We're going to that in the next lecture. That Jews were holding Christian slaves, or at least non-Jewish slaves, and were circumcising them, which was part of halakha, the social discussion here of how slaves are to be treated in Judaism. And circumcising them, essentially making them partially Jewish, and upon recognition they would be really Jewish. That was something which was with tremendous hostility. And finally, the rabbis in Israel, under the Patriarchate, were occasionally adjudicating legal cases that also involved Christians. And this was seen as the front to Roman law and especially to Christian sensibility. So this is a period of time when there are more and more legal restrictions placed upon Jews in Israel. The Patriarchate is declining, and eventually is completely abolished in the 5th century. Definitely not a good time for Jews. Now let's go quickly to the final city, Mecca. And I'm only just going to touch on it because we were going to spend a lot more time talking about Islamic influence on Israel, which would last much longer. But just to get the political history together, it's really not only Mecca, it's also Persia. Basically, what happens is, if you have a look at this map here, this represents the diaspora, the Jewish diaspora in the Roman Empire. You can see that there are three big chunks of Jewish settlement in the Roman Empire at this time. You've got some in Asia Minor, which would be here in Western Turkey. You've got a big chunk of Jews as you go across the Mediterranean basin, you see lots of dots. Those dots represent individual Jewish communities, and you've got them all the way up in the Rhineland in Germany, in France, along the Rhone River, and the southern coast of France, the Mediterranean. You've got them as well as Spain, over Spain, and then you've got some North Africa, like Carthage, and South America. So those are all inside the Roman Empire. There is a really large Jewish population outside the Roman Empire, and that is just to the east, just about where my head is on this map. This is, of course, the Babylonian section, which would become very powerful, and ultimately, Babylonia, like the Persians, will invade Israel in the year 614. And Israel will very briefly fall into the Persian control once again, but only for a very brief period of time, because the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius would come back in about the year 629 and he's back again. This would also be short-lived, as we shall see shortly, but before we leave the Byzantine Empire, I just want to point out one other area where there was a Jewish settlement, at least up until the 6th century, and that is in the region of contemporary Yemen, in the so-called Kingdom of Tindar. This is so bizarre and fascinating. So here's the Arabian Peninsula. You can see where the Kingdom of Tindar is in the southern part of it. There's a book out by Professor Rothschild called The Problem of Judas, which tells an amazing story of this Jewish kingdom in the region, which lasted for quite some time. So here's the story. We know that Jews lived in this region for centuries before the period of necessity. We know, for example, that Herod sent a brigade of Jews there in the year 25 before the Common Era, and it's highly likely that they were settlements of Jews that met them when they arrived. We know from other sources that there was a king upcoming in the turn of the 5th century, was having conflict with local Christians and local Christian kingdoms, and this prompted him to convert to Judaism. This, by the way, is not an unusual kind of story. We see a very similar thing with the Khazar Empire, which we'll discuss in not too long from now. When the Khazarians, seeing that they were on the one hand oppressed by the Christians and on the other hand oppressed by the Muslims, they saw Judaism as a third way of maintaining political independence. And it appears that King Ali Assad also saw that as an option for their people. So we don't have really good sources about that version, but apparently we have it sometime around the turn of the 5th century. We have other sources, Christian sources, that describe a King Yusuf Asar Yatar Uwas that lived about 100 years later. Presumably, Tindar is basically a Jewish kingdom this entire time. And this King Yusuf is at war with neighboring Christian territories and persecuting the Rothschild Christians. Again, this is a Christian source that is not sympathetic to Yusuf, but there's no reason to specifically doubt that there was conflict going on. And what's fascinating is that, so far, we only have kind of sketchy bits and pieces of data to suggest that this kingdom is Jewish. But a lot of new materials we discovered in funeral inscriptions, for example, in Beit Shan in Israel and elsewhere, that specifically refers to these Hindarites as being Jewish, and that they want to be buried in Israel. And hence the witness was actually quite likely that in fact there was this Jewish kingdom in Yemen at this time. I know they went to war with neighboring Ethiopia, and that King Yusuf was dethroned at this point from the kingdom of Aksum, which is in the region. And that signaled the end of the Jewish kingdom. But we're talking about something that lasted for well over a century. I wish I had more time to study this thing. Anyways, let's go back to the bigger picture. The big picture is, remember that the Sasanian Empire makes a great penetration into Israel, displacing the Byzantine Empire in the year 614, but it only lasted a very brief time. That's in 629. Heraclius reconquers the region, and then he lasts for about 59 years, and the Muslims conquer it in the year 646. Muslims, of course, will be in control of the Middle East and North Africa for quite some time, and they'll have a large Jewish population living under Muslim rule. So we're going to look at a lot of these other countries. But before we get to Muslim rule, let's talk a little bit about the versus Judaeus tradition in the Byzantine Empire, which will take us a little deeper into, unfortunately, the negative circumstances that Jews experienced during this time. Thank you very much for that. One of the more consequential aspects of the Jewish experience in the late Roman period is the development of something called the Adversus Judaeus tradition. This is a group of ideas and ultimately policies that were developed by the church fathers in the late Roman period. Adversus Judaeus, the title is generic, it's taken from a series of sermons from the 4th century by St. John Chrysostom, who will speak about in just a few minutes. It translates as against the Jews, or as they say here in the United States, against the Jews. Besides the regional differences, because there are clear distinctions to be made between those ideas that were generated in regions where Jews had very little population base and was increasingly Gentile environment, and those areas where there is much more of a mixed population and non-Jews actually interacting with Jews on a significant level. But it's also really important to note that Christianity becomes a state religion in the early 4th century with the adoption and approval of Christianity by the Emperor Constantine. And so these ideas that begin as kind of theological disputes, early Christian thinkers trying to articulate the identity of Christianity against the background of Judaism, largely theoretical kind of ideas, which may have had more rhetorical import than a physical one, become much more policy ideas once Christianity is joined with the faith. And so some of the ideas which are perhaps understandable in a rhetorical environment, and people speaking and hyperbole and things like that, they can become actually quite significant. There's real power behind those ideas. Well, anyways, let's have a look at a couple of the aspects of this versus Judaism. Let's start with Justin Martyr shown here. I have to tell you, the quick side note, as I was preparing this lecture, I came across this amazing book on the internet. Here's the citation. So, translation is the true portraits and the lives of these men from Greece, Rome, and I'm not sure what Hyannis means. I think it's peasants, which really doesn't make sense. But anyway, 16th century book that illustrates the true portraits of these people, which I find absolutely amazing and hard and incredible. Although some of the images, like some of these, for example, some of these taken from busts that are from the Greek period, so maybe a couple of them are more accurate than others, but otherwise, hard to believe that this 16th century work actually portrays these people for real, but nevertheless, okay. So here's Justin Martyr. As you can see, he's called Justin the Philosopher of Love. He lived in the 2nd century, very important early thinker, and among his many works was a book called Dialogue with Trippa, which is essentially a dialogue with the Jew. And Justin Martyr really takes a lot of the ideas that were nascent in the Gospels and develops them to articulate a rather harsh approach to Judaism as a whole. First off, he clearly makes a distinction between his vision of Christianity, which is ethereal and spiritual and based on ideas and morality and devotion, as opposed to Israel and the Jews, who are carnal in nature, dedicated to really, ghostly things like sacrifices and blood and like which spoon went into which pot. Was it a teaspoon, milk pot, things like that. And he wants to say essentially that the Jews are all wrapped up in physicality, and that's a negative thing, whereas Christians are much more thinking about, more spiritual aspects of that. This isn't an unfair characterization, but nevertheless, it creates a kind of a dichotomy that will be repeated over these intended to have Christian thinkers over centuries. He also, at the same time, it seems to me a little bit contradictory that while he's putting down the Jews for their carnality, he's saying, besides, we're the real Jews. Christians are the quote-unquote true Israel. That is, that what the Jews were doing with all of those mitzvot, all of those commandments, those were totally wrong and totally physical and not the way God wanted to go. Christianity, which has abandoned all of these things, is much more of the true Israel. I have to tell you, a little bit of an aside, I often get a lot of comments on this site about, you guys are not the real Jews, you are Khazarians, or the true Jews are actually African Americans. And, it doesn't bother me that much that other people want to claim that they are the true Israel. It all sorted itself out in the end, I guess. But what bothers me is like, what does it matter to you what I call myself? I can call myself an alligator if I want, right? Why is it such a big deal to you? I decided to identify as an alligator. At any rate, that's something that is a very pronounced idea that reverberates throughout the centuries. Also, at the same time, Justin Martyr really emphasizes something called the altruism of the Jewish meaning. Their stiff-necked nature, their refusal to admit that everything that Justin Martyr and other church fathers are saying is true. And this is why, according to Justin's thought, the Jews deserve more punishment, because really, by refusing to admit the truth, they brought it on themselves. In other words, the Justin Martyr would demand the Jews to admit something, and the Jews refuse to admit it, then they should be punished for it. This is definitely kind of not such a great start for Jewish-Christian relations, and it's a very important early in the church fathers. As we shall see, however, there are some very important directives, especially thoughts. But before we get to him, let's have a look at the brief of St. John Chrysostom. Look, isn't this amazing? Hey, we have another one of these great portraits, another true portrait of St. John Chrysostom. This one seems to be rather capturing a certain element of his life. He is a 4th and early 5th century thinker based in Antioch, and as I mentioned earlier, it is to his work that we owe the very term Adversus Judaeus, because of the whole cycle of sermons that he delivered in the 4th century that became especially influential in the Eastern Church, but nevertheless set a tone for the entire church as well. The main thing that John Chrysostom was upset with was the participation of Christians and pagans in Jewish public ceremony. We should pause for a second and just think a little bit about church theology here. One of the basic ideas that was articulated long before in Jewish thought is the idea that the children of Noah, that is non-Jewish society, is not bound by the huge number of commandments that Jews are received out. That is the stuff that Justin Martyr was saying was all carnal, like, the refusal to use electric devices on the Sabbath and things like that. That's all like carnality, and that's all physicality, and you guys just let it go already. But in Jewish thought, that is something which is not mandatory for non-Jews at all. In fact, the Talmud describes 7 specific commandments which are incumbent upon all humanity, and by and large, those 7 commandments, I think most people would find pretty reasonable. Like, for example, no murdering and no adultery. You've got to set up courts of law to work out differences, and no courts of apples, by the way, things like that. And there's 7 basic laws, just be a mensch. That's the high laws. And according to Jewish theology, there is no reason whatsoever for Noahites, that is, children of Noah, general take on any of the commandments than they were originally given. If they so choose that they may, and of course they always open to non-Jews, but there's no impetus, there's no demand for it, they will enter into heaven and receive reward for their righteousness and so on, so long as they observe these 7 commandments. Nevertheless, this makes Judaism essentially neutral on the participation of non-Jews in their services. Non-Jews, there's an interesting exception to this, which we'll go into this little class, but non-Jews are welcome to come to Jewish synagogues. Non-Jews are welcome to participate in all kinds of rituals, and there's nothing to really stop it. It's not like a closed society. But what we see in Chrysostom's rather venomous comments in his sermons, this is exactly what was happening in Antioch. That with fairly open society, non-Jews are getting involved in Jewish activities and going to synagogue and participating to whatever degree they feel like they want to within Jewish circumstances. And he was really upset with this because this was making it very difficult for Christianity to clearly identify what it's about as opposed to Judaism. The kinds of things he's very upset about is non-Jewish Christians participating in Sabbath rest, specifically on Saturday. Right? Earlier in the 4th century, the very important Council of Nicaea that adjusted the calendar in certain different ways, making sure that Christians would observe the day of rest on Sunday, not on Saturday, the Jewish day of rest, and that Easter would always be unlinked from Passover, and this was apparently not happening. He was very upset that a lot of Christians are resting on Saturdays and working on Sundays. He's upset that it appears that non-Jews and Jews are occasionally exchanging gifts on their holidays, which is very puzzling to him. This also has some echoes from Talmud incidentally, but I'm sure he wasn't aware of those things. But non-Jews were enjoying matzah, that Jews would give them freshly baked Passover matzah, and that's a pretty nice gift. That was like 25 bucks a pound. So they're giving them this is actually bread, just flour and water crackers. Nevertheless, it's a seasonal food and so on. That non-Jews would engage in feasting and fasting with Jews, but sometimes Christians would participate in Jewish fasts, like the fast to commemorate the destruction of the temple and so on. That he refers to non-Jews kindling lights on the Jewish festivals, which appears to be some kind of reference to non-Jews acting as a Shabbos goy. The term goy, by the way, can be used in a derogatory sense, depending on how it's used, the tone in which it's stated, but it really means nation. In fact, Jews themselves are called a goy, a nation, in the Bible liturgy. It's kind of like the word Jew, which I use generally into a positive sense, but someone says, hey, Jew in the street, that's negative sense. So the term Shabbos goy means the Sabbath non-Jew, and it's a non-Jew who will occasionally help out with things that are forbidden for Jews to do on the Sabbath, such as kindling lights. Now, by the way, if before you ask a non-Jew to do this for you, there are lots of restrictions on this. Check with your rabbi before you give us having a non-Jew take care of those. That non-Jews were actually involved in prayer with Jews. That non-Jews would come to the synagogue and get engaged in those focus and Shabbat or whatever prayer was going on, and of course the day of Passover. So John Chrysostom really, in a series of sermons, really lambaste his audience, saying that we have to distinguish ourselves, we have to separate ourselves. These are all terrible things for non-Jews to be doing, Christians specifically, and that the Jews have to do what they essentially should be saying. There's a lot of evidence in Chrysostom's sermons that suggests that Jews and Christians actually got along fairly well in Antioch, and he was not happy with that specific. Now, let us conclude with something a little more positive about him, which is the goal of tradition, or perhaps more generally about the church fathers as a whole. If I had to pick my favorite church father, which no one has ever asked me to do, but I would definitely say St. Augustine of Hippo. He's a fascinating person with an amazing biography lot of like personal doubts about theology and religion. So he works us through it in his work, his writings. He was like really confused by the Trinity. He did not understand how the Trinity works. So he came upon this young child who was standing by the ocean. It's a beautiful thing. Sounds picture. It's in the forest or something. And the little child was like with a small spoon scooping out water from the ocean and putting it in a little hole. And you can see the little hole right in front of him. Really, it's kind of like a supernatural vision. And St. Augustine says to him, "What are you doing? You'll never be able to fill out that hole." The child says, "Exactly. There are some things which, you can think about, but you'll never get. So therefore, you have to be careful." Anyways, let's talk about what St. Augustine has to say about the Jews, which is very useful and positive. Actually. One of the things that he says, and this is around the same time as Chrysostom, he writes that, wait a second, let's just rethink this whole conflict is good. Because after all, Christianity is built on the foundation of the Torah. And the Torah clearly has God commanding the Jews to do these things, to not eat meat and milk, to observe the seventh day of rest, to not mix wool and linen and clothing, all kinds of really carnal things. Who are we to say that God is not allowed to make these kinds of the Jews? And should we not, praise the Jews for being steadfast in their commandments, right? They are not in any way binding on non-Jews. There's so much Jewish theology in this case. But the fact that the Jews would remain steadfast in the Torah, that's a positive thing. Why are you criticizing that? In other words, he's taking issue with a lot of the other church fathers, like Justin Martyr, so earlier. In fact, Augustine writes that Judaism functions as the desk of Christianity that supports all of Christian teachings. It is the foundation, to use another metaphor, and therefore the Jews should be valued as they are without demanding them to convert to Christianity. So actually have some exclusive reference. You develop something extremely consequential for Jews called the doctrine of witness. It argues that the presence of Jews and their maintenance of the Torah is an essential testimony to the validity of the entire enterprise, including Christianity. That since Judaism is the desk of Christianity, that it is the foundation of Christianity, you can't destroy the foundation and hope the superstructure will continue to stand. That the Jews must be allowed to remain as testimonials to the litigation with God that is recorded in the Torah. And in fact, when Messiah returns in Christian thought, they will once again testify to his identity. So, contra Justin Martyr, contra Chrysostom, many other church fathers, St. Augustine is saying that the Jews should be preserved now. This is not uniformly possible. They are like these metaphor of Cain. You recall that early on in the book of Genesis, Cain kills his brother Abel, and then God punishes him by placing a mark upon his forehead and causing him to wander forever. And the most important element of that mark is that although there was the program associated with it, he was not to be killed. And anyone who is slaying Cain, the mark is there to indicate they should not be killed, that he should not be killed. That's exactly the way, says St. Augustine, that we should relate to Jews. Now, that sounds kind of negative, but in reality, this principle, which he articulated using citation from Psalms, slay them not, was hugely consequential because it essentially defined in church policy that Jews should not be killed, God forbid. They should not be subject to forced conversions because they must, according to the doctrine of witness, remain as Jews. And this is essentially a way of testifying or witnessing to the validity of Christianity in St. Augustine's thought. Now, it is important to note that this particular set of ideas was interpreted various ways over the next few centuries. There were And there were others who emphasized that the idea of the doctrine of witness only worked if the Jews were in a graded state. That is, let's keep them around, but we should be allowed to get ahead, because if they get ahead, then that witness actually stands against Christianity, and says, hey, look, so we should have stayed Jewish. Why should we have turned to Christianity? Look how good the Jews have it. Nevertheless, St. Augustine's ideas created sort of like a pathway to allow the Jews to progress through the Middle Ages, and ironically, church law therefore protected Jews because they were within the boundaries of St. Augustine's doctrine. There were notable exceptions to this rule. There were periods when the church adopted forced conversions, or at least recognized them ex post facto, and we will unfortunately discuss those in future lectures. But by and large, St. Augustine's contribution was actually very salutary for the survival of the Jews. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at some of the thought of the Church Fathers and discussion of their impact on Jewish history. Let's look a little bit more now in the last couple of videos, we spent a lot of time talking about how Jews were acted upon by larger forces, the state, and the church, and so on. But I don't want to give you the impression that they're just, passively accepting whatever is coming to them from the outside. The Jews are also very creative and activists during the time as well. And so let's just take a few minutes to see one area where their creativity is especially common, and that is in the institution of the synagogue. Here's an interesting looking map of the synagogues in Egypt, specifically looking at the first and the second century. If you have a look at the legend there on the left, you can see that the blue dots refer to literary references to the old synagogues, and the green circles are papyri, and then you've got inscriptions and stone inscriptions, and finally the stars are archaeological evidence of the synagogue. Now, they're not including here the synagogues in Israel. Of course, there are quite a few in Israel itself, but the main concentrations are in the Nile Delta in Egypt, also in Asia Minor, the Italian Peninsula. A few of them up on the Black Sea littoral, which is really interesting. And then one that we'll look at in a little bit more detail in a second, Dura de Locos, way over here on the right, fascinating synagogues. And so synagogues are extremely important institution for Jews, especially after the temple is destroyed in the first century, especially when there are a minority of living away from large Jewish population centers. The synagogue is their locus for formal communal ritual activity, specifically religious worship. And they had to learn how to articulate that. What exactly does religious worship look like when you don't have the ritual sacrifice associated with the temple? Synagogues did predate the construction of temples. In other words, Jews seem to want to create these institutions where they can get together for communal prayer. There's a lot of fascinating discussion in the Mishnah, Talmud, Midrash that describes the evolution of the prayer service and what connects to what, and the references to the patriarchs, fascinating kinds of things like that. But we should understand that the synagogue, the word itself, by the way, is meaning place of gathering, is effectively a Jewish community center, GCC, for a minority population, and it would fulfill all kinds of different functions, not just religious, but it would be a place of gathering for discussing affairs, for food disputes, all kinds of things. The basics of the service that is familiar to synagogue first days took centuries to evolve. If you're looking for prayer book, that's really an archaeological textual representation of the wanderings of the Jews in diaspora as well. There's a whole elements that go back to Israel, and then other elements of prayers that were added in many different iterations throughout the history. One of the things that I find especially fascinating is that women are remarkably well represented in the social gaps. Professor Tal Ilan, a really interesting article in the Cambridge History of Judaism for that I have a look at the notes on the record center. And that of the synagogues where we know there are lists of donors, this is something contemporary synagogues as well. You have a plaque here and a plaque there, and you have a plaque on top of a plaque that everyone here said is synagogue is recognized in some kind of public way. So looking at these ancient inscriptions that survive, 1/3 of the names of donors to the synagogue were women. In some cases, they're actually in leadership positions as well. So that's a really fascinating statistic. I wish we knew more about it, but maybe we'll get back to it later on in the series. At any rate, the synagogue is forming as a major locus of Jewish activity, and innovations are replicated across Europe. And let's look at two of them in particular. And here is a beautiful wall painting from Dura de Locos that the marvelous synagogue is so well preserved. This is actually a representation of elements in the story of the book of Esther. There's Mordecai on the left, and of course, he's being brought to that by Haman. Anyway, the kind of things that are going on in synagogue at this time, they're still trying to work out. For example, public Torah reading is obviously something very important. Even the prophet Ezra had mandated the reading of the Torah on a regular basis. But how exactly is that done? How exactly is it broken up? One of the major service, as long as the prayer service, what other things we people say or do in the prayer service and so on. And one of the most fascinating elements related to this is the institution of the, I guess the modern term would be the Rothschild, or sermon. It's not the term that was used in the ancient period, but it finds its textual expression in the creation of Haggadah and Midrash. So we spoke about Midrash a while back in this series. Midrash are basically kind of like poetic teachings on biblical passages, some of which have halachic ramifications, meaning they are used to determine behavior in a cognitive kind of legal sense. And there's much more that is Haggadic in nature, meaning that is homiletical, that does not necessarily have to be taken absolutely literally, but should certainly be taken very seriously. It's not uncommon to have midrashic interpretations, as the Torah itself is needed to have 70 different interpretations, meaning an infinite number of interpretations. Maybe not infinite, but a lot of things. The Haggadic midrash, or large midrash, go in many different directions, even contradictory directions. And the collections of these midrashim, which are tied to their utility in the synagogue service, is especially recognized at this period of time. This is when we begin to see the textual versions of books like Genesis, Rabbi, books like Genesis, Rabbi, which is now widely studied as a source of these midrashic teachings. Again, the oral tradition that supports these midrashim is much older than late antiquity, but they begin to coalesce in a written format around this time. We also see the promulgation of Talmud. Talmud literally means translation, and this is the rendering of the text into the foreign language, more specifically, most commonly Arabic, because particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean, Jewish populations are speaking Aramaic and having the Torah written in Hebrew, although it's a closely related language, people don't have a precise understanding of what's going on. So it was very common to have the Torah reader actually read the text in Hebrew and have the translator standing there repeating it in Arabic translation. This is still practiced, by the way, in the Yemenite custom. So the several Targunim were composed, perhaps the most famous is that of Nicholas, which are traditionally printed in the standard editions of the Torah and Tanakh. But there are several other Targunim, especially of other parts of the Bible, that were circulating and were widely used at this time. But it gives you a sense of how the synagogue is evolving, what to do in the synagogue, what do we say, when do we say it, how long does it take, what do we add, and so on. One last detail, I'll go through this very quickly, is the development of something called Keys, which is probably best translated as liturgical poetry. This era sees effervescence of an attempt to kind of encapsulate the prayer, specifically the fixed prayers that we have already had pre-existing spirits, such as the Shema Esrei, the Yehuda, to restate them in poetic language as an artistic endeavor, something that would appeal to the inner aesthetic sensibilities of the synagogue goers, or as amplifications of prayer, longer discourses on events that are described in very sparse language that the text can expand upon in an imaginary and artistic manner. This is a fascinating period where we have more and more of these iconic of these poets creating liturgical innovations that many of which are preserved even to this present day. The institution of Kiev, of course, would reach its apotheosis in the Ionic period, which is several hundred years distant. But this is the period of time when the initial development of synagogue ritual as we understand it today, that Kiev becomes a very important part of that process. The image, by the way, we're looking at is a mosaic, very common motif in synagogue art, but the big Alpha synagogue that was discovered in the earlier history. Okay, that's just a very quick look at some of the creativity that's going on in the Jewish population at this time. If you found it interesting, we're going to go to Spain in the next series. Let's continue our discussion by looking at the experience of Jews during the period of early settlement in the Iberian Peninsula. Now, one of the things that's really important to understand about this entire period is that there is an Iberian exception. What I mean, so why is the Iberian Peninsula different? Really crucial. The Iberian Peninsula represents a crucial moment in Jewish history where you have three major monotheistic cultures interacting with each other for an extended period of time. But in other words, uh, for most of the last 2,000 years of Jewish history, the majority of Jews have either lived under Muslim rule or under Christian rule. And there's a lot of interesting contrasts and comparisons that hopefully we will be engaged in as we go through this history over the next year or so of lectures. But in Spain, and to a certain degree in Portugal, you have this unusual environment where Jews, Muslims, and Christians interact in a triangular culture rather than in a primary culture. So, for example, if you pick, let's say, medieval England, you would have this tiny Jewish population as a minority within a large Christian population. Or if we look at, I don't know, Egypt, you'll have a tiny Jewish population within a large Muslim population. And the way in which Jews interact with their host culture is quite different than we have in Spain, where because of the changing power dynamics of three cultures, two of which who are really vying